Oh my, the countdown timer's already gone. In that case, we'll get back to it then. It's RimWorld. If you weren't around for yesterday's session, you might notice that this is not quite the same base as we had before. No, previously we were over in... oh, it just says abandoned settlement. Well, this was Castle Malloy. And yeah, we just had to haul ass. There was no surviving that mech attack. 31 mechs, including 6 Tesserons. Was it 6? Yeah, 6 sounds about right. Whilst starting from pretty much nothing again was sore, we were able to get back up on our feet. This land has been a little worse in terms of rich soil. It's not as greatly placed as the last one, and the nasty unbuildable land that you see here in yellow, red, and blue are rather unpleasant for us. However, in terms of minerals, it's been great. It's provided us with a ton of steel, which has been great, and been good for advancing our colony here. What do we have? 2 bedrooms, a barracks, plenty of stuff going on in the center here, and we have weaponized all the wood into an immense amount of spike traps. My hope is to further go and make IEDs so that we can fill this place full of traps for more that come our way, because as we get more wealthy, we get more people coming our way to kill us. In fact, we're at almost 100,000 wealth again. Keeping people happy has been, it's been ups and downs, especially for certain characters like Seru here. Seru is just constantly unhappy. They're pessimistic, they tried to marry and failed, and on top of that we have Smuggler, who I really want dead because they have the completely cursed combination of being a waster, so he must eat Psychite, whilst also being a teetotaler, so he hates it every time he takes drugs. On top of that, we also have Ali, who is straight up depressive, and we've got Spurdo, who's also pessimist. So mood has been a problem that we've been solving as much as we can with beers, smokes, and teas, and we're out of tea. And we're getting lower and lower on beer, so I want to fix these problems. Right, quick things I want to quickly sort though. One thing, for example, is that I have this milk coming in, and it's going to go off. So what I reckon I'm going to do is I'm going to have this one particular thing. This little hopper here will only have milk. That way we will drink the milk as a priority good for our meals. I will probably transition away from that eventually and start using milk to regularly make package meals, but that's going to be when we have more yaks. More female yaks, that is. We can't milk the males. Oh, if science would allow it. Otherwise, we have a couple of allies. We have the Ergo and the League of E10. Next up, we'll be trying to ally Polywallach. That could be tough. They are a rough union, so they're not easy to make friends with. But if I do, I'll have 2 very good trading partners. Problem with the natives is that, or the, what are they called? The tribes people. They don't tend to have very good stuff on offer, with the exception of their shaman merchant, who has shock lances and pulsars. In fact, as soon as I have stuff to trade for that, I might get on that. In fact, I kind of do. I got the silver. But let me quickly check my, and warning, this is going to be very bright. Bang. Shaman merchants will always buy lots of things, but most importantly, they will always buy my drugs. So once we have our plantations pulled in, we will probably be selling those drugs in order to weaponize them. What we need to do is weaponize our wealth. That's always very important. We lucked out on a bunch of thrumbos as well, and we're going to be turning those thrumbo hides into probably dusters. Parkas are pretty great for a lot of reasons, but thrumbo fur is so warm that I think we could transition to wearing their thrumbo dusters for better protection, better insulation against heat as well. It's rare, but it can get hot here. In fact, Pandy is feeling the burn inside here because it's so warm inside the throne room. We've got 2 fires, and the heat that's extracted from the animal pen is shoved into here. It's vented into here, but I'm not too worried about things being too hot. That just happens over summer, and summer's never long enough. Clearly nothing will go wrong with having a lot of wealth. Yeah, what was that mission again? 161 Militors, if I'm not mistaken, and I don't think I'm mistaken. What was I wanting cloth for again? Probably making medicine. But we actually have a reasonable amount of medicine, so we can just pile up the cloth for now. Are these set to hold anything? Not really. There's always going to be more space for more More textiles, one would hope, so let's shove that over there. These things might as well be cut down. I don't like this back and forth thing on the cutting of items. It'd be nice to set it to be... Whoa, what's going on here? Who left our packaged survival meal out here? Well, fortunately, Ali's already going to get it. We traded a fair bit with these guys. I can't remember what for, but probably lances. I love the lances. I happen to notice that I have 0 lances. No, I'm pretty sure somebody's wearing one of them. Low shield pack on Nancy. And there we go, we got the shock lance on Spurdo. But I think it only has 1 shot left in it. Yeah, there we go. Only 1 shot and no insanity lance. Ah, no, I tell a lie. Smuggler has 1 shot on his sanity lance. I love those things. Shock lances and insanity lances can make a huge difference in an attack, and I will not hesitate to use them if it calls for it. They're expensive, yes, but that is exactly what I mean by monetizing my wealth. Good job, Nancy. However, I think I'd rather have some Psychite tea right now than making flake. Come to think of it, how did you get that? Maybe that was some psychoid leaves that survived the cold snap earlier on. I wish I could make more interesting commands like don't make flake unless there is a certain amount of Psychite tea. But for now, I think I just have to suspend these. Lady Seru, as usual, is completely off her rocker. Ah, man, I just want to get her converted at some point. Conversion ritual can be started in 0 days from now, apparently. So I think tonight we'll have conversion therapy for Seru. It's a shame, though, since she's no longer together with Spurdo. They're not going to get together and solve their mood problems by loving, which has kept Treblyard and Nancy happy for the longest of time. But, hats off to you, you did bring all the ducks in here. Now could you please slaughter all the ducks? Because otherwise they're just going to eat my food. I mean, these ducks are all set to slaughter. There we go, just go and slice them all up. I didn't really want these ducks to begin with, they just wandered in of their own volition. And you take a surprisingly long time to slaughter a duck. How hard could it be? Just pick it up and bash its head in? Easy money. And the corpses will be kept fresh in here, but we'll go and grab them for... Oh, hello, hello! One more duck joins the wee slaughter fest. There we go, please take care of that. Seru can't even be given drugs, right? No, that doesn't sound right. Surely we can give her drugs. Oh, no, that's the problem with her religion again, so all the more reason that we need to convert her. If we have a really good conversion therapy, we might be able to do her properly tonight. And we will get in on that if we can. I will want that at some point. Lots of raiders would come our way as well, so that's lots of people to throw into the freezer. I'm looking forward to massing up a load of bodies because I can turn those into glorious wealth as well. While you're here, please haul these ducks out so we can get them slaughtered. I don't know how much meat is on a duck. 35 for the clean... Wait, 35? That seems very low. Base value 140, but it's reduced because of its size. Ducks are not particularly large creatures. I love duck, one of my favourite meats. Love duck, love venison. So many meats to love in this world. Oh man, do we really want this duck? Can we just, like, not rope this duck? I don't think we can. I don't think there's a way to just ignore it. Oh well, bring it back if you must, Seru, but I'm convinced you're going to snap on this journey. You're not a happy lady. Hey, if I'm lucky, her snapping is going to involve killing that duck. Sometimes a fairly extreme break is I'm going to kill something in this colony. And if they're killing an animal that I want dead anyway, that's great. What's less great is if they kill an animal that can fight back pretty well. For a long time, I confused venison with veal. Veal is a young cow, I believe. Although I think it might be used for other cow-like creatures. Anyway, one of the greatest things I've ever cooked in my life was a veal heart, and my days it was delicious. Perhaps even too delicious. That's quite funny, you're using the meat from the slaughtering in the cooking. I guess I'm okay with that. Ah, we knew this would happen. A daze is honestly not that bad. The thing is, Seru is always going to be unhappy because of both Pessimist and the proposal. So if she has fairly light breaks like this, then that is fine. While we're at it though, why don't we have tons of fun go and rope this thing in instead? In fact, could you just slaughter the duck there and then? That'd be nice. So we'll have catharsis out of Seru, to get her through her little period here. I once ate deer. It's very soft and rich in flavour. So many great meats in the world. Oh, that means I can't use Seru for the festival tonight. We'll get around to that at some point. Meanwhile, there are just various tasks to be done, and they are getting on. And there's a lot of wood that I still need, because these traps demand a lot of wood out of me, and I finally got the mod that gives you more advanced harvesting orders. So what I really wanted was an order to only harvest mature trees. There we go. And there's a lot of trees I need harvested. Getting that heal route, I have found myself rather low on medicine at this point. Crappy medicine, that is, but sometimes you just want crappy medicine. Don't want to get too low on rice, though. I've got this space here, and I might actually plant a bit more rice. I know, too much money is bad for you, but we have good access to meat. So what I quite like is the idea of weaponizing our grown wealth by turning it into packaged meals. It doesn't even have to be mystery meat packaged meals, but mystery meat's a bigger wealth boost for me. Because, as I say and say often, every trader buys packaged meals, and they will pay the same regardless what is in it. It can be human meat, it can be insect meat, it can be a variety of... you can put rat meat in it, as well as human meat. Yeah, you can sell some disgusting stuff, and they don't know any better, because what's important is that it's full of preservatives that'll keep it good for a good long time. Oh, this is a good setup. I actually didn't know there was a set order in which nutrient-based dispensers consume out of these. I suspected one, but I didn't know the order. When I found it out, I was pretty ecstatic. Also, Masterwork Stool. It's kind of like a bad joke. If you make a legendary stool, it actually hits the maximum comfort. But then it has so much value that you wouldn't really want that. Andy, once you are done with that, I really want you to make this, because I want to start making some nice Thrumbo fur dusters. You know what's venison? Oh, I know what's venison, because of Age of Empires 2, first level, when you run into a deer, Joan of Arc's bodyguard says, venison. In the most hilarious French accent, of course TBW would be thinking about Age of Empires 2. Have you ever, out of morbid curiosity, fired that game up on the PlayStation 2? It's really something. It's not something good, but it is something. Wish I could get rid of this animal filth thing. I think that always happens if they're wandering around on hard floor. Ugh, damn these, Have I given these people fun time? Oh, maybe that's the problem with them getting pretty cheesed off with me. I don't want them to join me. I don't want any of them, actually. So I think I'll limit them to 2 hours of recreation instead of the normal 3 that I like to give away because I'm a nice guy. Conversion, resentment, nutrient paste, soaking wet. Yeah, I know you got problems. I'm sure those problems are weighing heavily on your mind, Queenie. Yeah, I could lay down hay. The problem is hay is very flammable, and what I like about this place is that it's not particularly flammable. Sure, it's got the steel meat hooks and the wooden food basket, but the floor isn't going to burn up on me. Alright, here we go. Now, I want my dusters, please. And these dusters I want specifically made out of glorious Thrumbo fur. Takes 80 fabric to make one, and who do I really want to wear dusters? You got that tainted recon armor, which is fine for you. And those synth thread and hyperweave parkas are amazing, so I don't really want to get those. Ali could get one. I'm not really sure I care about Seru that much. Hey, you know what? Thinking about it, the parka and the armors that we have already are really good. Maybe I should not make dusters. How much is it for button-down shirts? 45. Those still give reasonable protection, right? I don't know. Armor, sharp, and heat 7 and 3. Whereas duster is 10 and 5. But maybe that's still pretty good. I'm just saying that with the exceptionally good parkas I have, maybe that's not a good idea. How much for toques, by the way? Toque. There you are. Toques don't give any protection against heat, and I might want a little bit of that. I don't like doing helmets very much. I'm gonna have a quick check on the trouser situation. Plain leather, bear skin, flak. Mega sloth. Yeah, I think I'll go with trousers actually. Might seem like a bit of a waste. But hey, keeping your legs safe is pretty good. And this one does give heat protection. Well, you know what? Make me some awesome pairs of pants. I want Nancy, Trebliard, Pandy, Spurdo, and Ali to have good trousers. Seru's just being a pain, and I want Smuggler dead, so 5 should be fine. Again, only make it out of Thrumbo fur, and that'll use up 200 of them. Oh, specifically, we're only having Colt make these. And then once we have the trousers, maybe I will make the toques. I don't know, maybe do cowboy hats protect you from cold? A little bit. Kinda cool. I don't know, what's the best hat to make for people? Oh, well, I couldn't make a toque anyway, right? Those only use fluffy wools and things. It's the tail caps that do. Nice thing about cowboy hats, though, is they give you that social impact, which is pretty badass. 7.2 and 3. No cold insulation, though. You know what? I actually rather like these hats. So let's make ourselves a bunch of the tail caps. Decent enough armor. Covers the head and the ears, not the eyes and stuff, but that's okay. And decent cold insulation. Yeah, what the heck. Make me 5 tail caps. Again, only Colt is allowed to do this. And only make them out of Thrumbo fur, and that'll protect our legs and our head. As for our torsos, got armor, and we've got some very good skins for our existing whatever the word is, so that should be fine. And Colt, I think I already told you, yeah, doing all that kind of work is your forte, so get to it. I'm in disbelief that I picked up so many depressive individuals. At least eventually we'll stop caring about the organ harvesting that we did. And we've long forgotten about any potential mishaps relating to charity that we've had in the past. Those were very much in the past. It's not unthinkable to at some point connect this up with the little animal area, but I actually suspect the animal area is going to move at some point. Because it would be quite nice to eventually have an outdoor pen, and then I can give them access to hay grass and have them just eat stuff out of the ground, eat the grass. Raiders do not target. Hang on, I just had a thought. Yeah, marshy soil doesn't actually It is pretty good for growing grass on it, right? It's got 100% fertility. Can you put a fence on marshy soil? You can, and it doesn't even need a bridge. Okay, that's interesting. So I could actually fence off marshy soil and use it to house my animals. Not a bad idea, but it does bother me how easy it is for animals to roam away if a bit of it gets blown off. So I'm not really sure I want that kind of ethical treatment of my animals. We're charitable towards people, not animals. Sarah, are you doing alright out there? Ah, she'll get hungry and come in eventually. All this depression and permanent rain? Are we sure this isn't Nancy Drew and the Enigma of Grimsby? It's kind of more fitting for... Ooh, another yak's on the way. It's a bit more fitting for Castle Malloy, I would dare to say. Ugh, another male. I need females here. Females give me milk. Actually, I think the new one that we got was a... Yeah, there we go. It was a female. Sweet. In that case, we're going to be up to 4 females. That's more milk, more pregnancy, more yaks. Upon reaching maturity, males will be slaughtered. And I'll just enjoy their milk and their plain leather. Not milk, their meat and their plain leather. And it's a pretty good amount as well. Additionally, just feeding them disgusting nutrient-based meal is great for me. Panda, are you really getting that heat stroked in there? It's only 35 degrees. Then again, you're only comfortable up to 29, but initial heat stroke is no big deal. And he'll be out of there in the significantly cooler barracks before he knows it. Who would have thought that we've got all this heat in a cold bog? Yeah, it's barely moving because it's not that bad. And as soon as he steps outside and gets a lovely breath of fresh air, 12 degrees out there, just look at that heat stroke melt away. It's good stuff. Yeah, Treblyard is going to have his slate floor sweltering heat or not. Speaking of which, I don't think there's a way to... Wait, what do you mean I don't have enough slate? If there's one thing I've had, it's loads of blocks. I've only got 248 of them. I want it all to be slate. There we go. We'll do that, and what I need are some slatey blocks. Slatey chunks. Great, get them hauled. My crappy temporary colonists can take care of that. If they don't have anything better to do, and when do they honestly have anything better to do, they'll get it done. Why are you cutting that? Yeah, there's this weird thing where trees around a growing zone also get cut. And unfortunately, that means these people that are terrible at plants also do it. Because growing also counts as the task of cutting things which are in the way of it. Maybe I could just turn off cutting. But that seems like a bad idea for a number of reasons, because I don't think they would cut grass that's in the way. Could be wrong. Anyway, even if they're god-awful at plants, they can at least help out with sowing this. That said, I might take the ones that are straight 0 off of it, because they're just so slow. They'd be better off hauling in things. There you go, cat. Go and haul dead ducks and things. Hey, now you're talking my language. War for profit. 2 groups of imps from the Chits have been harassing caravans, and he asks that I kill them. That's a lot of imps. That's 35 imps. Twice. That is a very much large amount of imps. I agree it doesn't seem wise, but maybe we don't need to care if it's wise or not. After all, we do have this quest that can drop some mech clusters nearby. And we get an additional bunch of warriors. So what if we just accept the mech clusters and have these imps deal with them instead? The imps will actually resist their fire pretty well. I like the sound of this, truth be told. Tribespeople will not do any work. Oh right, I need to rescue 4 tribespeople. And house 9 warriors, who I don't particularly care about. At this point, I'm starting to think this should just become a barracks in its own right. But I'm also accepting the fact that I need more beds. Boy, do I need more beds. This is a bad thing to do when we're at the end of our growing season. Because if there's a big fight that destroys all of my plants, that would be pretty terrible. But, yeah, there's a lot of nice bodies, isn't it? And I want that psychic emanator. Well, do I really want it? Yeah, I do kind of want it, and 10 Glitter World meds would be great for emergency and very important procedures. The imps will arrive in 2 days. So probably I take this, and then in 1 day I take this. 6 days of holding 4 tribespeople. But the problem is, this is another... There's more people than I currently have, isn't it? 4 and 9, 13, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11, 12... Oh, okay, It's a big decision. Perhaps we should sleep on it a little bit. It's the old lady that swallowed a fly. I know exactly what you mean. Swallows a fly, then swallows a spider to get the fly. Forget what she swallows to get rid of the spider, but I feel like it was a cat. And then a dog to get rid of the cat, and I forget where it goes from there. But nowhere good. Oh yeah, these things are meant to hold my packaged survival meals as a matter of importance. Because I do plan on having a lot of them, I might as well keep them nicely stored. D-Day is getting to work, good. I like to see them getting pregnant, good and fast. 12th of August, is that going to be a problem for me? My growth period is meant to be for another week, but the temperature is getting quite low. Does foggy rain lower the temperature? I don't think it does. I think it's volcanic winter that lowers the temperature and not much else. Still psychotically wandering, I see Seru. I think you're going to go to bed and chill out now. Yeah, there we go. Still need a lot more wood. I might have to cancel these, just so the wood that I do have gets used for the bedding that I'm going to need. I only have 1 unowned bed. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I might just have to give the warriors some crappy additional just sleepy on floor beds. How long do I have to dawdle on these? I could take this in 4 days and then take this one on the 5th day. I want to get my harvest done first, though. These still don't count as mature, but I think I will still tell them to harvest all of them. It's going to take a while anyway. It did throw me, though, that I was suddenly not getting heal root out of not quite fully grown ones. Hey, Spurdo, could you harvest that 99% one and tell me if you get anything? Okay, you did. Maybe it is percentage based, but I swear I've had an entire field of 67% grown heal root and gotten every single bit of heal root out of them. And yeah, on losing is fun difficulty. You're carrying a single piece of wood, cat. A single piece. these haulers. Ooh, hey, getting some good trousers out of these. Hey Nancy, you want to take off those crummy plain leathers and put on some awesome Thrumbo trousers? Look at that. 47 armor from being shot in the legs. Now that's great. Hey Panda, you can do much the same. I know flak pants are pretty good, but Thrumbo fur pants are better and don't slow you down. Even better is that they can be worn under armor, unlike flak trousers. So to that effect, I'm going to get Triple Yard to wear these. Spurdo's also wearing flak trousers. I guess those plain leather ones are excellent, but they're only half as good. It goes fly, spider, bird, cat, dog, goat, cow, and then who sends in a goat to get a dog or a cow to get a goat? The wiki says for psychite dependency, teetotalers can take the required drug without penalty. However, ideoligions against the drug will apply the -15 used drug moodlet. So you're saying that if I switch his ideology, he's going to stop being such a pain in my bum. That changes things. Then Smuggler won't quite be so useless. It's still a shame that he's a teetotaler, considering that he could be given Wake Up without any downsides. I just never wanted that. I still just would rather he died. Right, just take my mind off of things. Especially if he dies in winter. No one cares about people good at planting outside of winter. Dance Revolution, and I didn't get my speaker stuff back. I might have these two keep the flak pants on and then save the Thrumbo fur trousers for later. Then again, if I don't put them on, that's market value, good market value that I'm wasting. Maybe Smuggler would like to wear some. No, but I want him dead. No, but in the heat of battle, I think I'd rather he were alive enough. You know, I don't want him losing his legs and then being unable to march forward into certain death. That would be poor planning on my part. Time for the conversion ritual, only when Seru stops freaking out. And I'm sure they will eventually. One Smuggler on the roof. Tell you, drink your bleeding psychite tea. Your deficiency is making you terrible. Can't believe I gave this guy an extra lung. Why didn't he just die? So his mood is actually going to go slightly up. He likes the psychite tea, but also quite a lot down because I used a drug that I desperately needed to drink. I hate these. I hate colonists so much. I do want so many of them just dead. Right, if Pandy wakes up, he can finish off doing this flooring, which would be great. Did he put on those good trousers? He did. Actually made him a bit more comfortable in higher temperatures, because Thrumbo fur is great at both kinds of temperature regulation. As I said, Thrumbo fur is the best, except for Hyperweave. Hyperweave's pretty rare. We don't have enough cleaning going on. Rosa, you don't do anything of value, right? How about you become our full-time cleaner instead of hauling things around? Temporary faction members are pretty terrible at hauling anyway, because they can't use their inventories for it. But yeah, this place is getting really grubby because a lot of people go out and walk on dirt and then bring that dirt inside. Makes me wish I had a robot to deal with this. The day I get a dedicated crafter is the day that I turn that person into a Mechanator. And that's gonna cause problems, actually. Don't know what to do with the pollution. At least we can have a nice big party to cheer everyone up, can't we? We can have a light bulb and a loudspeaker, and whoops, there go my components. I will be down to 1 component. I need to buy more components. Hey, Ali, Rosa, one of you, do you think you could... I don't have a lot to trade, which is my problem here, but I do have the silver. Who trades components again? Is it bulk trader? I think bulk traders have components. Bulk traders will probably buy drugs, and it looks like we're bringing in the drugs now. Alright, you know what, let's be ready for this. Let's call in E10, and let's call in Ergo for traders. So E10, I require a trade caravan of bulk goods. And from Ergo, I require your shaman merchant. Bada bing, bada boom. Making that psychite tea out of our psychite, which is fine, but always more to be done. Calm down on the sowing of crops now, because at this point if we sow more we're not going to make it to the next harvest. It'll get too cold, I'm quite sure of that. Yeah, hey, Lady Sarah's up, great. Then probably tonight we'll have the ritual. Where the heck is all my wood? Well, here's the problem, a lot of people are harvesting crops instead of grabbing, cutting down trees. Lovely evening time, it's time for a conversion ritual. I will not involve Pandy. I actually want Pandy to keep on working, considering this is his prime work time. Everyone else can get involved. And yeah, Nancy, see if you can't finish off the conversion of Seru, so she stops being such a pain in my bum. Pandy just building chairs and tables and beds around us, that's fine. Maybe these extra beds aren't that amazing, but I just need them for bulk housing of people. Almost. Almost. It was effective and people did enjoy watching it. But I think we need 1 or 2 more regular conversion attempts on Seru. And then she can finally stop being such a mopey mump. There's no getting over pessimism though, she'll always have that -6, just like Ali will always have that staggering -12. I'm doing a surprisingly good job at keeping Ali happy, but Ali does a lot of indoor stuff. The cooking, the cooking. Okay, she doesn't really do that much then, does she? But still, being indoors is good for keeping people happy, because then they can enjoy the gorgeous environment and such. Up to it, Pandy. And don't get heat strokes, it's lovely and cool in there. Can you directly put a conversion attempt on top of it? Yes, but using the ritual there used up Nancy's ability to convert, and that has a 3-day cooldown. And unfortunately, during those 3 days, Lady Seru's definitely going to build up. Yeah, she's going to build up an additional 6, 7 and a bit, bringing her up to 17, and the next one's going to bring her down to like 2 or 3. It's a pain. You kind of want to keep your people unhappy so they're less likely to be certain in their existing religion. Right, Pandy, finish off that last bit of floor, will you? Because I don't want undignified throne room. It makes our man Trebs a bit less happy. But, you know, like most people, Sleeping with Nancy Drew makes people happy. Oh, hello. 11 man-hunting Manysloths. I am quite certain they would rip apart the imps. Manysloths are so powerful. Hand Talon is one of those things that's actually pretty bad to put in. I think it slows you down. Well, I thought it slowed you down. Maybe I'm thinking of the Power Claw. Anyway, the problem is this just gets added to your pool of attacks, and it can sometimes be used in favor of a less good thing, but I might be wrong about that entirely. Anyway, I would be looking more at either the Eltec Skullcap, or Trebliard, or the Shock Lance. Probably the Shock Lance. And on top of that, Manysloths are just delectable. So I think I will take this, and then I'll take the Manysloths and have them just fight each other. Isn't it good for ranged guys if they're engaged in melee? Yeah, but they can still smack around with their gun. And this shotgun still does 4.5 melee damage per second. Pretty crappy armor penetration, but doesn't Power Claw also have that? On the other hand, Pandy has been frustrated at his lack of bio enhancement. But if I was to give him anything for his hands, I'd like him to get a field hand so he can help out with the plants. And I'd also want him to have a drill arm so he can do plants and mining better. So I don't really want to use up a hand by giving him a Power Claw. I would like to give him something, though. Anyway, I think that's what we'll do. We'll do War for Profit. The imps will arrive in 2 days. Okay, which means tomorrow I want the Manysloths here. I'm gonna have to have everybody hunkered down inside because there's no way to... Ooh, but on the other hand, those Manysloths are gonna trigger my bleeding traps, aren't they? That could backfire pretty badly. How about we take all 3? Right, these imps are coming in 2 days. Give me the honor. Give Trebliard the honor. Bang, we're committed. Solve problems with problems. If they're coming in 2 days, then in the... Let's assume it is going to be 48 hours. That means in 40 hours I want to take the Manysloths. If I lose a lot of traps for this, so be it. At least I get a lot of corpses. Hard to complain about corpses. The need for wood is kind of conflicting with my need for tending to my crops. It's pretty hard to immediately see where all of my planting areas are. Can't believe I didn't use this big area. Not that far away. Pretty great area. Quickly stockpile some wood, I'm working on it. Starve on me, animals. Eat your fill. Even the wee goatee buggers. How much longer do I need you anyway? Oh, quite a while away. Was there something here for numbers, animals to see there? I don't care about their allowed area. It's a bit of a waste of time. Health. Hades? No, I need to be able to see their percentage straight away, not hovering over it. Disease immunity margin? Well, it's not a disease. I don't think that's going to work out so well for me, but it's a little easier to see it from here. So the goats, for example, I can quickly go... Oh, no, it still doesn't show their, show how far along they are. That's a shame. What about medical animals? Yeah, here we go. This shows it a lot better. So since Sniffles is doing a bit bad, I'm going to shift him over to better medicine for now. That's good. I could have sworn there was a problem with this tab, the medical animals tab. I think it doesn't scroll if the list of animals gets too high, and that's its problem. That's what I'll choose to believe, at least. Yeah, we're working on stockpiling the wood. All my plant people are out dealing with the wood whilst we can. Hang on, where are those people that were going to be sent to me for the war for profit? Oh, it was the other one that gave me the people. Safeguarding allies. I'm starting to wonder if I really want this one. The Psychic Emanator is a great thing to put in your main room because it's just +5 happiness to everyone in the room. It eats power, but not a lot, I think. Yeah, 200 watts isn't too bad. The meds are nice. Insanity Lance is also nice. I don't know, it's all good. But maybe mech clusters on top of everything else would be a bad idea. Expires in 1.8 days. Right. Well, let's try and remember to take those Manysloths before I end up drowning in imps. Maybe it's a great... Maybe it is a great idea. Tell you what, if for some reason everything is going terribly wrong, we'll throw down the mechs as well so that we can have a good old free-for-all. Us versus imps versus mechs versus Manysloths. Nice thing is we've largely taken care of the heal route, which takes quite some time to harvest. Excalibur the goat, and we'll see with you. The nice thing about those imps is the corpses. If I can get a huge amount of human corpses, then those corpses are going to be turned into delicious mystery meat meals for trading. Depends how everything comes together. What would suck is if our trading partners came and got torn apart by, well, imps or Manysloths. On reflection, bringing in the trading partners at this point probably wasn't the greatest idea I've ever had. But it was an idea that I had. Let's say fairer than that. Maybe we should brainstorm ideas for your third colony? Well, we got 33 Nancy Drew games. We could make it Salem. Oh, I bemoaned the inability to get rid of this settlement. There is actually, I'll pause the game for this, there's actually a debug command which is... not destroy map. Is it remove? Well, go figure, now I can't remember what it was. Anyway, there is a way to remove it. Oh, now I'm bothered. What was it called? What was it called? Ah, actually it is destroy site, I think. I'm going to save just in case I mess something up by doing this. Don't want to talk about something and not look like I know what I'm doing here, right? There it is, destroy site. So I could click on this and get rid of it. I won't though, because keeping it around is a nice reminder of our failures. And the fact that it's going to be a slight nuisance to us because it means we can't visit any places here because things can't be directly adjacent to other sites. We'll just carry that as our burden for abandoning Castle Malloy. Which is funny because I myself abandoned the game Nancy Drew and the Castle Malloy thingamajigger. I played it as... Why did I play it again? Was it a punishment game? Played it for some reason, I can't remember why. Did you visit it? No, we abandoned it without visiting it. The mechs got thinned down to 13, but that was still too many for us to take on. And then they set fire to all of our stuff. And that kind of ruined any reason to go there. I tabbed into the stream from watching Heldin's Salem and Flames run from the Nansathaw. I love that. Oh, man. Nothing quite like seeing Heldin in pain to make my day better. For God's sake, get over Malvina. Nobody liked her. Alright, sweet, we got the piano. I forget how you make a piano. It's certainly not here. In fact, I can just delete this. I think the piano is made on an electric smithy, but... Ooh, I could use a fueled smithy instead of an electric one. You just fuel it with wood or something, and then... make our piano and call it a day, because I can't imagine many things that I'd want to make on this. Thinking about places to put you. Already blocked so much of my barracks here. There's not a lot of space left to put things. Okay, how about there? That doesn't block too much. There we go. And, well, damn, we've made all those tail caps as well. Why are we not wearing them? How good are you? You're pretty good. Certainly better than wearing these bowler hats, right? 1.3 and 5.3 versus 18.7. Well, damn, we are not going to be cold wearing these things. Dump, dump, dump. Sarah, you don't get one, you're not that great. But Nancy, you can have one. Trebliard, you go and have one. Pandy, I know you're sleeping, but you go and wear one as well. Spurdo's kind of busy. Ali, I'll get you one. Better than plain leather by a country mile. And on top of that, the Thrumbo ones have extra hit points. 160 maximum as opposed to 104. And because the degradation of clothes is at a set rate, it just means that the higher the hit points, the longer they're going to last to wear and tear. There is no way to repair clothing items without mods, and I don't use repair or smelt down clothes mods because that goes well beyond quality of life. Changes too much mechanically. It means if you get a legendary piece of clothes, then you're gonna maintain it forever. Which I suppose you could say is already the case with weapons, but I don't care. Bowler hat gives social impact as well, by the way. To my surprise, most social impact from the hood is also in the base game summit. Really? Show me that bowler hat again. There it is. Ooh. Yeah, that might actually be pretty good for Nancy since she does all that stuff. Alright, in that case, we are going to make a fancy bowler hat for Nancy. Just one, Colt can make it, and as usual, use our Thrumbo fur. And I guess you don't get a chair for that. Well, there you go. Why not make her a hood if that's better? It is better. But does it look very Nancy-like? I don't think it does. I think the bowler hat seems more Nancy-esque. The cowboy hat maybe even more Nancy-esque if we're thinking about the Shadow at something ranch. Stallion at Shadow Ranch? Shadow at Stallion Ranch? One or the other. Anyway, the ranching game that scores very highly because it's largely played by its target audience. Terrible game. Okay, remind me where we are on bringing in those Manysloths? It's War for Profit 9 hours ago, okay. 9 hours ago? Yeah, we did it at the 5th hour of today. So when do we bring in the Manysloths? If we want to bring in the Manysloths 40 hours in, then that's kind of doing it at midnight on, not tomorrow, but the next day. Guess that makes sense. Spurdo, are you? Yeah, Spurdo's busy. 21st hour on the 14th of August. Jugust, of course, but yes. Duly noted. Well, never mind that. We got other problems. Holy Christ! 54 humans? That's a number. That's a big number. And very so. Oh! In amongst them is Sia. Funny, I didn't get a custom alert on that, but maybe I didn't give it any time yet. Yeah, I can tell these guys to wait. They arrive too early now. They're attacking immediately. I don't like wimps. And you've got a lot of things that you can't do, so you're not exactly someone I'm keen on. But hey, if we can kill Sia, you can finally check someone off on your lists. However, Jesus, that's a lot of them. Maybe I should bring in the mechs and have them deal with it. I believe your alert is borked currently. Looks like it's on, but how do we check it? Person, if the ideology is my ideology, and they are... Oh, maybe it's not... Oh, it's not person. I want it to be... What is it meant to be? Should be not player faction, yeah. Where is that one in? Is it personal details? Faction. There we go. Ah, now we've got chatter on site. Hey, it works. Sweet. If I just close that, will it keep the changes? Bang. Now we have chatter on site. Sweet. Okay, now it works. Brilliant. That's what I get for not proofreading. Okay, they're also attacking from the side which is probably my least well defended. Basically not good. I don't know how quickly the mechs would spawn or if they'd even arrive in the right place. But I could always give it a go. But I really don't want to have all these people thrown in right now. Trying to think what to do here. That is a lot of people. Although I was saying, boy, it would be nice if they sent me lots of people. I'm pretty sure my vast amount of traps could force them into a rout, but every trap that snaps is 45 wood spent, and I've already done a lot of deforestation. Well, I'll need to do even more, it seems. There is, of course, Treblyard's ability to call an aerodrome strike on them. Yeah, it's DDR Sia is what you're looking for. That was an oversight on my part. I gave them the file names that they sent me. The file names didn't always match up with the names. Okay, Jesus, right, this is scary. They're all using melee, which is kind of good. But there are a lot of Neanderthals there, which is kind of bad. Because Neanderthals, they are robust, so they take less damage. And they have reduced pain, so it's going to take a lot to bring them down. They're going to chew through my traps. Sia's on my list. Kill her! Ain't that something? I'm concerned. What do I do? Managed to call down the aerodrome strike. Starts its cooldown. Holding on to it, not using it's always going to be a bit of a waste, isn't it? If these guys weren't attacking immediately, at least I could call in the... Alright, to hell with it. Right. We gotta survive this regardless. Don't have any rocket launchers to throw at them either, which is a bit of a pain. Who has the Insanity Lance? If we Insanity Lance them, they might actually stop where they are for a bit to deal with their Insanitied individual. And that gives me an opening. It's a bit of an opening. Also, if they have to cross this swampy stuff, movement speed is 48% on these. And aren't Neanderthals kind of lumbering individuals? Yeah, kind of. Alright, well we need people over here. Is there any other stuff that I could... Oh, there is also the wildlife pulsar. That comes with its own problems though. There's not a lot of extremely powerful wildlife here, so forget that. Alright, well, needs must. And we must need. I feel conflicted, but I'm on my own card too. That's quite funny. God, Trebillard, get over here faster. A lot faster. Preferably right as they cross the mud. Now, who's got the Insanity Lance? Judging by this, they'll probably go around rather than through. And they have already split up. It's the Shock Lance. I need the Insanity Lance. Who the heck's got the Insanity Lance? It's the Shock. Smuggler's got the Insanity Lance and he's still trundling over here very slowly. I don't like these guys getting too close, but these guys faffing around themselves might help me out a bit. Really? They're so close you're already shooting someone? What the heck are you shooting at? Well, God knows. Maybe I shouldn't have brought in these unarmed people. Especially Cat, because they're a Hussar, and they don't have a weapon. Ah, it's Spurdo. That makes sense. Anyway, get your shots and pull back. These guys are going to eat trapped sandwich. These folks over here. Smuggler. Make them insane. Trebillard. Give them the aerodroning. Now, hopefully this doesn't miss, but it can miss pretty badly. And then we are taking a step back over here. What, not a great hit, but did injure quite a lot of them. Trebillard feels good about it. Did you actually kill someone? I killed someone, what a rush. Yeah, we took out Mole. The question is Sia. Sia's looking still pretty alive. You know, Cat, you should really have a weapon. Do we not have, like... Hey, you know what, if nothing else, go and grab a piece of wood. Major break risk on Smuggler. Well, I do want you dead, don't I? Well, they are pulverizing their way through here. Hey, useless people, as well as slightly less useful people. Perhaps we should get fronting. Or we could all pull back a bit and make them eat more traps. Yeah, no point taking unnecessary losses over here. Get back. Although if any of them are sprinting towards me whilst high on something or other, that could be a problem. Now that's why I got the traps. Get over here. Bye-bye, my traps. How I will miss you. Alright, melee up front. Maybe at the back side of all of this mud. Have them pay for every step they take. Wait, what? Are they trying to break in? Oh, they're trying to break my stuff! Don't break my stuff! Come fight me, you idiots! Oh, okay, I don't like that. Oh, I see, they tried to start a fire as well. Well, there's rain going on out there, so they won't have good luck with that. Oh, man. Oh, man. Shoot him dead. Especially if it's Sia. Oh, I don't think Sia's getting back up from this. Kill him. Oh god, there's still quite a few of them coming. I don't really want to engage these guys in close up. For obvious reasons, they're better than I am at that. Pull back. Freaking Neanderthals. I mean, they're still gonna die. They're gonna bleed out like anything else. Lord Saru feels in a bit of pain here, Treblyard. Would you mind helping out on that front? In fact, burden the two of these, because they're clearly the faster ones. Gunners line up. I think this is going to be where we have to do our fighting. The meat shields get meaty. Shields are a little out there. Oh, I love seeing those shotguns roll. Right, go and murk that lad. Yeah, get the hell out of here. Oh, did Rosa just get... No, you only got stabbed. I thought you got shot. Pretty close to killing you there. Yeah, get the hell out of here. I don't want to engage in melee at this point, because if you melee them as they run away, they hit back. Oh, crikey. You're not going to like that. Treblyard, 10 Rosa right here. No medicine, though. They don't deserve it. Now that came at a cost. 77 times 45 wood consumed. It's going to take quite a bit to get those back. But anyway, no quarter for the cave people. You people get back to work. How are you feeling, Saru? Oh, you're fine. And, no, not Kangaroo, I don't care about you. Ah, you're doing fine. Right. That was indeed quite a lot of wood. Fortunately, there is a lot of wood available, but we need to go out and get it cut down. And bear in mind, it is still my harvest season. So, another thing is I want to drag those bodies into my freezer. I'm not really sure I'm going to be looking around to have any of these people on my side, though. As in, capture for conversion purposes, because I'm a little busy right now. That said, if there was someone amazing, I could consider it. I'm not considering Sia, even if you are my religion. Oh! I might hate Wimp, but if I gave you a... Ooh. Could do with an artisan crafter. Yeah, fast learner, body modder, good crafting. You could become my artisan crafter. Just implant a pain stopper. That's an idea, isn't it? You could be my mech individual, Sia. But the lack of cleaning and firefighting and plant work kind of makes you hard to make use of day to day. Guess there's always hauling to be done. Maybe I should try for you. How resistant are you? Is there a way to see how resistant they are to being converted? I forget what it's even called, what I'd be looking for on that one. Anyway, you have no permanent injuries. I might actually take you for a good crafter. Yeah, the already my ideology is quite tempting. You know what, Sia? Welcome aboard. I'm gonna try and get you. You know, once I've done gunning these people down. Colt, capture Sia. Wow, you're not wearing good clothes. And of our friends out there, I don't think anyone's wearing anything or holding anything that thrills me, so we'll leave that be. Oh yeah, you can happily cross Sia off of your list. Just like I can happily keep gunning down these primitives. No, Brexio is not Brelix, much as we wish it were. Alright, you've had your fun. Now, Spurdo. Are they gonna make it out of here? I don't think they will, but I don't want them collapsing too far away from our base. I want their goodies. I appreciate your effort there, but take out Bodo. Ah, you tried. They can live to fight another day. Okay, see ya. See ya. Wow, you got pretty low resistance. Recruiting you shouldn't take too long. Everyone's getting a well-earned load of delicious, nutritious paste. It's neither of those things. And Trebliard went to bed instead of seeing to Sia. I actually do want Sia somewhat taken care of with medicine, so please tend to them. Didn't the professor puzzle out that Wimps, High, and Gojus are quite terrifying in combat? I believe he did puzzle that out. The question is, would I really want to pump you full of Gojus? A Gojus addiction is an expensive and dangerous thing. Wow, that was an unexpected attack. I'm going to disallow these for now because I'm so incredibly short on wood. And on top of that, I also lost my wood holdy things in here. And my steel holdy thing. Kind of a shame that they went out of their way to blow those up. Copy that setting over to these two. And copy that setting over to this. Oh man, they also took out 2 more of them here. I mean, hey, it's better they destroy these than actually valuable things, but one of these costs 65 wood, and as you might see, I'm not drowning in wood now. It's okay, we'll get drowning in wood. Kinda glad I didn't resort to taking the mech thing, but I'm kinda glad that we were able to deal with 50 odd of those guys. And on top of that, looks like a fair number of bodies that we can shove in the fridge. I will be destroying them. Yeah, there's another thing. The Manysloths won't eat up my traps. War for Profit was 16 hours ago. You know, what if this arrives sooner than expected? Now I don't have my traps to deal with them. Also, I need to stay inside quite a lot. It's a bit of a shame that the things went off, but I wonder if it's because they attacked them. Because those things cost me components, and as you might notice, I don't have components. All the more reason to keep the rain, by the way. People have asked me, why are you keeping the rain? It helps me a lot more than it hinders me, in my opinion. Sure, it slows me down when I go and do work outside of the base, but it also slows enemies down as they come towards me. And it means I don't really have to worry about fire. Also, Smuggler is in a tantrum because they used that drug. What are they going to do on their tantrum? He's going to destroy the geothermal generator. Don't do that. Do not do that. I need that geothermal generator. I mean, this is my opportunity to just shoot you dead. Yeah, the traders arriving could well be a problem. They might die horribly, and I do want their stuff. But they might arrive afterwards. Traders have a way of taking a bit too long. No, we need this generator. It's all of our power. I might just have to shoot Smuggler down. Fortunately, that Psychite... Well, it's their dependency, isn't it? Shoot him down, or should I just clobber him with the temporaries? Hey, actually, Cat, with your block of wood, you could, like, smack him down, couldn't you? I mean, you're not that great for many things, but if you just pick up that piece of wood and club Smuggler till he goes down, that would be handy. What about the Manysloths? Not yet, not yet. I want to grab those in about 24 hours, I think. 24? Yeah, about 24. What's Rosa still doing out there? Come on. I know you're missing a leg, but... Geez, pretty rough. Bisected the left leg. Oh, you're only 15, it wasn't a fully developed leg. That's why it came off so easily. Aha. Awesome, man, that's a lot of human corpses. Let's make sure they're all allowed and can be brought over to the meat hook. Does the arrest option work? He'd just get angry again. He needs to go into catharsis or preferably die. God, I hate Smuggler. But yeah, I can't afford to have him destroy this. I don't have the components to rebuild it or any other source of power. Actually, you've got a 100% chance to arrest them. Why don't I just set up a prison? Going to be an undignified throne room for a bit, but why don't I just say that's for prisoners? And then you just go and arrest Smuggler for doing such a so-and-so. Cat. There we go. I mean, Smuggler's going to be even less happy because he was arrested, but shouldn't have been doing this, should he? Since Smuggler is guilty, just kill him. Tempting, isn't it? Get in there and shut up for a moment. So now he's going to be even less happy. Okay, E10 actually came... Wait, I didn't order exotic goods, I ordered a bulk trader, so this is a random bunch. Power Claw, Gold, Coagulator, Components, I need those, I want those. Flat Screen Telly, Wall Raise, Shock Lance, I want that. Hey, there's a spare lung for our prisoner. Whoa, Rosa, you are not happy, are you? Got a lot of not happy people around here. See, if you were in my ideoligion, you wouldn't mind that serious pain. How do you feel about taking drugs? Might have you grab a beer in the morning or something to that effect. Yeah, the door to geothermal is open. It'll be closed once that chain shotgun gets brought back in. But people are a bit busy right now. There are a lot of bodies to haul and a lot of trees to chop. There's lots of work to do. Always is. Organ harvested. Sweaty. It's only 32 degrees in there. You don't like your ratty apparel. There's a lot of things you do not like, Smuggler. So hard to keep you happy. How about we just release him for now? See if he doesn't go on a bender again. Or he'll probably just be less happy because he was arrested, right? Was imprisoned. Like a caged animal. That sounds like you. Now just sleep it all off. Constant rain really reminds me of Glasgow. As for the violence and the drug taking, come to think of it. Poor Glasgow. Does it really deserve this? Whoa, whoa, actually. We have some other chatters on site from here. We got Martin Kimi, but there's also Yuan Shao. God, I'd love to have Yuan Shao. Yeah, they don't get bingo card triggered unless we kill or, well, unless they die or get captured. So that's called murder bingo. Winter temperatures aren't so bad. You guys might hang around long enough to say hello to the imps. And then Yuan Shao might die. The bingo card's in the title there, Decoy. But if you're wondering who's appeared, not a lot. Close enough, Nancy, if you would be so kind as to check what we can trade. Damn you, smuggler, you're such a pain in my butt. Hungry pen animals, right? Well, if they're so hungry I could feed them. I could deign to feed them. Need research project, fair enough. It moans about that even if you've researched everything, which is pain as well. None of this I actually really want or need right now. Yeah, really none of it. Not unthinkable to research royal apparel because the prestige robe is the biggest increase to value you can do out of textiles. So I might actually research my way down to that. Alright. Loving that 20% boost to wealth for purposes of this. I could sell the goats that I was given. They want to sell me donkeys, but I'm not interested. I'll get rid of my packaged meals happily. I want your components, every last one of them, because I'm out. I think I'll get rid of my Lucy. I have very little interest in playing with the Devil's Red bargain at this point. I already have 2 psychic pulsars. Alright, the gene packs were removed from the quest pool, but not from what traders can bring me. Lung, power claw, coagulator. Now the coagulator is tempting to shove into Pandy, because again he's a body modder. That Thrumbahorn is a great weapon, I'm going to hold on to it. I want your shock lance, I love shock lances. And I have the silver to cover the fee, so yeah, I'm buying components and a shock lance. Bang. Thanks, Nance. Where are they? Please haul them, because I don't want those out in the rain for potential problems. I don't think the clothes you wear impacts prices that you can get. I'm pretty sure that would be easy to check. So why don't we check it? Huh, all of our enemies out there died. They certainly took a lot of bleeding. Makes sense, they don't go down quickly because they're Neanderthals. So, actually, Nancy, could you, like, haul all this wood away as well? It's kind of looking a bit fugly out there. So other people drag the bodies. There we go, that's a bit better. And other people are doing other hauling, that's fine. So, numbers, Nancy. Trade price improvement, 19.5%, and if she... Oh, she's not even wearing that fancy hat. Because it's not made. But there was the other hat, wasn't there? Yeah, there's a bowler hat. Force wear that one just to check. So there's her increased price, and it makes no difference. Which I suppose is good. Zit. Okay, well Zit is outside and will be put out by the rain, but why risk anything? Oh, Queenie doesn't do firefighting, does she? Add you to my long list of useless people. Cat, do you do firefight? Why none of these people want to firefight? Rosa's only got 1 leg, so forget you doing that. Allie'll take care of it. Oh, poor fire. Check out what Sia doesn't do. Yeah, it doesn't do firefighting. Well, you're trying to convert Seru, and we're almost there, but I need one little bit more. Another push. Also, let's get rid of that. It's undignifying the throne room. The sharp Manysloths. I gotta time this, or else I'm in deep trouble. If anything, it's better to get the Manysloths earlier than later. 24 hours ago, and they should arrive in 2 days, so I should start this in about 16 hours. But you know, is there any leeway on that? Oh, crikey, it's throwing things at me now. And I have to take this because it's charitable. The garbage crew are coming now. Like we didn't have enough problems. Justinian, a civilian, and 2 troopers must be rescued. You know, the odds of me keeping you guys alive are pretty slim. Why does Seru need medical treatment? Oh, it's just a bruise, come on. That's going to go away on its own. Saying that it's needed is a bit far-fetched. The problem with that forced landing is that could come along with the Manysloths as well. And then I'd be out with the Manysloths, and that's not very good. Oh, for sake, why are you letting your Manysloths in? Why are you letting your Muffalos in my home? At least one thing that temporary faction members are good at are hauling bodies in chunks, because those you can only haul one at a time anyway. So it's no big deal that they don't use their inventories for it. And this certainly gives me the bodies I want for my my wealth building and my ally gaining. Oh, I should probably give these guys a gift, because I'm not very friendly with E10 right now. But what could I really give them? They're not going to be interested in a lot of my stuff. I could try, I guess, but I can't think what I could give them. Well, that's okay. I can always just force send them a gift. But right now I just want to see what my options are. Oh yeah, there's very little that they're interested in. Gift them the freaking goats. Yeah, not happening. What a shame. Yeah, this will be done before the Manysloth anyway, you're right about that. Troubling thing is the garbage crew might send a huge amount and it would be a pitched battle. And I'm not very keen on that for a lot of reasons. Smuggler, you're gonna snap, right? So why don't you just do some recreation right now? Also, you should probably grab your shotgun again. Because, you know, we've got some fights coming in. Once you're done watching the telly, equip your shotgun. Colt, did you ever make that hat for Nancy? If you did, I'm having trouble seeing it. Ah, there we go. Oh, it's excellent as well. Right, Nance, go and force wear that. Oh, a little worried. It's a lot of threats coming at once, and my people are busy, and I'm low on wood, and my traps are half gone. It's funny what 50 people rampaging at you can do. On the plus side, if I can see through all of this, it'll be a lot better. As long as I get my harvest brought in, a blight would be pretty damn terrible. At least the foggy rain prevents fire from brutalizing our crops. Just thinking, what do I do? I need to do that emergency landing. And the attack is usually a few hours after they arrive. Maybe I should just get it done now in case it draws you guys in. Question is what I want for it, and the answer is probably honor. Yeah, when you come then. Surprised I don't have the Ascension for you available now. You're a knight with 8, but I think you need 10 for Praetor, yeah. I'm not at that point just yet. Okay, don't land on my crops, please. Oh, Jesus, they're miles away? I'm not gonna be able to save that. Not without calling down another airdrome strike. And that would cost me 6 honor, which is less than I get out of this. Oh geez, that is not good. Not good at all. And they're just gonna sit out there and take it. My smuggler even knows how to play chess. No, the raid always comes closest to them, so the raid is 100% coming from here, no doubt about it. And their job is to kill these guys. Going out and fighting a pitched battle with them is not ideal. I could, I suppose, set up a couple of IEDs over here, blow them up as they come in. But I think the closest I can put my improvised explosive device is here. It's not unthinkable though, if I just go, say, bang, 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 that should blow up the majority of them. It's at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This one needs a bridge on it, so forget that. It's gonna suck if these guys charge into it though, which they may do. I've had that happen before, blowing up my allies. Wouldn't be impressed. Might be a way to take them out before they come and cause me grief. I suppose I could do it, but I need some people to haul that stuff over and someone else to... Alright, I have an idea. Right, Pandy, you can do it all, surely. How heavy are these things? That's 15 kilos of shells. Go and pick them all up. I know you're not going to be happy. This is meant to be your fun time, and it's about to be daytime when you hate to work, but... Pick up all those shells and bring them right down here. And get those things built, please. Wow, I used a drug and I saw a corpse. I hate these. I hate my colonists. I hate them so much. At this rate, I'm going to need more spaces for my my corpse pile. Because we're about to have a lot of people come in. These don't need to be quality built. I might want more well-armed people down here to help out in case these aren't quite enough. Maybe Cat can join in. Hey Cat, don't I have a spare gun for you? Yeah, why don't you grab this SMG and help out? And... I hate to say it, but I need you folks over here as well. Smuggler already used his Insanity Lance, so that's out of the question. Oh boy. This is kind of stressful. Too many things going on at once. I suppose I'm digging my own grave here, right? I took these missions, but that raid that we just got was not part of any of that. And of course, this bleeding down shuttle had to be millions of millions of miles away from what I wanted to do. Missing the explosive. That's because you're holding them, you numbnut. Work, 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 and don't get caught in the blast. Okay. How long do these take to make? Wait, isn't this like right in the range of that thing? No, it's not. More work than I'd like. And he could regret this. He's not the only one. At least Treebeard can cast Burden. You mean missing the... They're right there! They're right there! Oh, I bet someone else is trying to do it. Right, there you go. Someone else was trying to haul these, so they took priority on them. Work on it, work on it, work on it. And then I want these things moved elsewhere, probably back a bit. That way the explosion will trigger them and go bang, bang. Not a bad idea, but I'm using all of my own personal... what am I trying to say? My own personal defense IEDs just for these guys. But it gets me honor, and honor is good. How's the colony? We're being pushed pretty quickly here, and not in a good way. Gonna suck if Pandy gets caught in the crossfire here. He easily could. Minor break risk. Smuggler as usual. Wait, why is he working? Maybe because he's maxed out on happy fun times. Francie, you stay back a bit. These trees probably don't offer us the best of cover, but it's what we've got. Alright, is that done? Good, now let's hope I know what I'm doing. I want you to pick up one explosive shell and put it there. Is that on the right spot? Looks pretty right to me. Pick up the other explosive shell. Where's my other ID? I put one there. And then, just in case they end up miraculously coming over from this side, maybe you should put one right here. And get back and make sure that is also disallowed. See if I can solve my problems before they even arrive. Well, I was partly right. They were a little off, though. Fewer of them than I thought. No chatters amongst them. Actually, these guys I could probably take out with gunfire alone, which is rather nice. 13 of them. They're using the toxic stuff, which I hate. I suppose it's better than being shot, but if you end up in it for too long, that's nasty. And they got one tox pack, okay. Pandy, get the heck back out of there. Oh boy. Oh boy, he's immediately aiming for Pandy. Let's hope that rain stops him from getting a good shot in. They're enjoying some drugs, despite them obviously being bad, okay. Spurdo immediately on point, though. Loving it. That explosion won't take out the gunners. The gunners are unfortunately able to hit from there. I might actually move back a bit, that being the case. Try and invite them in a bit more to the glorious range of our IEDs. Move forward, you... Wow! Cat's heavy SMG bullet narrowly missed Ginger, but obliterated Caproc's brain. Well, you ain't getting back up. Now kindly hit my traps. Yep. Almost as if thinking ahead is paying off already. Now get back, Panda. You don't deserve any of this. Any more for any more, you useless, useless raiders. Yeah, get the hell out of here. Careful thinking, forward planning. That is why I sleep in the arms of a beautiful woman. And you spend your nights alone in your bedsit, watching cheap porn. It's a line from Spaced. Very good British TV show. Okay, it'll cost us a fair bit of time, but honestly, given what we get out of that, Pretty great. I don't think I'll bother with the bodies here. Mediocre things on them, although Go Juice is certainly welcome. Full-on flak pants. I actually want that. But we've got a waster and a base liner. Neurotic, fast learner. The slowpoke is a shame, but that's not big on the move speed. Either way, I don't want you. Hate wasters. I'll do now, I suppose. Cat, get back to work. Actually, before you do, I got all this wood that you could haul. Actually, you're crap at hauling, aren't you? See what you can do regardless. Sadly, I think these things have to be dragged one at a time. I don't know if you can take these into your inventory. Actually, maybe you can. Why don't I strip you and then haul what I can? Yeah, looks like you can haul multiple. Excellent. Gonna leave the Toxi Bomb launchers. They don't do me much good. You got this, Pandy. Yeah, Slowpoke is not aided by being in the rain either now, is it? If you wouldn't mind hauling this stuff as well, please. Good. Very good. I don't care about that little meal. And because none of these guys are injured, they will all go into the additional shuttle of their own volition, and that's not something that I need to worry about. That was really good. Really, really good. Although it's funny that I get, what was it, 11 or 13 garbage crew? And just previous to that, we got 50 tribal, well, Neanderthals. The game is probably still set to considering tribals as cheap enemies, as in they don't cost a lot of points for the storyteller to throw at you. But of course, now that they're Neanderthals, that's not really the case, is it? Neanderthals are hardcore. Rosa, how much longer are you going to be here for? Okay, not enough time for me to justify giving you a new leg up in life. You're gonna squeeze out a bunch of meals here, so that they can be brought over to the animals. Allie, those animals of mine are hungry. Neanderthal raids are more expensive for the storyteller, but that's terrifying given that we just got faced by 50 of them, and that's what Randy thinks is appropriate right now. If I had another one of those, I wouldn't have the traps for it, and I wouldn't have the additional call down aerodrome strike for them. Scary. Very scary. And my wealth is about to skyrocket from drugs, although I do intend to sell/gift those drugs away. Is it time for the Manysloths yet? .4 days. When did we say we'd be doing this? Was it like the 20th hour of this day? Probably there or thereabouts, but I'd rather have the Manysloths a little early, so I think I will go 20 rather than 21. Didn't get injured either. It's the injuries that can really pile up. Someone takes an injury, they're not very good for a few days, and then... Hey, good. Nice thing about these people not being injured is they can get in themselves, otherwise you have to drag them. When it was done so far away from the base, that would be extra bad. But right now, not my problem. Bye-bye! Now, I could have these Praetor ceremonial people die horribly in the upcoming fighting. Depends where they land, I suppose. But it might not be a bad idea to keep them around just in case the fight goes really badly. Does anyone know how long they hang around and wait for the ceremony? Jake, I might have found a solution to the pawn spawning problem. Set the custom ones to already seen. I don't know what you mean by already seen. Is that something in the save file, or in the game, or what? Yeah, all my little sniffly goats are doing fine. I don't need to keep giving them awesome medical care. And we are looking good on Psychite Tea, so I can re-enable Make and Flake. It's in the save file. Oh god, that sounds like a lot of manual work, but sure. Here's I shall look into that then. Oh man. It's about to get busy in here. Really, really busy. Okay, I want these guys over here and traded with ASAP, and then we are going. We are going inside and never setting foot outside for as long as we can. As long as we can avoid it, at least. Three groups of traders, the Manysloths are going to have a feast. Yeah. The problem with the Manysloths is they're not going to eat the... Oh, who do we have? We got Kimi, but now we have Bane Williams. Well, he's a gourmand, and I will never take a gourmand on my team. I don't care if he's got 20 and everything. I hate gourmand pawns. He won't do plant work, even... Think about where your food comes from. Body Purist is another bad thing. You get no bonus for having a pure body. All you have are downsides for having body modifications. It's not Jake's Bane. Or is it? I should check that, actually. Is Bane Williams Jake's Bane? Oh, now you got me wondering. This is my laziness coming to bite me. Look at... Alright, hold on. Compare carefully these things. Jake's Bane.pcc. No, his name is actually Jake's Bane, so no. Bane Williams is not Jake's Bane. Bane Williams is probably just normal Bane. Right, so on the 20th hour, we're going to invite the Manysloths in, and I will probably also invite in our... Oh crap, can we actually bring them in? Yeah, we can, sweet. We're going to invite these guys in. Hopefully I can just sit on them. The point of the Broken Empire is emergency backup if everything goes wrong. And it could go wrong. Could you send me the save file after the stream so I can check and see if it works? I'll send you it right now. Sassy Detectives. We are now on stream 05. And. I already have my save thing here. 7-zip. Add to archive. Bang. And Acronymus. And there you go. It's all yours. Manysloths are hardcore. Somebody earlier was talking about how one Manysloth killed, what was it, 11 people? Because they had 3 people and they were attacked by 8 raiders, so they annoyed a Manysloth, and the Manysloth, what was it said? They killed 11 people and went to sleep. I enjoyed that a lot. Right, I want these guys over here so I can actually trade with them, but man, this is going to probably be a bloodbath, and I'm going to be very grateful for the rain, because there's a good chance fire is going to be involved, and I don't want that fire to involve me too hard. So, okay. Sharp Manysloths in 8 hours. What do I even want for this? I mean, the Manysloths themselves are pretty much the prize, but I love lances, so taking the shock lance is tempting. The skull cap is also tempting for Treblyard, so he can do more casting. The talon and the gold are a lot less tempting. You can never have too many shock lances. Yeah, taking the shock lance. But let's also take our Praetor ceremony. There we go. And these guys, like I said, they're arriving as backup. I'm just going to hold on to them. And it'll be science, right? If they say, oh, you're taking too long, we're leaving, then I'll just, well, too bad, I lose it. I doubt they'll go hostile over that. Is that the same guy as before, Nosmoin? Yeah, I think so. If he dies, a new one comes, and these guys have a reasonable chance of having nice, nice bits and bobs on them. Also, if he goes down, Eltec staff, excellent for Treblyard. It'd be delicious. Truly delicious. Now, Nancy's going to trade, and we're going to sleep, and I'm going to make everybody just stay inside, because this is going to get very dangerous. Would it be worth it to build a wee wall near the wood storage, so you can access the animals when hiding inside? I would like to rejig this, but I see this as a very temporary setup, so I'm not going to go to great lengths. And the reason I don't want to wall here, to door here, well, I suppose walling here would make a lot more sense than anything else. I mean, my wood out there gets kept safer as well. There. Andy, you know what to do. But yeah, that makes good sense. I do... Hey, we can have a wee celebration. I think we'll do that as well. Alright, Nancy, first things first. There's trading to be done. Exotic trader from E10? No, we already traded with them. Google and Squint, though. Let's trade with them. I do not have a lot of drugs to sell, unfortunately. What do they have for me? Well, I want their components. Wait, they don't have components? Ah, this is the Shaman merchant. I invite shamans so that I can get shock lances and pulsars. Of course, getting those two is very expensive, so what can I give them? Oh, I've got a lot of beer. I can sell 100 beer quite happily, because I know I'm going to have more beer soon. Beer doesn't sell for a lot, but I do want this stuff. I like to keep that wake up just in case, get rid of the flake. The smoke leaves don't actually sell for that much. I keep some of those just to manage mood more than anything else. I might not sell them at all. That's still not great, but I really want the pulsar and the shock lance. That's the whole reason I bring these guys over. Alright. Wait, why did it say Nancy Palmer? Why is her name Nancy Palmer, not Nancy Drew? Oh, because I got married! I want to vomit. Oh man. We got any ways to change that? I really want to change that to Nancy Drew. And Treblyard Drew. Alright, in case I mess it up. I can't see the hit there. Yeah, I didn't think about that in ideology. I usually just leave it to random. Ugh. Alright, well if anyone knows what the action is, then I'd go for it. I can always go into the name and the game and change it, but that's disgusting. Right, cow, muffalo, not very interested. Chocolate's nice, but better for selling. At least they'll take bulk things, but I'm here for their components. Every last one of them if I can. I have a lot of cloth. Honestly, I could just sell cloth, but... yeah, because that's kind of too much cloth. But it might be better to process that cloth rather than just sell it straight. It's nice to have cloth, if nothing else. Then again, I've got a lot of clothes now, don't I? I'm starting to wish I'd stripped everyone just to sell their clothes, but still. I can get some of it. I can get rid of some of this stuff. Might as well. I mean, people are coming. I can tear their clothes off of them. I like that smoke pot hat, so I'm keeping it. Yeah, these Thrumbo for clothes, they sell for good dosh. Say goodbye to the old bowler hat. Old nasty clothes. Especially the crappy pigskin ones. I mean, if I need more clothes, it's easy enough to get more clothes. I don't have barrels to sell, sadly. I'm not selling any of this stuff. I have a lot of steel. I'm not going to sell that, because steel is very useful. I could just afford to pay for these components, it's no big deal. I'm getting rid of the scrags of my muffalo meat, and probably my duck meat as well. That's just getting in my way. Alright, that's not the worst thing. Those components are something that I can put to good use. Although it's kind of tempting to sell those Thrumbo fur pants, but Thrumbo fur is rare enough to come by. I should use those as pretty much better flak pants. Alright, good enough. Nance, while you're out there, wherever that stuff is, could we haul it? Is such a thing even possible? The first trade caravan is leaving, and that's fine by me. And he's getting that wall made, and at least this time he won't wall himself in. He's done a good job at doing that recently. I should get a redundancy line in here in case some, I don't know, lightning strikes here and eliminates this. Ideally I'll mine this out better and then I can fire it through here. But yeah, having one little bit that all of my power can be destroyed on, not great. Kind of tempting to fully wall in my moisture pump as well. But yeah, it's getting there. Takes a year, but it will get all this done, and now that I have the extra components, I am going to be sorely tempted to expand my drying operation, because I would like to clear this out so that I can expand my base in this general direction. There's something to be said for this as well, but I don't know what there is to be said for it. So, Manysloths in 3 hours, Raiders in hopefully a few hours. Did I say 3 hours? Yeah, no, 5 hours. But once any of them arrive, we're just stepping inside. It could be that the enemy drop pod's on me, though. That would be terrifying. I wonder if we're at the wealth level where drop podding can just straight up happen. Oh, I forgot. I need to copy that setting over to these. The tainted clothes are going to be a problem, but it's not going to be too hard just to throw them into this water and have nature reclaim them. In order to change Nancy's name, you must enable God mode, not just debug. The face symbol in top bar. I know God mode. Alright, yeah, seeing Nancy Palmer is disgusting, so let's fix that. A lot more development moding than I was expecting to do with this whole run, but it's harmless. Yeah, there we go. You're all Drew crew around here. Your housemate, private detective. Great. God mode off, and development mode off. And just in case that somehow messes something up horribly. Yeah, so that's the problem, Acro. George Fane actually despawned, even though she's probably not meant to despawn. She appeared as a trader and then poof, away she went. I think something is overly aggressively pulling out names, but that's something I will have to look into and fix. Probably when I take a few days of not playing RimWorld, because I've played RimWorld every day this week. Well, since I got back to it on Wednesday. It's probably not good for me. Oh god, you're geriatric, aren't you? You also have needs for food. Like I said, I'm keeping you guys as backup. If you get cheesed off and run away, then so be it. Does anyone know what the consequences for that are? Ooh, I don't think I want to plant more psychoid. Please don't do that, Pandy. Just haul what there is there. Also, ambrosia? Wow, was there any other cool stuff left behind? There's Bane Williams just running around. Hey, Queenie, I want that shock lance kept safe indoors, not out there where anyone can rub their butt against it, please. Same with the components, because those things spoil pretty fast in the rain. Or you could not do that. Oh, of course, they're temp faction members, so they just grab one at a time. Need those components, Sunshine. Also, hey, we got too much space for psychoid leaves. Or rather, not enough space, if I can use my words correctly. Smuggler, would you mind moving all those over so they're not kind of cramping the style of the place? The people that showed up, well, we had Sia, of course, and we got Bane, but we also had Yuan Shao appear, and also, what was her name? Kian? I've managed to forget already. But they went away safely. So no need to worry, girly. It's too extreme, but I do want more in here. So we could just use these as backup places for leaves. I mean, they'll move over eventually anyway. Surprised I didn't throw that party. We're probably going to need a mood boost given everything that's about to happen to us all. I feel a little bad Cat having a gun, given these people could still betray me. But given that we're about to fight, maybe I should leave them with that gun. Well, we might not have to fight at all. All of my enemies could kill each other, and then take these guys out as well, which would be pretty sweet. I mean, the main thing to grab would be the Eltec staff and the Neuroformers, but I'm pretty sure I would face some diplomatic penalties for letting these people get injured. They might even turn hostile now, that would be rough. Speaking of rough, here's the first manhunting pack come in, so I need everybody to be indoors all the time. You know what? I shouldn't use this. I should add a new area called Stay Inside. I put them on that, and then I architect myself a Stay Inside area. I don't even include the doors for that. Slight problem, all my guests might open doors and let Manysloths in. And that would be pretty bad, actually. All these traders could end up costing me pretty grim. Is that everything inside? I guess I include the walls here, in case I need to fix that for whatever reason. I feel like this is going to backfire tremendously. Just a hunch that I have. How many baby yaks have I sired so far? Let's see, we managed to get all 4 of the adults, so we've got 3, 2 are females which are good, and we've got 2 more in the oven. 2 out of 7, and 7 out of 7, so soon we'll have our 4th baby yak. Well, this is a problem. Especially since they're also going to eat my traps, aren't they? I seem to be avoiding them pretty well. Well, this is definitely about to be a problem. Oh god, look who's opening the door and about to let them in. I wonder if I should temporarily move everyone into here. Disallowing doors doesn't stop your friends from opening them up. I might have everyone just run into here, because... Yeah, they love to stand guard at the doors and then die in the doors, and then... Oh man, problems. Because if I do that, he's still opening the door. And these guys are going to go down, and then they're just going to race on in. You know what? Let's not die in here. Uh-oh. Praetor ceremony has certainly failed. I hope that didn't cause any diplomatic problems. So far, no problem. I'm not taking 428 waste packs, that's a ridiculous notion. And these are Scariad things. Oh, he actually made it outside, so that if that door closes, which it has, attacking immediately from multiple angles? Oh, okay, well, geez, it's all coming on board, and now we have Sia. Bane is out there. He may survive, he's not currently aggroing the Manysloths. We got Barbaron, the Brigand! Hey, he's a kind brawler. Good melee. He likes animals. I don't think I'd keep him, though. He doesn't... I'm still looking for an artisan crafter. There's no guarantee that Sia's still going to convert to our cause. But we also have... Grim. Eisengrim Reuven. Psychopath. Ugly. Annoying. Yeah, you know what? Why don't all of you just die to Manysloths and friends? But my people are running. My people are running away. Just hang around in there, folks. Hey, this is pretty good. They haven't let any Manysloths inside, and that's ideal. Ideally, everyone just gets out of my base and lets me just hang around inside here. But look at these Manysloths. They can take a pounding. My problem is that the traders are probably going to kill most of them before Nitch has a go at any of them. And there's a fair few of these buggers. Those traders should run away. Right. Trying to keep an eye on these guys. Bane, Barbaron, and Grim. See who's going to die or be recruited. Alright. They're already captured, so you can tick them. Oi, what's this donkey doing in here? Get out! Don't let them come to us. Be awesome if Nitch ended up taking out some of the enemy's stuff, but I'm a little worried about this fight. There are quite a few of them. I'm not friendly enough with E10 to bring in another load of allies. Oh, Christ, I think the big cheese got away. No he didn't! I spy an Eltec staff. Looks like he went down. He did go down. They ran away from him. Alright, I want that Eltec staff. It's worth a lot of money and it's going to make Treble a much better Psycaster. An excellent staff at that. Yum, yum, yum. Is that a non-bio-coded charge lance? Actually, what did you drop? A non-bio-coded charge lance. The troubling thing is, I don't actually think that's better than anything we already have. I actually prefer rapid-firing weapons to the charge lance. The charge lance goes one big boom, but it's very slow. Stop fighting them, just run, you idiots! Nitch is coming in to cause problems, although, there we go, they can engage with what's left of this Manysloth. I don't know why there is fire here. Why is there fire here? Why is there fire here? Nitcher, cave... Oh, they're impids. Ah. Well, that makes my life a little worse. Well, kind of a lot worse. And these are all my wooden traps that I still have. A lot of them are over here, so if I could draw the enemy out over there, that's great. I'm not stepping out with all those Manysloths, although most of them are dead or dying. Remember, this is only the first batch of them. Yeesh. Barbarian, Sia, Bane, Grim. Oh, cool, Glass actually brought in some hot fire foam. Yeah, the Manysloths were timed poorly. Should have had the Manysloths come in a bit later. Well, those impids are doing what they love to do. And they're certainly spreading out. Part of me feels like I should go out and actually help with shooting them rather than having them group up. Especially since these ones are all dead. What if we head out over here? Is that going to be a big problem? Wow, some of them are really fast, scarily fast. Get out regardless. I'm not scared of some wee fires, but I'm a little scared of being caught in crossfire. Oh boy, oh boy! You see the way the fire went through the wall there? Now that was scary, I didn't like that. Verily, I did not like that. Fortunately, I have fire foam poppers inside my base. But fire could spread through the steel doors, because steel is flammable in this game. Ah, they're coming around from behind. That's also a problem. I was hoping to use my traps to my advantage here. As it stands, they're probably going to go on the offensive to me. Perhaps I could run through here and then coax them into my traps. Ah, but there's some over there as well. They're all over the place. Maybe what we do is stand inside the traps. Are they willing to spread out and not touch the traps? Of course, they could vomit flame on us, and that would be a bigger problem. Why, as a game dev, would you make steel flammable? It's pretty good from the game balance perspective, I would even say. Right, get over here and get these, get Therarch at least out of the picture. There we go. Oh, well, at least Trebliard is happy about that. Still a lot of them over there, which bothers me greatly. Hey, did they set fire to that cow? Very nice. I wonder if they managed to take out any muffalos that were carrying gear. Oh, that's a very dead muffalo. I suspect all the gear carrying muffalo ran away, because I'm pretty sure nothing aggroes them. There's plenty of fire. Good for you. We get over here. Now there's still those impids. Yeah. Maybe we should just stand on the backside of this marsh, so at least they're slow on their approach, because they are probably going to approach over to us. Also, if we are caught together, we're going to invite a whole lot of being vomited fire upon. We need to use our range to our advantage, not to mention all of our meat shields to our advantage. Heavens knows we have plenty of those. Hey Bane, you don't look too good! I think we can happily say that Bane is down and out, so if Bane is on your scratch card, scratch him clean off. Grim is all... Ooh! Nice bionic eye, Grim. I wouldn't mind that. It's funny that they're burning each other a little bit, but I think that's because it's baseliners mixed in with the impids. Alright. Certainly looks grim around our colony, but don't let that get to you. It's not getting to me. Okay, some of the impids are fleeing, which is great. And I must say this... Oh wait, don't set fire to my crops. This rain is amazing, by the way. Remember, this rain is meant to be a negative event for me. But I'm only seeing the positives. Get the hell out of here, impid scum! Nice pot shots. Fire can still destroy my traps, which is a bit sad. Yeah, he got... Whoa, what the hell happened to Cat? And Cat went on a rampage. Either that or accidentally sent them over there. Maybe they caught fire and decided to run for a bit. Are there still any hostile niches which are not fleeing? Because if not, I think I can clean up. However, remember, this was the first of 2 impid waves, wasn't it? Yeah, second similar size group will follow soon after. Might not be so hot at dealing with the second group. Anyway, Queenie, go and rescue Cat. He doesn't feel so good. And Rosa and Colt are both terrible shots. But hey, for the hell of it, Rosa, you go and grab that SMG so it doesn't just die. Actually, just leave it. No need to worry about it. Smuggler, as usual, is very unhappy. Well, I bet you'd be happy if you kill some people. What happened to you, actually? Oh, Spurdo missed and shot you twice, so you're not going to be happy about that, are you? That's alright, this'll cure you. Right, see Grim? If you got Grim on your cards, I'm doing this for you. And also me, because I want that uh-oh. Oh boy, no kidding that it was coming soon after. No additional custom characters here, but that's not nice. That's really not nice. I'm actually halfway tempted to call an aerodrome strike on them just to clean things out a touch, because I now don't have the traps to deal with this. Boy. 70 enemies on the map. Don't want to kill Grim though. Smuggler, kill Grim. The rest of you get inside. Hey, Barbarian. Yeah, Barbarian is totally dead. So you can scratch off Barbarian, Sia, Bane, and if the shot lands, Grim as well. It's not looking good for him. Yeah, he ain't getting back up. I kinda do want that eye, though. Smashing that eye into Pandy's face will make him a much happier individual. God, look at all that rot stink there, that's also a problem. At least it doesn't go through doors, but it is a problem because of Scaria. Cat is being brought in, will hopefully live. I really think the best thing I could do is summon another aerodrome strike, although I do not want to spend the honor. Because I've only got 13 and 10 of that's needed for the Praetor upgrade. There's also no guarantee it's even going to land the way I want it to. Just spawn the mech clusters. See, that comes with its own problems, doesn't it? I don't really want to look after an additional... what's that? 13 people, especially since they won't work. Actually, the warriors might work. Also, what if the mech things don't come immediately? Then that's his own problem. And what if they both spawn over here as well? That's also a problem. Eesh. Lots of problems hitting me at once here. And they took down my steel stuff again, man. I should stop having that outside. Yeah, they should at least do hauling and cleaning, and that's kind of something I need a lot of right now. But what if these don't come immediately? Well, then at least I can put the people to work, right? But what if the people spawn over here? Okay. What do I want? I'm hoping I can take that bionic eye, actually. I still want to take that out of Grim. But I don't have a good place to just shove him. I mean, see, it's still in there. I guess I could make this a prison. Not going to be a very nice operation to tear him out of there, though. No, sorry, Lady Saru, you're losing your bedroom for prisoners. And Smuggler, you are going to capture Grim. We'll do our best to patch him up and steal his eye. Doesn't count as organ harvesting because it's a bionic. And if I put it into Pandy, Pandy's going to stop being such a pantsy all the time. At least, maybe I'm hoping for too much. Get anyone else with good parts? Well, yeah, I don't want to go way out of my way to do this because things are very dangerous right now. I wish there was a way to check on the numbers screen if they have bionics. And maybe there is. But it would be something kind of roundabout, like checking to see if they have any enhanced stuff. The problem is these are tribals, and tribals almost never have bionics. In fact, I'm pretty sure they do never have bionics. The reason these guys did is because they are custom characters. Really? It's under Hedis? Misk, Hedis. Well, it's showing a lot of injuries right now, but... Oh, it shows bionic eye there. Anyway, this is obviously a very bad time to check, given the existing Hedis. Right, what am I doing then? I'm rescuing Cat, Smuggler's grabbing Grim, Treblyard is kind of needed to deal with these guys. Did I take the quest, by the way? I did not, because I was thinking what I want to take for it. Psychic Insanity, Glitter World, Emanator. We do struggle a lot with moods, so the Emanator is quite tempting. Keep people who work inside, if nothing else, a bit happier. Might take it for that. Oh, they're arriving by drop pod now. That's convenient. God, now look at all the people I have. Well, at least these ones can't betray me, and none of them do any work at all. That's just not good. At least I have a reasonable force to fight back against this with now, though. Plus, it said the tribespeople can die with impunity, then that's also going to work to my advantage. Everyone just stay inside right now, and in the interest of you guys not flipping out like I know I want to, how about you stay inside and have some lovely recreation time? Chill out before the big fight. By the way, oh, they don't do medical regardless, do they? So, nyeh. Yeah, there's a whole heap of folk. Most of them will be gone in 6 days, but I still need to survive those 6 days and feed them all. I've got a lot less food here than I had hoped, but I can always slaughter a male yak if I need some additionals. Lovely hissing of people with death acidification. Loads of people needing food. I'm still hearing people shooting. What are you shooting at? God knows. Oh, right, because one of these guys just got back up. Okay, well, I got an additional shock lance right in there where all the nasty stuff is happening. I hope I don't face consequences for Nos Moin dying. Not really in a position to save him, but his death could seriously hurt my relations with the Broken Empire. Alright, this is fun and all, but game I could really do with the mech cluster arriving. Otherwise I'm going to have to throw the aerodrome strike at that. Uh-oh. They really were not happy at him dying. However, that comes with an upside. I can go and strip these guys with impunity. Member killed, minus 75. Right, well if that's the case, where are our Wait, it's 13 and he can wear recon armor? Anyway, recon armor is good. You, throw away useless guy. Strip Keop, and if there are any other members of the Broken Empire, go and grab them as well. Number, enemy, can I tell them about ideology? A lot of tree separatism. I think that is the only way, and he's the only one left alive. But before he dies, just go and strip him so we can at least enjoy the recon armor. The SMG isn't bio-coded either, it's nice. Do the Empire guys have body parts? Just the Death Acidifier? This means that the Empire could attack me, but perhaps worse than that, it means I cannot use these! So there's no dropping bombs on these guys. What I could do is get the people that just got here better guns. Yeah, Caesar does send his legions after you in this game if he hates your guts. How you feeling, cat? Oh, he's patched up already. Good sign. Good sign. What I could do is actually use the... Oh wait, where are the goats? Were the goats Imperial? Ah, crap, that means we failed that. Even these goats are hostile now. And they're trying to break out. Uh-oh. That's a problem. I don't want them to break out, for sure. Right, well, these guys that I just brought in... All of you just get in there and deal with the goats and don't kill each other. I don't care about your lives, but kill those goats before they break out of here. Still, these guys... Why are you guys just cowering? There's no enemies to worry about. They're all outside. We're all inside. And what's Smuggler doing? Oh, he's still carrying that deado out there. On top of that, I actually want a bit of light in there. Do I keep steel indoors? No. In that case, just get me a torch lamp in here, please. Pandy, I know you are livid. And you probably really want to relax right now. But, how about you drink a beer and work on that torch lamp, because I need to save this guy and steal his eye. "36 humans. I'm not seeing those mechs arriving just yet. Come on, they're just goats. Kill them! There we go, good enough. You barely got hurt either. Any more angry goats? God, it's so hard to tell here. Sure, you're all fine. If there were more goats, you'd be fighting more goats. Yeah, the goats went crazy because the Empire's hostile. That's a shame because I didn't get the honor from that quest, and that's a lot of wasted stuff, but hey. Who would have known? I should have saved the hot cheese. Wow, Smuggler is a very unhappy person as usual. He still remembers being imprisoned. That'd be a great idea for him to just go out and die, wouldn't it? The Imperial is fleeing. Oh god, he got up. Could I send out my 2 injured guys to go and bring him down, please? Because I want his recon armor. But, yeesh, these guys. It's not him that's fleeing, it's the armor. That's what we care about. What a mess! Remember when I was just saying, oh, if I can just get my harvest in, everything's going to be Gucci. No, we had triple traders, Imperials, niches, and now we brought in some even bigger problems. Mechs. Oh well, let's hope those mechs come in sooner rather than later, and preferably right here. Sniffles is there, and Sniffles is hopefully just dying. Oh yeah, they're so dead. Trebliard, go and patch up Grim, just with your bare hands though, right? I'm not looking for being a charity case here. My biggest problem is if it just says suddenly, like, these guys are attacking. Tell you what I could do, is I could very quickly get my IEDs out there. And try and lure them into it. Actually, Pandy, are you free right now? I know you're very angry, but I did just give you a beer, right? Pick up 3 IEDs, and also these high explosive shells. And let's see if we can't use the Pandy explosion defense. Worked before, it could work again, but usually these guys attack after just a couple of hours out there. And I'm not seeing those mechs around to save me right now. Hey, this marble sculpture was finished. We could have that up and I'll look at it, because we like looking at marble sculptures. Alright, Grim looks fine, Trebliard. I want you to operate and remove that right eye. Should be fine, it's clean enough in here. And then I need to keep a close eye on him, because I do not want him to use the good medicine on actually healing him. Cat has super fast wound healing. They might actually be up and on the go sooner than I might think. As long as their legs don't get so stabbed to death. Oh, speaking of stabbed to death. Strip. You can't even carry that stuff. Yeah. Well, good job. Get back in. Handy. What's the 411? You grab the goodies, get on out and deploy them. What are we harvesting here? Oh, the dead goat. There's also drugs to be made. Anyone could make the drugs, but who's on drug work? Nancy is, but Nancy's on cooking first. Yeah, Nancy's the only one with the skills to pay those drug-related bills. However, Colt could also do it, and Colt isn't doing anything. So Colt, I also want you to be making drugs if the opportunity is there. There we go, now we'll go and make flake for me. Now, what the hell do I do if these guys suddenly attack me? Those mechs are not coming to save me right now. In fact, the mechs are coming to punish me after all of this. So I have yet another problem to deal with. Low food. I don't feel dangerously low on food, I'll be fine. Right. Drop the traps and the shells. Now, I have to make you unrestricted for this, but work on that, please. And then, kind of good thing we made these ahead of time. Throw this one over here, and this one over here. Oh, I don't want to blow up my wood though. Maybe it won't hurt the wood too badly. But they're almost certainly going to come around this way, because they're not going to go through the... they're going to go through the mud, so at least I got that going for me. I guess you could haul that wood back in with you. Anyway, install that, and then install that, and then... Oi. Oi, 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 oi. Work on it. Then I want you to pick up one explosive shell. Ruby, and I want you to drop it here. I want you to pick up the other explosive shell. Probably drop it here. Got a lot of people hanging around inside doing a whole lot of not much. No, not there. Not there. That was off by one. There you go. Now I guess you can go back. After, of course, you haul this wood. I just want you to focus on the ones that are in range. So that should cause a rather sizable explosion. Are those improvised IEDs? Yep. That's, I think the I in IED stands for improvised, but don't quote me on that, because I clearly don't know my stuff. Oh, they had Hyperweave Parka. I like Hyperweave Parka. Oh, but you were League of E10. Stripping you would have been a bad idea for a lot of reasons. Did any of the Manysloths not go rotten? I think there's one under there that didn't rot. We have so much cleanup to do, and we're still bringing in the mechs. Ugh. Yes, double improvised. I suppose it is. Improvised IED. I don't like all these people not doing anything. Hey, we took your eye out. Excellent. No more medical care for him. In fact, could we just, like, release him right now? No, not that. Not sure I want to strip him either. I don't care that much about his clothes. Why can we not let him out? I'm pretty sure. Oh, because we're not unrestricted enough for that. Treblyard, you can enjoy being unrestricted as long as you... okay, maybe you're not assigned to that. Nancy is, though. Oh, they're too incapacitated to release, that's the problem. I could just, like, drag them outside, though, couldn't I? Yeah, I could. I could and I will. Right. Stay inside, Treblyard. Carry Grim and drag him outside. They don't deserve the good life. Maybe not even there. I could just like throw them down here. Nah, here for now. Let's not play dangerous games. We should have a sexy party after all. Hey, there's a lot of people. That's going to make it a great party. Yeah, go on then. Come on, we're not doing anything. Let's groove. Guilty, can execute. Yeah, that still brings a mood debuff. Oh, I was clearly mistaken at thinking those mechs would immediately deploy. 2 mech clusters will deploy nearby. Yep. Well, at least my crops are still growing nicely. Set Pandy to stay inside. Yeah, good point. Hopefully nobody flips out and starts fighting during this as well. Why does it sound like someone's being tended to? Ah, crocodile and Fred. Whoa, why? No, why? Why are my guests getting the good meds? Absolutely not. Yeah, this thing can't be scrolled, which blows. I need to set my defaults for that. I did not get Glitter World meds to waste. Where do you set defaults again? Okay, you're tending that, but it still sounds like someone was getting healed. Oh, I see, it was you outside. You're tending to yourself, I think. Even so, I still want to set my defaults. Ooh, crikey. Yeah, there we go. Default is dock leaves. Damn you impids. I think the problem with animal filth is that it's counting home zone. I'm going to try removing this from home zone and seeing if it still thinks it's creating animal filth. Yeah, I think that takes care of it. Okay, sweet. So is it time to arm those useless tribalmen and have you protect them with their own bodies? They come armed with some primitive weapons. I guess the people that are good at... Oh my god, they're not even appropriately armed for their skills. Well, kind of. You're better at melee. Okay, well, they're not too badly armed for their skills, although Lercha here could certainly have a better gun, but I don't want to give them good guns and just let them run away with it. At the very least, these bows should be given something a lot better. And we do have better out there. Look at that crappy bolt-action rifle. Go and equip that. Abro, you... Oh yeah, Christ, they're dancing, aren't they? Let's let them dance. Or perhaps not. The assault is beginning. Oh, the party's almost over, though. But I should have some useless people at least try and attract them into here. Do we have anyone around here that's really fast? Aesthetic, chemical interest, neurotic, abrasive, undergrounder, brawler. Nimble doesn't make you fast, sadly. And slothful's quite the opposite. I'm looking for jogger or... I forget what the other quick one is. Looks like we don't get any Speedy Gonzales. Huh. I mean, I could still take one of these people and just throw them under the bridge, so to speak. Especially this one, they've got 5 melee and nothing else. In a way, horse is even worse. Plus you're a gourmand, I hate gourmands. Let's go and have you thrown away. Crocodile is... How do I know which one are the ones that I need to keep safe? Poor tribespeople, blah blah blah. Guard them here. Warriors. Can I tell because it says warrior? Not really. The ones without the weapons. Maybe no, yeah, it would make sense that these 4 are the ones to protect. Anyway, this is still a problem. Because there are a lot of them. And my traps have been largely ripped apart. And we still have the mechs to come. Also, the party isn't over yet. Oh yeah, Crocodile. Could you, like, bring them over to the IEDs? Is that something that can be arranged? Hope this party was good. We might die for the party. Oh, it was boring! I would say this is rather exciting circumstances game. The fact that they're impids remains a sizable issue for me here. Sure, the rain will help, but... what do I do here? Perhaps I could, like, invite them over here, and then invite them back here where they can run into more of my traps. I don't know how sprightly impids are. Oh right, they're not coming down for my IEDs, are they? Come on, have a go at Crocodile. He wants some of you, and you want some of him. Actually, maybe that's an idea. I could drag them down here, couldn't I? If they want to come for a bunch of my people. Oh yeah, Crocodile ain't happy with that. I need them to kind of come as a large force. Oh boy, they're not, oh, there we go, there we go! Wait, did that not blow up the IED? Actually, I think it destroyed the IED rather than triggering it. Not the IED, but the high explosive shell. It's the opposite of what I wanted. A lot of this is. Yeah, impids are fast runners. That's going to be a problem for me. That's going to add to my list of problems. Ah, crap. Well, at least that's going to help out a bit, but... perhaps moving all my people around here is not a great idea. Because a bit of fire and this goes very downhill. Because of the rain, it was already damaged. That would make sense. Boy, running away is not going to earn me a lot here, in fact. Well, Smuggler's bringing up the rear, so at least they could do me a favor and die. But the rest of you, if we can like bring them over here, that's okay. It's just force. Another throwaway. They can die without consequence. Remember. Colonist needs vet. That's fine. Crocodile's just doing what comes natural. Yeah, Smuggler, is that really where you want to be? To be fair, you did a good job. You want to follow it up with another good job? Who the hell just died? Uh-oh. Well, now I'm right next to a bunch of people that hate my guts. You shot the wrong pawn, Jake. Oh, really? Huh. Well, go figure Smuggler would be causing me problems. Whoopsie doodle. Oh man, and I just got them to be friendly, didn't I? Do we, like, get away from you before you go and do us in? Because you guys are... Oh, there's a lot of you. Maybe we could run inside here. Or are they going to turn on us or just walk away? I think they're leaving rather than being a pain to me. So that might be my break. Well, glad those IEDs are actually doing something. Still a lot of them, though. Well, thank God for that rain. Well, thank me for that rain. I decided to keep it. Oh man, they're going through the rot stink. They're not going to like that. They're not going to like that at all. Right, try and get back here and get a good shot on them. Trebliard, I hate to say it, but you should stand out front and be a nice shot, or a nice inviting shot for them. Good blinding pulse you, so you're less likely to hit anything. Wasp is down, that's a good start. Sarah's just really not happy seeing all the corpses out here. Well, what do you expect? Please tell me what else you expect from the situation. I'm all ears. Oh yeah, man, the quest that we failed here. The loyal goats, I didn't get the honor. Safeguarding allies, I bet I still get the mech clusters. Oh, man. We at least, you know, slow these guys down a bit, especially if either of them are impids. One of them is an impid, slow them down. And please focus fire on that one. Oh, that's not looking great for hitting them though. Jesus, that's really not looking good. Hey, Saru, you're a bit more expendable, right? Shank them! Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. I don't like the fact that you're able to use that as cover. Step back. Are they trying to break into my home here? What are the rest of... I think they're chasing the other guys, so actually maybe making them hostile was... You know, I could bend my mind into convincing myself it was a good thing that I did there. How good's the range on that bow of yours? Well, it's a recurve bow. Right. Trebliard, burden them down. Grim is still out there, but he's been captured, so you can tick him off, and he's probably going to die out there. Oh, Barbarian died! I think we knew that, but always good to remind ourselves. Right, slow the heck down, Aloka. Cat's up and running. Could give him a gun to help out. It doesn't feel that good. It really doesn't feel that good. But he could certainly go out, grab that heavy SMG, and come join us with his 19% moving. Do I have any go juice for him? I got one bit of go juice, man, and I don't know if I'm going to desperately need you, so take your go juice, grab your heavy SMG, and come join us. Really don't like him being there taking shots at us. Spurdo, do you think you could focus him down? Or actually, maybe a blinding pulse to get all of you. Then they're unlikely to land any hits. Not my heal route, I like that stuff. Nancy, Ali, Pandy, get a little closer and gun them all down. And for the love of God, Smuggler, why are wasters of all people bothered by dead bodies? It's your bread and bloody butter. Oh man, Pandy is really not chuffed with the situation, is he? Right, take him down. The sooner these people start falling, the sooner everything goes better for me. Do not like the fact that they're shooting at us with those bows, though. Smuggler, go and help out. Spurdo. Yeah, I do not like Pandy getting shot. Right in the right arm, but at least it didn't catch fire. Ah, hell, just go and engage in melee. Oh, nice. Double nice. And there's still some bugger shooting from behind. I saw an arrow fly out from here. That can't be that many of them still standing, right? Oh yeah, no, they went to chase down my former allies. Cat, what's your situation? And Ali, you got shot, right? Stabbed by a bow. Trebliard, please go and tend Ali and Pandy. Smuggler's fine. Sarah, get out of there a wee bit. Spurdo, where are we getting shot from? You might not have a good opportunity to deal with this. Is there a closer weapon that you could start pounding them with? Well, none that I'm keen to give out. Maybe you could sneak up behind him and grab that. But yeah, that bow of yours has great range, doesn't it? Anyway, they'll be out of luck if we just take a step back. And Spurdo, you have no cover whatsoever there. Take a step back. Alright, Cat, see if you can get this done. Just go and grab that chain shotgun. To hell with anything they can do to you. And then just point blank obliterate Pigeon. Who the hell just... Okay, I think Wasp got up. Pigeon, say goodnight. Cat? Come on, you got my only go juice flowing through your veins. It's point blank. Kill Pigeon. They're an asthmatic 49-year-old woman. Trying to keep my own injuries on the low, if you can't notice that already. Sucks to have these people not do anything, but I don't know what else they would do whilst hanging around here. It's fine, Pandy will stop bleeding, Ali's been patched up. Right, I should pick off people while I can. Come on, Cat! For God's sake, what? If you die, my friend, I lose my nice event for looking after these people. Yeah, isn't your skill at shooting? Yeah, 19. Cypress tree only stops 6.7% of it. That's fine, I'm not going to move in to do anything about that, but since all the tending is done, I need to start thinking about these buggers. That's slightly more like it, but you're still getting shot yourself, you know. Seru, can you go and show them how it's done? You're an excellent... Well, Cat's no longer excellent. Oh, I don't think he liked getting shot at. Spurdo missed and shot Cat in the arm. Okay, not good. Certainly not ideal. At this rate, he could just straight up die, right? Careful, the rest's coming. You think I can't see that? Because I certainly can. I honestly thought Cat would have just leveled Pigeon with that shotgun, but nope. You're getting obliterated by them and Cloth. Oh, okay, you can also smack them, I guess. Spurdo, maybe you could focus on Cloth instead and not shoot Cat, even though those bullets went right through Cat. And Lady Seru, help out as well, please. Oh, nice shot. Oh, that's good. Oh, that's real good. And Cloth is down as well. Alright, in that case, I want you back here and ready for what's coming. I think we just shot Seru. Yep, well... now we got someone else getting up. Spurdo, do you think you could not shoot our friends for change? Like, hold your fire for now. You guys get back here. You're going to be tended to by Treblyard. Alright, now that's better. Take down Gorar. Treblyard, tend Cat whilst they're still alive. Hopefully you still have a little bit of medicine on you. One bit of herbal meds. For a lot of bleeding. Oh! Shoot, they are coming around. Might have to rethink this. Still have a bunch of traps. Maybe I can just mosey my way over here. I'm not in the mood for getting shot to shreds by these guys. I do still have an Insanity Lance on somebody. I think Smuggler has it. No, I must have used it then. Funny, I thought I still had it. There's Shock Lances, but this is not a Shock Lance situation. Hey Cat, you want to redeem yourself? I knew you would. Glad I don't have to worry about that fire ultimately, but god, they are still swarming. The rain's not good for our shooting, yeah, but it's not good for their shooting either, and it's certainly good for saving the entire environment from being burned to a crisp. Boy, I do not have a lot of traps left. I mean, they did their job, sure, but now I have to replace 117 times 40-something wood. I need a lot of free time to deforest this this bog. And I'm going to have a lot of unhappy people as well. By the way, I don't even get the bonus from doing this, right? No, War for Profit is still for the Broken Empire, so I still think they have to give me the honor for doing this. But now they hate me. But I can send them gifts to make them like me. And we'll have a lot of drugs for gifts, right? My wealth is skyrocketing because of all these imps that have joined. That's not good. The game is counting these imps as if they are my wealth. They are not my wealth, game. Calm down. Cat doesn't feel so good. Maybe I should go around here then. Try and force them to come around, eat more of my traps. Glad to see us feeling good. Why in the world have they not routed either? I mean, so many of them are downed. Everything with a red line through it is a downed enemy. Maybe just a few more eating my traps will be enough. One can hope, at least. They're certainly eating those traps. Thump, thump, thump. Trebler, could you just, like, go in there and look after Cat whilst they're still in there? Save them from dying on me. In fact, maybe Cat could just go to bed, and then you go and heal them up from in there. Uh-oh. Oh, please don't destroy that. I like my pod launcher. I like it a lot. Spurdo, you think you could stand there and take a few shots? No, they're coming right the way around. Yeah, there we go. Go and look after Cat. Sure. I hope that thing doesn't explode. Still want to destroy a lot of stuff in my colony, which isn't very nice. Some of them should be going down soon, but is it enough? Do the mech clusters still spawn even though we failed the quest? That I don't know. Oh hey! Are you the guys that I ordered, or not? If nothing else, at least you can come and help me, and I do want your lances. Don't know if I can afford them, but I want them. Are they trying to break my walls, or are they just kind of moving around? Like they're just moving around. Keep Cat alive. They actually have a bit of a range advantage on me here, unfortunately. Because those bows have better range than my shotguns. Fortunately, though, we can still take half-decent shots. Nancy could deploy the low shield, but that feels like a waste at this point. Might be better just to bring you guys a little closer, such that you can actually land shots with a shotgun. Well, Ali ate that one. For Sarah, maybe you can just go and engage them melee-wise. God, even if they miss with that fire thing, we have to waste time putting it out. That's interesting. Yeah, we win, baby, we win! Holy hell, that was... I suppose I was asking for a lot of human invaders, and I did get it, but yikes! Yikes and more yikes. Any traps left? Kinda happy to say that my pod launcher survived, but as for traps... 16 of 140 something survived. Right. Everybody is free to do what they want, and they are unrestricted to do so. And all of these traps are not allowed to be remade because we have other pressing concerns right now. Regrettably. Also, this is for colonists. In fact, it's specifically for the unhappy Saru. That party was not good. Uninteresting music, poor dancing. I wish I'd never went, but you'd rather fight all these impids again. I got a thing or two to say about that. Ali wants to break, of course. Ali, maybe you should have a beer to calm down. Maybe everyone should have a beer to calm down. I know you're going to relax socially, but drink a bleeding beer. That's what they recommend for injuries, after all. And then, Trebliard, I know you're happy to do that, but please tend to our horrifically injured people. Anyone worth getting? I'm not really sure I'm in a position to think about that. I've already got Sia here, who I'm trying to get. I guess there might be someone out here who's just absolutely amazing. I don't want any inputs, though. Although, they seem kind of good, right? The fire spewing, the fast running. Oh, they're always unhappy, apparently. Where does that come into? Genetic pessimism. It's not even as bad as the pessimists I already have. But I wonder if it doubles down with pessimistic. I should also check and see if any of them have implants, but I don't think they will, because these are tribal people, aren't they? Right, well I ruined my relationship with tribal peoples, which is a pain, because I went to great lengths to make them my friend to begin with, but these kinds of things are bound to happen every now and then, so let's not kick ourselves over it. Our people survived. We came away without any permanent injuries, at least as far as I can tell. That stab scar is an old one. Ali probably could really do some tending, Treblyard. No, you don't get to... Anybody else needs some medical treatment? Smuggler's got a tiny burn on his leg, and it really is tiny. Walk it off. How much longer do I have these guys? 1.3 days, they go away. Cat, could you please not carry that chain shotgun in case you turn on me, because that would terrify me. You terrify me. Even unarmed, you'd be a pain if you revolted against me. How you doing, Grim? All one-eyed Grim? Right, you know what, Pandy? Oh no, we need to do Pandy's surgery before he goes to sleep for, Oh, but he is going... He's really tired. He is going to rest. Okay, if that's the case... This room's only a little bit dirty. Pandy is going to be put to good medicine. I don't have any glitter world. I wonder where it went. I feel like I accidentally used it on somebody. Anyway, Pandy is going to get an operation. He's finally going to have what he's always wanted. A bionic. Question is where it goes. Pandy, you there? Left or right eye? Well, he's probably not there, so I'm just going to go by my mantra, which is never do anything right. Treblyard, operate on him. Queenie, clean the place up a bit, so it's not so filthy for the operation. Okay, and he's in the masterwork bed, which means it's an even better chance of a successful operation. He says right eye. Too bad. Surgery's already started. 2% chance of failure, by the way. I might scoop your eye out, and Treblyard does not have the best track record for these kinds of things. Nancy, I know you're tired, but I really want to see you. Autumn has started. We really need to get our harvesting done soon. Once you're done with that, please try and trade with these people. Shamans buy drugs. Not that I have a lot of drugs. 44 flake is not a lot. Like 400 flake is not a lot. You want thousands of flake. Hey, it was a success! There we go, and now your -4 or 5 has been turned into a +4. That should make Pandy a lot easier to keep happy. Certainly gotten over your dead friend like that. You know, maybe Sia would be happier if we actually gave them some food. You could try and convert Seru again as well. Yeah, I missed that. Where's Seru hanging out? Oh, in her personal bedroom, the bleeding piece of work. 16, there's a small chance I think this could work. Give it a go. Ah, 1.7%. We'll get you next time, Gadget. I recall someone in chat saying that the ordeal was unwinnable when it started. Well, I like to think I have a good eye for what can and cannot be won in these situations. But everyone needs a good long sleep right now. Oh, cool. The animals even wake up to get their food. I'm not giving them sleeping spots. They can figure things out inside their little hell shelter. I want to drag as many corpses into here as I can, and then begins the big dismantling. People are going to be unhappy about that, and that sucks. Actually, the big dismantling will happen after all the plants have been gathered up. What am I going to do with the great dismantling, though? Well, a lot of meals are going to be made out of mystery meat. And E10 did not like me very much. Are you E10? No, you're Ergo. Wait, Ergo? Hang on, wait, I thought the Ergo hated me and turned on me. Did I misread the situation entirely? I thought I went hostile with them. Or was it Comlere? Couldn't have been Lurilt. I was never friendly with Lurilt. Yeah, it was these guys. I didn't even realize there was this gentle Zotan people. What the heck's your... I think these guys are temporary. It wasn't a real faction that gave me this quest. It was this temporary faction. Because Comlere never existed. What a ridiculous notion. Okay, that's much better. Okay, I barely care about that anymore then. No, it was Lurilt. Did you grab the staff? I did not grab the staff. I'm going to go and equip that right now. It's nowhere near as good a weapon as the Thrumbohorn. I don't want a poor sniper rifle. I do want that Megasloth though. I think there's a non-rotting Megasloth. Kind of hard to see under all this everything. But it kind of looks like there's a non-rotting... Oh no, that's the silent neuroformers! Oh my god, do I want those. I want those. With those, I could make someone else into a Psycaster. Or I could elevate Treblyard up. I could elevate Treblyard to level 6 without having to get him up in terms of... Oh boy, that's difficult. The problem with having multiple Psycasters is you lose a lot of labor to them recharging their Psy focus. But Treblyard... Oh, I don't know. Hey, could you, like, haul some of this stuff while we're at it as well? Because I want this away from the rot stink. Especially those silent neuroformers. Did you just grab 3 of them? No, one of them was a shock lance. Okay, it's fine. Yeah, I could always check the quest, couldn't I? It was Safeguarding Allies, and it was League of Comlere, a temporary faction that nobody cares about, least of all me. Didn't I stop making this my home region for some reason? That certainly is my home. And I wish I had access to the Labour Squad to bring them in and help me out with this. I'm certain Treb. I'm gonna love having root and stuff left out of the rain jammed in... What? I'm certain Treb is going to love having root and I'm having difficulty with that, but I'm sure you mean well. Anyway, look at that. Boosted up his maximum heat. He can cast a lot more side-casting spells, which is just great. Hearing you say Treebeard's name just feels wrong, Jake. Think he's 5+ years of saying Death Shed instead of Death's Head. But it is Death's Shed. If he wanted it to be Death's Head, he would have put in some kind of spacing. Okay, well, I'm not seeing the mech clusters. Let's hope it stays that way. Gastroanalyzer and 45 man-hunting panthers. You know what, I think not. I will take that if the mechs suddenly come out of nowhere. Then they become the mech's problems and not mine. Oh, okay, there is a lot of work to be done. Hey, Spurdo's throwing a party. That's actually kind of useful. We could all do with a mood boost right now. But yeah, there's a lot of a lot of harvesting to be done right now. That's all set to heart. Ooh, easy now. That is all set to harvest. How are these things doing? They're pretty much all grown. You're all set to harvest as well. I'm going to assume you're much the same. Just get those fields emptied while the going is good. I just set all these to harvest as well. How about you guys? I planted you guys kind of late. You'll be okay though. These things are all ready to be harvested too. I don't think it makes a difference what I set them to harvest. My colonists know they're ready for harvesting and they will go for them anyway. That's going to make you sick, all of that lung... Oh, you got lung rot! Remember that burn I said, we don't need to look after that. Well, now it's infected. Which is a shame, because if I had tended to that, it would have been healed before it got infected. Ooh. You know what? By this point, we deserve to see our kill counts. Handy has killed 48. Oh, it just counts creatures, so it probably counts slaughters. But even so, that's a nice kill count. Do I hear somebody vomiting? Oh yeah, good job, Pandy. Right in the throne room. Yeah, I don't really care if Colt enjoys this party or not. You go and clean up. It's almost like you don't like Smuggler. I can't stand Smuggler. But Smuggler will become slightly less useless if we manage to convert his ideoligion, because then we stop having our drugs problem. And a lot of other problems. And let's look on the bright side. He's good with plants, and I always value good with plants, and he's good at shooting. So we can use him most of the time, and he's not incapable of anything. So Smuggler could grow on me. The problem is, one of the big useful things is if he were to take Wake Up all the time and just constantly work hard. But it's not going to happen. There we go, we all had a lovely party. Hey Nance, once you're done with that, we need to see it out of there. Look, I do grow on characters, or they grow on me when they actually contribute to the team. And we can't deny that he did actually help out there. I mean, sure, he turned the other guys against us. But think about what that did for us. Because they stumbled off, that broke off a load of inputs, so we were able to shred the ones that came up here. And then the rest that came down, we took him out and everything went better. If we hadn't had Smuggler shoot those guys and have them turn on us, oh, the disaster there would have been. Still, oh my god, Grim might make it. Do I want Grim to make it? I don't like Grim. I need to get these dead, rotten Manysloths over here. Please get Manysloth corpses over here. And if there are any non-rotten ones, I want them here as well, but I don't think there are there? Again, is there any way to check? Manysloth, 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 Manysloth. All 6 of these are rotten. It's kind of tragic if they all rotted, though. Because Manysloths have loads of meat, and amazing fur, and wool. I think I can go like this. Rotting, 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 rotting. Well, that's suck luck. Alright, but at least people are happier from having attended the party. Smuggler will be easily able to deal with that infection. Actually, I think they're immunizing faster than it's actually doing anything to them. It's kind of cool, but it would be even cooler if Triple Yard still patched them up. With dock leaves, of course. Yeah, good job, Triple Yard. You've learned a lot. Andy's probably not very happy. They're up and operational during their sleepy time. Simple meals are going to go off. Yeah. Can I just shove them in here? Shove all those simple meals in there so I don't even have to think about them. Ooh, charge lance. Oh, charge rifle. Charge rifle, charge rifle. Is charge rifle strictly better than assault rifle? 15 damage on 26 range. Versus 11 damage on 31 range, so it's a little shorter range. Accuracy. 6s, 7s, 7 to 60. I think I might actually prefer the assault rifle. More accurate and longer range. Still a good gun though, so I'm definitely keeping it. But I will leave them out here to rot for a wee bit, so that they lose some value, because these are a lot of, well... Can't be having that now, can we? What are you rebuilding? I hope it's not traps. We're not allowed to rebuild traps right now. This might bite me in the bum later, but we need to focus on our colony right now. See that disgusting fine meal? Okay, nobody really does. Right, Saru, please haul those disgusting mega... You two, haul that mega sloth. In fact, since hauling is the name of the game right now, kind of surprised you guys are dossing around doing nothing. Especially you. Yeah, we almost got you converted. Down to 1.7, Seru. Soon, 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 you're going to stop being such a waste of space. Although you still hate the whole proposal rejection, and you have that sunlight thing. Come to think of it, if you have sunlight sensitivity, why don't I make you a night owl? It would kind of work for you. Kind of surprised I didn't do that already, but if I just have you sleep like that... This'll take a wee while to regulate, but yeah, let's do that. That way you're going to stop moaning. You certainly have good night vision anyway. Nance, could you see if we can trade with these people? Thank you. Yeah, your marriage proposal, I mean, Spurdo was just not ready for the commitment. It was Spurdo, right? Not Pandy? Yeah, Spurdo. I know Mike too. Oh, no, they're running away! Come back! Okay, well, we're getting their stuff then. I wanted those lances, damn it. It's just a moment too late. Need to return these Megasloth back to the Beyond. Actually, I might leave these ones out. They're rotting already. I'll just leave them to rot there. They'll eventually desiccate. Probably less work to leave them there and deal with a little bit of rot stink than haul them over there. I'm getting sick fed up of having to constantly rebuild these things. I'm thinking I might move my steel indoors. But I'm not full of room indoors, as you're well aware. I guess I can do something like that to keep my steel inside. Why do you find no value in the crematorium for rotting corpses? It's a big, expensive thing to build, and you waste time burning corpses when you could just leave them outside and let Mother Nature deal with it. Either way, you have to drag corpses. I'd rather just drag them here and let them rot. It's another expenditure of wood, which I really can't afford. There you go, Queenie. Breathe in that delicious rot stink. It never makes anyone happy. But the party will surely help out with that. What world did I care about? Oh, I guess it was technically in storage, wasn't it? Because it was dropped on my storage bit. Oh, it's so much work to be done to fix this colony. I need to harvest the stuff, drag the stuff inside. I need to process my drugs, of course. And once we have all these bodies here, there is the great slicing. But if I can just have some cooldown time, all will be forgiven. By the way, can we finish off this nice flooring? I know it's not really the time for it, is it, Pandy? No, it's actually really not the time for it. We've got other things to do. I can't say, oh, this stuff's important, and then do something that's not a priority. Whoa! Damn imps. Imagine how much worse that entire encounter would have been without this rain. So to all the people who've been bemoaning me for all this rain, think about that. Let's get the fancy royal stuff so I can make prestige robes. Imps, Manysloths, imps, betrayed allies. Garbage crew came to attack as well, and there was another raid before all of that. 50 people, lest we forget. That's a lot of people. Resisting you is proving to be rather difficult. Not resisting. Breaking your resistance is proving difficult. But finally I have an artisan crafter. Yes, Colt, I know you exist, but you're a genie. And whilst I could shove a pain stopper in a genie, I'd just rather not have you. Oh good, we're getting there with the Psychite tea. I think we've made all 100 of them, so now we can focus on other things. Like making mystery meat package meals once we've burned through all this Psychite. I really don't think I'm taking those panthers. We are way too busy right now. Sio's Pact of Lurelt explains why I thought the other one was them. Yeah, Lurelt were always opposed to us. So when those Megasloth wool trousers, I think eventually I'll need to switch those out for the Thrumbo fur ones. All in all, I'm so happy with the lack of damage we took. Cat took the most of it, went down, and even after that, just drank the go juice and got back into the fight. They fought extremely poorly, no questions about that, but... Hey, you see that tainted prestige robe stuff? It is made of hyperweave. I wonder if that's better to wear than your recon armor. Now, the recon armor offers better armor, but I might have you wear that hyperweave prestige robe anyway. You know what? I think I will. Go and strip the dead oligarchic guy and put in his hyperweave stuff. It's lighter, so you'll be able to haul more. There's a rot stink here. There certainly is. Oh, actually, you could wear that excellent t-shirt as well, but it's only made of cloth, right? No, it's made of Megasloth wool. The cloth hood we can ignore, but go and pick up these two things, please. And get inside. Actually, the recon armor... Why are you so unhappy? Colonist prisoner escaped. What? Oh, crap. Letting the other guy just go away because we didn't prison him? Oh, because I didn't release... Ah, I had no idea that was a bad thing. 6 days of everybody being unhappy again. What was his name? Grim or something? I think that's still actually inside the rot stink zone. Yeah, the rot stink of these things is huge. The larger the animal, the more the rot stink. Force wear these two things. Yeah, the thing is, if Grim died, we also would have been like, oh, we let a prisoner go. I should have released them rather than dumping their body up. But, well, now I know that, don't I? Alright, good job, Treblyard. Just leave that thing out. And leave that thing out as well. Looking spiffy. And like I said, that thing being hyperweave, it's going to have a lot of hit points and still have a lot of protection. And on top of that, I can further protect you with a good flak vest. And that together is going to be better protection than the recon armor without weighing you down like a bag of trucks. No, Grim was captured, so you can have them on your bingo card. By the way, if you have the link to everybody's status, if somebody could like comment on them to keep track of people, that would be wonderful, because otherwise I'm going to have to comb through the VOD and keep track of everything, which ain't easy. God, I hate rot stink. But soon we'll have all these corpses and that'll be fine. Is that a mace? No, it's a spear. Still a lot of hauling to be done, but we're in a good space. Very difficult to get used to. I wish I had word of trust. What's your technique exactly to attack a caravan and get the goods? Use your animal pulsar and hide inside? That doesn't get the goods, the animals just scatter. In my opinion, just kill them. If you really want the goods, just kill them or down them, take the goods, and then drop pod them the people and any spare materials to make them friendly-ish again. There's a slight problem, of course, with that. It takes a lot of goods to make people friendly. Of course, you could just try to down the animals. That might make them not too unhappy. What you could do is just shoot the animals until their relations are like 10 or so, and then boost them back up to 50 or so, and then take another pot shot. Or you could get an animal berserked and skip it close to one of their things, but the moment you have access to skip and skip related things, you've yeah, got a lot. You've really got a lot. Speaking of got a lot, we're going to be busy in here. We're going to be really busy in here, but after harvest season. I hate what this did for my wealth. Look at that. This is just from all of those invaders. It was down here, and it just shot up by 50% just because of invaders. It counts the corpses, it counts the items on the corpses, the clothes on the corpses. And Randy goes, wow, these guys are really wealthy. Look at all the corpses that he has. Freaking Randy. Even though I lost all these traps. I suppose it doesn't help that I'm getting all of my drugs and things, but most of that with the invaders. So I need to carve them up, turn them into mystery meat meals, and send those away, or sell those, or just do something to get rid of my wealth. Not having field arms makes this take quite a while. Starting to think I shouldn't be taking quite so many corpses now. This is taking too long. I have plenty of corpses. Let's at least not take these ones. I want these ones though, they're gonna rot stink up around here if I don't. Oh wow, cat's healed already. Good old hussars. They're gonna be gone in an hour. Right, is there anything I want to steal off of them before they go? Nope. 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 Well, they better remember what I did and they better gift me something really nice. Don't know what would be nice enough to justify all of this. The last thing I got was... What did I get from that loser earlier? I got a gene pack. Ugh. Oh no, Bane died. Although, where's Bane's corpse? Did Bane die? Maybe Bane didn't die. Oh god. I was hoping other people would keep track of this stuff, not me. I thought we saw Bane go down. But I sure don't see a corpse. Actually, there's a way to check, isn't it? Isn't there? I always like to save before I do any debugging. Options, dev mode, and spawn, world pawn. Do we have Bane? I guess Bane's still alive then. Huh. How about that? Oh, what just happened? E10 are visiting. Ooh, that's an opportunity to give you a gift. Because E10's on the fence with me right now. You know, well, you've got a couple of components. I'll certainly take those, but otherwise you're fine. Bye-bye, refuges. You'll be missed. Your cleaning and substandard hauling will definitely be missed. Sure, they'll happily gift you a mech cluster raid. Ugh, it's a scary, scary thought. Still lots of drugs to be made here. Nancy's on the case. Andy's doing that, Spurta's doing that. Ali is making warped, which is kind of fine, but I think I want you to haul a bunch of this stuff so it's not just causing me problems out there. Same with you, smuggler. You think you could haul some of this corn? I know there's a metric ton of it, and I know I don't have enough space for this metric ton of it. Actually, I really don't. I need to expand the base just to have space for my stuff. At least thanks to pick up and haul, this stuff can be picked up and hauled pretty lickety-spitly. Oh, Ergo is also coming to visit. Everyone wants a piece of me. Hard to blame them. Smuggler, I know we want to grab this stuff, but let's haul as well, please. Nance, please get trading. Let's beat off the impids. Was that ever even a question? I want your components. So I want to be rid of this flake. But you really don't have anything else that truly interests me, do you? I should get rid of some of these guns. They weigh me down in terms of... Oh, right, they don't have... I was looking at this thinking they have plenty of money. They do not. Alright, well, I'm keeping my flake. I'm keeping my meals. If you like guns so much, I'll give you any guns that are just lying around that I don't want. Crap sniper rifle, regular shotguns, revolver, the bows. Bow, recurve. Keeping that SMG. Bow, flame bow, recurve bow, port rifle. This clears this junk away from me as well, which is just good, because these things still have value. It's vastly reduced because you don't make much money selling weapons as a balancing mechanic. Also, if I have any truly god-awful clothes here, off they trot. And then for the little bit of money that you also have, here's a... Actually, I know these survival meals are outside, so take those. Bang. And Nancy, while you're out there, naturally do some hauling for us. So much hauling to be done. But we're in a pretty good state, apart from Lady Saru. Nancy, are you able to... No, of course not. Well, at least your poor mood is stopping you from going back to your old ways quite so quickly. You wanted to gift them stuff, Jake. I did, and I forgot. Let me think. It was Ergo and E10, right? So I want to find the E10 guy. Where is he? Yeah, what are you doing, Nance? After you've had your din-dins, do that, and we'll get them a gift. Quest completed. Unknown survivor. Okay, yeah, of course. Possible future reward. Anyone know the odds of that? And I would also quite like to know what the pool of items is for that. Interestingly enough, I could gift him a lot of things and then have an animal or something go and mulch him, but I think what I'll just do is I'll give him a little bit, just for a wee bit of happiness. Get rid of some of this flake, actually. Get rid of all of that flake. Probably worth it for the relation bonus. I'm not going to be too short. Let me think. They're at 11 right now, and I want them up to 26, so I could at least call in an ally. So 11 to 26 is going to be 15. We go. There we go. So yeah, I can call in the allies and still keep them as an ally. Quest expires. The Panthers. 12 hours after I accept. No thanks. Any of my yak attacks hungry? Beat up buddies. As soon as these two little calves are of age, they get the slaughter. And then I'm looking forward to having 4 females to keep it going. And I'll be able to get milk, and that milk will probably be fed straight back to them by way of nutrient paste. Hope Sia doesn't have a breakdown and lose her religion. Now that would blow for me. This resistance is barely going down, despite Nancy's best attempts. How about those silent neuroformers, by the way? I think what I'm going to do is when I get all of my human skin stuff, I'm going to give it to the Broken Empire to elevate myself to neutral, then bring them in for the Praetor ceremony, and then Trebliard can take the other 2 Psylinks and become level 6. I'm not sure about that though. Really not sure about that. I might give the Psylinks to Nancy and Pandy instead. But that comes with their own problems. Because in the end, I'm going to want multiple royals. I don't know. I certainly don't want to sell them. They're really useful. I think I will give them to Trebliard. The sooner I can elevate him, the better. You never know, I might get a level 6 spell that just changes everything. Whereas bringing you up to count is a lot of honor. We're at night with 8. Praetor is going to eat 10 of that. But it will get me another aid, and that's going to be the transport shuttle. And after that, it's going to be the Jannies. Alright, that'll work. But Trebliard needs to finish up what he's doing there. Remember I was talking about a mad animal that could help me out here? But that Ibex doe is miles away. They're still going to come over here, though, so that's a pain. But hopefully Spurdo and Smuggler can destroy it. I know you want to harvest, but could you just haul what there is here for now? Oops, we don't want to sow here. You know what? That Ibex doe is Martin's problem, not mine. So Trebliard, if you could please get back. You know, if it nails Leslie, then I get my stuff back. Although a lot of that stuff I don't even want. You guys are doing good, but come over here so the Ibex doe is not my problem, please. There we go. You can do it, Leslie. You can get mauled by a doe. Ah, he's gonna defeat the doe. Oh well, free doe. Still telling me about poor Baron over there? Not long until he spoils, you know. Wait, why are we sewing here? Please do not. All sewing is cancelled. And for the love of God, I don't want to go without carving up Baron. Neuroquake would have saved you 4 times over since the start of this run if you count Gentleman's Respite. Yeah, comes with big costs though. For all you know, you Neuroquake and then you have another threat that could it could do you in because you've lost your Psycaster. It's hard to say these things for sure. Jesus, I need to process these bodies. 78 of them is going to be a field day. E-Tanner again here? I've never had so many visitors come. Right, well, I don't really have much of value, but I can take their silver in exchange for my anything. Do want to process all these drugs into flake though. It's not a lot of flake, but it's a start. Down the line, I'm sure we'll have a much larger drug empire. Haul this corn first. It's going off, and other people, pestilence, are going to be eating it. Nancy, you as well. We need a lot of hauling done right now. Oh Christ, Treblayard is... Okay, no, he's grabbing that stuff. That's good. I was worried I might have interrupted him and had him just carry more stuff than he should have. But he'll bring all that corn back to where it needs to go. God, that's a lot of corn. But that's good. That's the plan. I know it's a lot of wealth. I am fully aware of the wealth situation. I'm also well aware that I am enemies with the Empire and I have no traps. So yes, I'm very vulnerable. I'm just hoping Randy will go, I've spent my load, I'm going to leave Jake alone for like 2 weeks. And then we can be all done with our harvesting, get loads of wood, rebuild our traps, get friendly with the Empire again, and harvest all these corpses. That's the dream. I feel like Nancy's not that fast at making drugs. You'd think with that amount of intelligence she'd be really good at it, but is drugs a crafting skill as well? Because I think it's not just intelligence. It might be drugs and crafting. Because it thinks that Nancy's drug skill is... No, it says 17. Well, I don't know what it's based on. Randy, right after Jake asked for some calm. Colonists, whatever, is running away from 10 centipedes with miniguns. This is a charity quest. Yeah, I should be grateful that there haven't been that many mechs out here. In fact, the only mechs we got were docile mechs, which I've never seen before. They're just floating around. They didn't even attack me. They didn't even attack anything. They were just there. It was weird. Still can't convert Saru, but someday. Gonna need a standing lamp in here when it's time for the big eat. Meaning I might reinstall the wall lamp over here, so that there's light here and light here. Wall lamps just don't have the range that I'm looking for the big cut. There's gonna be a lot of clothes flowing around here, but thankfully not too many because primitives don't tend to wear that many clothes. It's intelligence and crafting as well. Ah. It's a shame Nancy never really got a crafting level up. Oh yeah, speaking of, I was meant to trade with these people at least a little bit. Get their silver if nothing else. So much hauling to be done. I'm grateful that I have 7 people. I am very much in memory of the time that we had far fewer than that. Take the flake. Unlike drugs, everybody buys survival meals. You really don't have anything worth my time, do you? No, you certainly don't, but I will take your silver. Thank you, Nancy. Please hold that silver. Anything else that might be worth our while? What happens if you revisit the site of the previous base? Will it reset the map? It will be ruined further. So normally you cannot revisit this, and you cannot settle anywhere adjacent to it either. So all 7 of these tiles are completely off limits. I mean, you can walk through them, but I can never settle them. And I'm pretty sure nothing will ever spawn there either. However, using a debug command, you can destroy this. And if I were to walk there and resettle it, it would give me the same area back completely fresh. All the hills would be back, all the mineable resources would be back. It would be as if I had never settled there. There wouldn't be any charred remains, or dugout holes, or dead bodies. It would just be exactly the same as when we started our first Nancy Drew stream. But of course you have to enable develop mode to do that. I will not do that. It's also very exploitable. If you find somewhere that has easily accessible gold or plasteel or something valuable like that, then the cunning individual could just keep resetting it and mining it out. Yeah, no. That I would use such deplorable exploits, really. Do these things hold rice? Because I got more rice than I was expecting. Is there a logging site we can raid for more trap materials once winter is here and there's no plant work to be done? I plan on cutting down loads of trees. There's plenty of trees down here that have been growing very nicely. So yeah, winter is going to be the harvest trees operation for me. Getting colder out there. I do really want to harvest what we have right now. We're almost done, but of course we also need to gather what we're harvesting. There's that to be harvested. This stuff isn't going to make it. This needs to be gathered. Maybe I should cancel all my tree cutting right now. Certainly cancel dragging these things. That was a job for the temp labor force. Yeah, there we go. Trees will be cut once everything else is taken care of, which means I have to defend myself with no empire and no traps. And as we saw, they like to send 50-man raids at us back when we had 2/3 of the wealth that we have right now. So I'm really hoping we get our harvesting done soon. Yeah. I hope we find a spell check Throne of Ascension, the site colony from the previous series. That'd be a fun late game thing to do. Sadly, I think it re-rolls the randomization of the world depending on the mods that you have installed. I think there's some checks, some altering stuff, because the world is slightly different. Our Throne of Ascension was... I think it was here? Or here? It was around here. But this road layout was different. The location of these things was different. Remember, there was a road that went around here. I think there were nobles here and whatnot. So yeah, this was changed. The world, same layout, same biome, same mountains, but the roads in these places were different. Also, their names were different. Finding out so much about this game playing it. Thank God that rot stink is blocked by the wall. Could you imagine Nancy and Treblyard's lungs? Nancy Drew, and Treblyard Drew, that is. Accept no alternatives. Would the Real Ruins mod be able to add it if it's the same world? I don't know about the Real Ruins mod. Unfamiliar to me. One thing I do have is I still have allies. If I was in a bad situation, I could call in allies, but on 500%, allies get ripped to shreds, because they still send the same usual, like, 12 very poorly armed and armored individuals that just get flayed alive. They're really just meat shields. Can't believe Hakov is still alive there. I got excited by the blue bit there, but it's just a wooden hand. Forget that then. Smuggler's still going to be unhappy at all the corpses, right? Yeah, you're going to be even more unhappy when he sees the rotting corpses. But we always accepted the Smuggler was going to be a problem. Eventually he will be converted and stop being quite so much of a problem. You chat with Sia and then deliver some food to Sia, please. Still working on getting Sia. I wish I had word of trust. What, does Lake Mbiat Shada have a meaning to you, TBW? I'm amused and bemused if it does. Oh my god, the amount of stuff that's going to pour out of here. Describing joining the colony to Sia. Sia's not amazing, but Artisan Crafter? That has an appeal. Backup Medic has an appeal. Backup Constructor has an appeal. Fast Learner is going to synergize amazing with the crafting. Body Modder is going to be easy to keep happy just by giving you a simple implant, although I don't have one. Wimp is the main problem, so I'm going to have you gun from a distance and maybe wear some flak. Oh, I have no clothes left. I play hard wanting to meditate. How about you haul before you meditate? We got all this stuff that needs moved around and you know it. You didn't really haul much for me though. Alright. We're almost done. Yeah, who would have thought that the most labor-intensive part of any farming work is the harvesting? Almost like you need some kind of harvest moon time for it. Also, why is Ali... Oh, Ali isn't fully grown. When does a human end up fully grown? Is it 18 or 20 something? Because your carry capacity is still lowered. You should still have like a meat gain per day or something, right? Or some size factor? It's 18, okay, well. And she's still biologically 15. Madness. Yeah, that stuff hauled. I don't want pestilence eating it. Still trying to fill the void until Rune Factory 3 remake with RimWorld Farm Sim? No. No, I played Rune Factory 3 plenty. I don't think I'm going to be running away to be playing that. Besides, I already own it in Japanese, and I was not immediately taken by it. Oh, how cute! A Muffalo! It's at the other end of the bleeding map, but Lady Sarrow will rope it in eventually, and then I'll slit its throat and eat it. This is going to be a miserable place for all the slicing up, but Treblyard is a happy individual, they'll be able to take care of it. I often forget that Treblyard is a competent cook in his own right, but I really only have that cooking skill so that he won't mess up. Oh god, we're out of space again for this. So he won't mess up the butchering and lose a lot of goods that way. I am out of storage space around here. It's getting beyond ridiculous. I need to expand. I need either a storage room or just a bigger main room. And that's why I want to put down more moisture pumps. Since these traps are gone, I could push this wall out up north a bit. I don't really need this fancy, nice growing stuff anyway. Could also push out this way. Again, not perfect. I'll lose a lot of good trap area for that. But probably what I should do. Or I just make a room. Just a sheltered room for storing excess stuff. But I don't like having things go too far away from you because it gets harder to defend. And defense is the name of the game, given how incredibly brittle we are on these brutal settings. Alright, Nancy, I'm very glad you're still making flake, but there's still some hauling to be done. Oh man, the amount of mystery meat meals there's going to be to make. So I'm going to process all of this with Nancy. She's going to make all the flake. And then... Seru? Oh yeah, of course. Seru hates being out there. Well, I thought I changed Seru's schedule. It's midday, you should be sleeping. She wants to be sleeping, that's for sure. You have 7,000 vegetables and you're about to get as much or more of human meat. Yep. I'll be turning it into mystery meals and selling them to my good friends. But that's why I need to not get attacked right now, because my wealth is at its apex. Do I really want this chem fuel? I guess I do. Taking up space, right? Tell you what, you could... I thought I had a place for items. I guess also furniture could be kept in here if we have any uninstalled. Get rid of some of this. Come on, Nancy, you'll get that final conversion on Lady Seru and we'll finally be done with her moody ways. We won't, she's still going to be moody for other reasons, but we're working on her. At least she can finally take some drugs to cheer up once we convert her. And that's what we got the psychite tea and the smokes and the beers for. Feels like we're a little short on beer, actually. I think I sold loads of my beer because I said I'll be having plenty of beer soon. Not wrong, but that beer now has to last us till the next growing season. I'm doing all I can for you, Sarah, even giving you this impressive bedroom. Look, it's got that wooden sculpture we made. Wow, the marble sculpture really does not have much extra beauty on the wooden ones. In fact, it's worse because it's only normal quality, and it took forever to make. So lesson learned, make wooden sculptures. Wooden, and then jade. These weapons I still want to degrade a bit more, so they're not quite so wealthy. Those weapons are too good. By the way... Pandy rather, I want you to wear a Psychic Shock Lance. Spurdo, you already wear one. Ali, I also want you to wear a Psychic Shock Lance. That way I'm a bit more ready for nasty emergencies. That allows us to immediately incapacitate 5 enemies. Because I think, was it Pandy's one's already slightly used? 2 out of 2. Spurdo, 1 out of 2. Yeah, there we are. So we've got 5 shots on that. Could also be used if one of our own guys goes ballistic, but then they're knocked out and there's a reasonable chance of brain nastiness happening. Nasty brain zappiness. We're not the world's biggest fans of those. Andy and Spurdo aren't wearing vests. Yeah, no flak vest on either of you. Maybe I should change that. I don't think I had flak vests at the time. Now I do. Are either of you already wearing ratty clothes? Pandy is. His shirt is already a bit bleh. But yeah, this is probably for the better. Pandy, wear that one. And Spurdo, once you're done, whatever you're doing. Oh man, they trashed one of my skips. It's okay, we still have space for that out there. Still, once you're done with that, you go and wear the other one, please. I actually far prefer flak over recon armor, believe it or not. Recon armor covers a bit more of the body, but if you just have a really good over layer, then it's usually fine. Take this hyperweave, for example. Surprisingly good armor. But flak is just really good at adding that extra protection from being shot through, say, the liver. Looks like IFT is working on something regarding world pawns. That could be handy. Because yeah, the spawn rate of custom characters is really low, and I do not, to my knowledge, know of a way to deal with that yet. What does loudspeaker come under? Misc. Yeah, sure. But there's another misc. And another misc. Alright, keep the misc over there then. Can't believe our party was boring. That just doesn't seem right. It was far from boring. I want to make a piano. Gonna need one for the throne room eventually. Good, these things are desiccating at long last. That means they're gonna stop rot stinking. You don't want rot stink on your doorstep. That stuff, well, it really stinks. That foam pop pack's already popped, right? Yeah, it has. Might still be worth having in an impid raid or to use in an emergency. But I think you need to fill it with chem fuel. You're heading down here anyway, right? Oh my god, jade. There's a good point. See all that jade? I want it. Jade is good. Jade is great for making half-decent thingamajiggers out of. Nice hyperwave park. I kind of regret leaving it out there like that. Strip them, please. Yoink. No, not the body. We don't want the body. Leave the body. Leave all of that stuff except for the fire foam pack. This is tempting because it's hyperweave. Treblyard could use that hyperweave. But he's good for -41 wearing his hyperweave prestige robe, so don't take that either. But do take this. That's good stuff. In fact, I should actually just check on the corpses and see if there are any really good things lying around. Really good would be utility stuff, because that won't be tainted. Sadly, utility stuff seldom appears on tribals, although they do use bandoliers. I'm sure I'm saying that wrong, but the things that let you shoot faster. Sounds like they would go really well with auto shotguns. I loved seeing the hail of auto shotgun rounds when the enemy gets close, but of course that's the key thing. The enemy has to get close. I think I have enough chem fuel from organics, thanks. I'm going to need that organics for my mystery meat meals. Let's not store pemmican. When I was young, I thought misc was seafood. I played enough games to know what misc was. Right. I want Seru converted before I do the big slaughter, because otherwise Seru is going to be really upset about what we do to all those bodies. But the time for the slaughter is pretty much upon us. This doesn't do humans, right? Yeah, great. In that case, butcher human forever in a very, very small radius. I'm going to make it like 5. Strictly human corpses, not colonists, in case that somehow happens. Only Treebeard. And the thing is called Butcher Humans. We're going to get you stuck over there. We're going to get that nice seat over there because we're going to need some excellence. And it looks ugly as sin in there. That's not going to be a problem for Treebeard because he's just very happy being able to slam Nancy Drew any night he wants as it is. The main downside is that there's going to be a lot of items pouring out here. By the way, did we finish collection of the harvest? Yeah, mostly. And that means Treblyard's cooking is actually going to be... No, not cooking. Butchering is going to be one of his top jobs now. If he doesn't have anyone to treat, he gets butchering. But as I said, this is being suspended until we convert Seru. Because Seru's going to need a beer to chill out after the things we do to these bodies. She still has be happy as her thing, but she probably still wouldn't do this of her own volition. The rain will last forever, because we have this weather controller with a mech cluster defending it. Now, I can go there and destroy the weather controller and the rain will clear up, but there is no good reason to do that currently. The rain slows us down and it makes our colonists unhappy for a couple of hours if they're out in the water. But big whoop. It slows down my enemies, it puts out fires, which is great because my traps are all made of wood. I will probably think that's less of a problem once I'm able to put up fire foam poppers everywhere. Once I have fire foam poppers protecting my wooden traps, then they're not going to be vulnerable to fire. Until then, this rain is just the natural way. Although it's been caused by a non-natural source, it's my natural way of dealing with it. Do I want that cow? It did die. It's got meat on it. Andy, get me that cow. Here comes the cow. Actually, I changed my mind. I've already moved my butcher spot, so don't do that, please. Yeah, haul that wood. It does affect range accuracy, yes it does. However, enemies are more likely to be shooting me than I am shooting them. The advantage is just too high. If all this forest burned down, I would lose so much of my wood, and that would hurt really badly. Doomacia. Glad they haven't flipped out and tried to break out yet. I'm also glad that they haven't lost their faith in the burden of sin. They hate us all, though. It's alright, once we stop holding you prisoner, it'll be fine. Plus, you're good friends with Drew. How could anyone not be friendly with Nancy Drew? Surprised she's still able to be recreational. She wants 6 types: solitary, social, dexterity, separate. Okay, yeah, we do actually have 6. Getting the television and the harp was really good. There was a time when the harp was only something that the royals could play, but fortunately that's changed. Keeping Barbarian's corpse in there, but oh yeah, this Muffalo needs to die. But maybe now's not the time. We'll keep it there for now. Wait until Manette shows up and humiliates Nancy for a poor painting. You made the tea wrong again. Say no more. I'm sure this has been a lot, but what's the murder bingo? If we kill... okay, well, let's start from the start. People submitted well over 100 custom characters, and they are in the world. They can appear as raiders and traders and allies, and if they die or we capture them, you can check them off on the murder bingo. And if you get a bingo, you can choose the next weekly one-shot. Of course, it's going to take a long time, because in the relatively small raids that we've had, there's not been a lot of custom characters appear. Although today, what did we get, like 5 of them coming in? Hopefully people are helping me keep track of them, because I don't want to comb through the VOD for it. Maybe I should share the list right now. That way you can leave comments. I already see some comments, but whoop-de-doo. There we go, those are all the custom characters in the world. I didn't give edit access, because I don't trust you, frankly, but if you leave a comment, I can solidify those comments. I commented for today. Thank you, Marvin. Yeah, cheers, Andarius. I can see it in the corner of my eye. I don't know what they're saying, but I'm seeing things ping up that look... I mean, it's IFT. IFT is pretty talented at these kinds of things. Nice thing about rain is that it degrades items outside very quickly. And that is usually something that I want. I mean, I don't tend to keep things outside that I don't want degraded. But it's a great way of reducing wealth. Take these guns, for example, right? The base value is 1356, it's already almost halved. I'm going to bring it down to about 40% before I bring it in. And other things I could leave outside just to drain their percentage. Ooh, I've got a spare shock lance here. Ali. Seru should really get a shield belt. Actually, I could research making shield belts. And making our own high-quality shield belts would be amazing. Masterwork and legendary shield belts are just amazing. They recharge really quickly and they hold a huge charge. Really huge. It's amazing. Also, Sia, you are going to be my mech person. Although I still haven't figured out what I'm going to do with all that mech wastage. It doesn't tend to be that much for the wee ones, but it's still more than I'd like. The technology to get rid of them could be a real pain. Of course, Seru's unhappy. Nancy, could you put an end to this nonsense? I have had it with Seru and Seru's problems. Seru, you are joining my religion right now. There we go. And now you are going to celebrate joining my religion by, well, you're going to dump all those crops for one, but then you're going to have a goddamn beer. And now we are going to unsuspend butchering of humans, and Treblyard, that is your job now. Butcher all the humans. Anyone unhappy about it is just going to have to drink a beer. Starting with you, Seru. Just drop the freaking corn. I don't care that much about it. Drink a beer. You're not a teetotaler, it was just your religion holding you back, and now your religion doesn't need to hold you back. Of course, you're also unhappy about being shot down, but that's because you're an undesirable woman. You're 91 years old, what are you doing looking for love? Should be looking for a carefully dug out hole. There we go, don't you feel a lot better now? Yeah, this place is about to fill up like crazy. But there's going to be a lot of space to dump all the... Oh, right, yeah, that human leather's really going to pile up. I wish I had even more space to keep the human leather somewhere. Well, textiles can be stored in here. I need a much better storage solution. It's funny, I had a friend who worked for a company called Howard's, and they were always talking about being the storage solution. Plenty of jokes cracked at his expense, but too bad for him. The meat can be kept cool in here. Hopefully there's enough space for all that meat in there. It's not like I have other animal meat for now. How you feeling in there, Trebes? Not great, but all that death certainly helps. Not to mention the lovin'. So now we're here for an even bigger bump in wealth, I think. It's hard to tell if it's just going to go up or down. One thing I do need to do, though, is dump all of the crappy clothes outside. Probably just shove them over here, right? Zone, stockpile zone, blah, 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 blah. And then this is a place for apparel. All non-clean apparel goes there. Hopefully there's not unclean apparel that is just lying around and allowed. Well, that's just a way to clean this out, because it's going to end up swimming with things like these tainted toques and whatnot. Downside is people are going to be walking around here quite a bit. Oh well, they can figure it out. I'm well aware about the chronological and biological age. I just wanted to make fun of her for being so old. Right, Nancy's almost worked her way through all the drugs, which is great, because this is going to start filling up with human meat. And then it's time to make mystery meat meals with Nancy Drew. Actually, Ali could also make the meals, and Ali is just not really doing much other than that. In fact, I could already start filling this up with human meat, couldn't I? It'll fill up with both. And then this thing's going to take rice, but also corn. It's not set to take corn, but it should. Because I'm not fussy. Rice, corn, berries, whatever. We just need some kind of plant product to mix with the meat and then make our delicious mystery meat meals. And we also need Pandy to be turning all this human leather into bedrolls. Kind of a shame I don't have Sia right now, because Sia could also make it into human leather clothes, but it's going to be bedrolls. The bedrolls are going to be shoved into the transport pod. Happy days. Do these things take furniture? Well, the furniture should probably put out here. Do you think you could make me a wooden shelf over here, Andy? And this wooden shelf, maybe there should be two. Yeah, make another one over here, please. And the storage should be a critical place for all bedrolls. Am I relocate? I think I am relocating. That's not what I intended to do. Cancel that. Let's build a copy and relocate. And hopefully, yeah, just bedrolls. And Pandy. I mean, I know it's 10 in the morning. You don't really want to get up, do you? But someone else can haul the goods over there. And here it comes. Here comes the big cook-off. It's not that much work to make a 4-pack of survival meals. But I think if Ali had a gastro nose, she'd be able to do it even faster. Very skilled professional. But yeah, keep that human meat flowing. Gonna lower this down a bit so it doesn't end up with too much human meat on it. Due to manufacturing process, traces of flake might be found in your survival meals. Well, that's good. A little bit of pep in it. Nothing unusual to put drugs in rations. Heck, we did it in Frostpunk. I forget what it is. I think it was cocaine. You could put cocaine in with people's food. It was a complete trap, though. That's how you know you've got some really preachy developers. Andy, I know you're enjoying a good bit of relaxing, but I've got important work that I need you to do. And he knows it as well. Why are tainted clothes being kept here? No to tainted, and also no to biocoded. This is just meant to be my there is nowhere else for these things place. Right, now our final problematic individual smuggler. Always unhappy because they're teetotaling. They don't like the corpses. They don't like that we're butchering human-like. They don't like Malvina dying. They just are constantly unhappy, and I can't drug them up to make them happy. Best thing I can do is give them plenty of recreation time. Sweet. I want shields next, Nancy. Look at him go! Anyone catch how many human corpses we had to begin with? I think it was in the 90s, and now it's down to the 70s. The faster he gets through them, the better. Oh, that's right, I also need to get on my actual bedroll making, don't I? Double bedroll. Specifically out of human leather. Be nice if the game showed you how much human leather you had, but this obfuscates the numbers there. Anyway, I know I'm going to be able to make a bajillion of them. Question is where? I should throw them out here, I guess. Oh, no, I can't put them there because they need bridges underneath them. Madness. Well, it's getting difficult to find space to do this. Why don't I just throw them in your throne room? You won't be happy about it, but it'll be quick and easy to do. Yeah, it's pretty much just space at this point. Boom, 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 boom. Why do I even close the door in here? Just keep it open so people can just run through all the time. Might help share the heat as well. The vent isn't doing everything after all. So why do I make bedrolls? It adds a little bit of value to the human leather. They're very quick to make, and it's very easy to just blast them off. Oh man, even Spurdo's unhappy. I knew making all these butcher jobs would be a pain. But like I said, that's why we drink beer. Obfuscation of ingredient radius is really what grinds my gears in this game, especially when I try to mark a really tiny circle. Obfuscation of ingredients? Oh, you mean this thing? Yeah, in which case I absolutely agree. Smuggler is so ready to pop. Right, well, if that's the way you're gonna do it, I'm just gonna make Smuggler have recreation time. There's not much else I can do for him. Chill out, watch some TV, get comfortable, just don't blow a fuse on me. So we have all these human corpses dealt with, and then things get better. Also, I might need a bigger zone than this. These things don't need to degrade with any particular speed. I'm not worried about their wealth, because their wealth is already annihilated by the simple virtue of being tainted. But yeah, this wealth has got to go. These meals need sold. The gifts need given. I need the Empire to like me again. What kind of TV show airs on the Rim anyway? Oh, I can see here. Cathode ray tube display for showing moving pictures of sound. Even on the RimWorlds, there's often an old transmitter running something at least marginally interesting. I haven't watched TV in so long, I don't know what I would find interesting anymore. So one of these excellent bedrolls is worth 540. Materials and labor 361, so the extra bonus there is pretty good. The downside of making bedrolls is that as a trade good, they get their value reduced by an additional 30%, which is also multiplying with the other value reducers that you get in this game. So making bedrolls is actually not a very profitable way to gain wealth. But I'm pretty sure that the reduction for being furniture does not apply to the value that it gives it as a gift. So that's why I like to gift people bedrolls. I could be wrong, and if I am wrong, by all means, please let me know. But if you send someone a weapon as a gift, it does reduce the value of the gift because it's a weapon. But sending them furniture, they seem pretty happy about it. Now, I still have quite a bit of human leather and quite a bit of it coming in, so let's keep on keeping on, shall we? I want to send these over to the Broken Empire to become friends with them again. It was a pretty good trade, to be honest. I got 2 silent new reformers and some great clothes out of it. And correct me if I'm incorrect, but didn't I get a bit of recon armor out of it? I'm actually a little tempted to give that to Seru. I know I spoke earlier about how I prefer flak vest and other clothes than that. Let me help you with that. There you go. But Seru's going to be... Oh, jeez. Not my geothermal generator, Smuggler. I need that. I so want him dead. Should I shock lance him? I just arrest him? Then he'll have the, I was arrested malice again. This is the second time he's tried to zap my generator. 100% chance that I can take him away. Alright. Throw him in prison. He's clearly not learning his place. Is he gonna drop his stuff? Yes, he does! That's quite funny. Oh, I don't want any of this crap. But there's an easier way to do this. Order, forbid, all of that. It's not going to fix his mood at all, but some things just can't be so simply dealt with. Eat the mood hit to hang him? Oh, don't tempt me now. Just hang around there and chill out for a bit, alright? Isn't he guilty? There is a mood hit to executing guilty people. I know, it's sad. Could you please haul these beds away? They're not that heavy, you should be able to manage it. I need to get these things sent away, right? This, all this wealth is just begging for me to get another attack. Remember, at this much wealth, about 100,000, we got sent 50 raiders for our poor little 7-man colony. And now we're 50% richer. Scary. Very scary. Alright, I'm going to immediately load all these bedrolls onto here. Donk. And I want Seru, while you're out there, I want you to load. Well, loading's a top priority for everyone, isn't it? Well, damn well should be. Loading is important. This is why I do this. It's very, very quick to just throw them in there. And by this I mean I keep the bedrolls next to. Otherwise, there's a lot of back and forthing because people don't use their inventories to load up gear for these things. And there we go. If I were to launch you, oh, it doesn't have enough fuel to get over to there. E10 would consider that plus 36, and E10 is already at 26, so that might actually go a very long way for the Empire. Let's have this up at 90, shall we? No, that's too much. We only need 80. Please refuel the pod launcher. Don't know why that shows up twice. Meat's gonna go off. I hope Ali is taking her job seriously. I won't refuel it unless it gets really low. Ali seems oddly happy. Wow, there's all this happy stuff going on. Gorgeous, luxuriant. Yeah, we're starting to get to the point where we're actually seeing to our people's needs pretty well. And that way I can start handling some of the downsides like butchering human life and disturbed sleep and ratty apparel. Shame about the boring party. That just feels uncalled for. There was nothing boring about that party. It was a very exciting time. See what I mean? Lady Sarah's going back and forth for these last bedrolls. But now, if I sent it to you... Oh, wait, what do you mean beyond maximum range? Didn't this thing get filled up to 70? 80 even, and it wasn't enough. Alright, 85, and not a bit more. Glad I made that chem fuel now. Most gorgeous multi-use room where I sleep and people are working around me. I think you get used to the noise. I mean, I got used to my noisy fan blasting directly at my face here in Hungary because it was that or melt. There we go! That is just the ticket to make the Broken Empire love me again. But it's too much, right? No point going overboard here. Let's kick out some of the better human leather bedrolls. Kick out 2 excellent ones and see how they feel about that. 73? No, okay, I spoke too soon. Give it one more excellent bedroll. So, interesting fact, in vanilla, if you reload a transporter because you're like, oh, I need to add one more packaged meal or one more t-shirt, it unloads the whole thing and you have to start from scratch. Absolutely ridiculous. So there's a mod here that just lets you add to an already filled up transport pod. I think it's the same for caravanning as well. To the person that was judging me for my 50 mods for this game, it's because of useless garbage like that. And now the Broken Empire will love me again, or at least not hate me quite so much. And that wasn't even, I think, half of my my human skin. Now, whoa, that gave me more than I thought. Huh, okay. Anyway, huzzah, they like me. I don't think it's worth allying the Broken Empire. I mean, it can be, they've got really good traders, but I don't know, maybe I will ally them actually. They can be really helpful, their traders are awesome. And I don't think I want to betray the Stellarch again. Not the Stellarch, but the whatever he is. Right, as soon as we get these beds out of here, we're going to bring him in and get our upgrade. Do they raid you if you're hostile? Yep. It's very rare. I'm not even sure if I've seen it before, but yeah, they'll raid you. I will choose to believe they'll raid you. Right, another couple of days, these should all be processed. I really want Ali to get up and just be pretty much non-stop on that cooking. Because otherwise this human meat's going to go off. Okay, I appreciate your enthusiasm, but come on, there's work for you to do. Meow. The game's going to keep pinging me about these, which is annoying, but I need that there so all this stuff goes away. Should probably start pulling in a trader already. We're going to have a lot of packaged survival meals to trade. It's not a bad idea, actually, if anyone is free to do so. Wait, smuggler, what are you doing out? You were meant to be in prison. I think his prison thing was still set on release, so eh. Anyway, I will in 13 days attempt to change him. Also, he's still wearing the head wrap. I found him. That tickles me pink. Also, that really crappy parka. Keep it together, smuggler. You have such a fancy hat. You can do it. Can he, though? Look at all his bodies he has to look at. He doesn't like that. Nancy? Oh, you're way ahead of me. You're delivering that food. Lady Saru, before you do any of that, please call my ally Irgo and request a shaman trader. I want lances. Trade caravan, shaman merchant. I wonder if their bulk traders carry jade. Not that I'd pay for jade, but it would be a consideration. Actually, there is something to be said for trading away my human leather just straight up, but I don't know, I love giving away bedrolls for relations because my next step is actually to get Polywopple as my ally. Not just not hostile, I want them as an ally. This is the big windfall from all the imps, right? The human capital can be put to great use. I'm gonna need more space. Can you, like, put that down without there being problems? I need more space in here. I will eventually mine this out and have a little bit more space. And eventually, I won't even be using this. I will have a dedicated proper room, not just a hole in a mountain. But for now, I gotta do what I gotta do. Oh wow, we still have corn out there. God knows what else we still have out there. The wood amount is looking good, so I'm also looking forward to getting my traps online. Bedrolls first, though. Get my allies. At least if I get attacked, I can call in allies. Just a few more days, Randy. Don't gut punch me now. Take this all the way down to 10%. And maybe 15. I just don't want that meat going off. It'd be a terrible waste of some terrible meat. But yeah, remember when I was talking about the addition to the Thrumbo meat we had? Well, the Thrumbo meat was worth, what, like £1.90 each? These are worth only 80 American cents. Can't even be Brazilian cents, they use the lira. Absolutely worthless trivia. Probably absolutely worthless currency. I am gonna miss having loads of beer. The shaman merchant will buy my drugs. I'll probably sell the drugs first. In that case, maybe I should bring over one of the E10 traders as well. I will call over E10's fancy trader. Trade caravan, please. Send me your exotic goods guy. Speaking of worthless currency, I was cleaning my room last night and I found some Argentine pesos. Why do you have Argentine? Well, maybe we don't want to know. Maybe we really don't want to know. Seems like a very unnecessary thing to have. I'm going to cancel these for now. I'm going to wait until I amass a bit more human leather, because otherwise Pandy's going to go back and forth here a bit too much. How many do we have? Only 33 corpses left. And now I'm sure you're wondering just how much are we getting off of each of these corpses. So let's have a look. Let's take this warrior, for example. He hasn't lost any parts of his body. And his meat amount, it would be 140. But it's because he's damaged from combat, it gets reduced by a third. And because we're playing on losing is fun, plus 500% difficulty, it's further reduced by a multiplicative of 20%. So we get about half of that. And the leather amount is similarly down to a little over half of it. On top of that, there is also Treblyard's skill to take into account, and that is his butcher efficiency. Treblyard is 95% efficient, so we lose another 5%. I don't know if that's multiplicative, additive, on top of everything else, but we lose a little bit. We wouldn't if Nancy did it, but Nancy is a gentlewoman. What's even the term for gentlewoman? What's the female term for a eunuch? That's the real question. Anyway, Nancy is a bit beyond that. Why did blood just suddenly appear there? Huh. I don't know. Ali's being a real champ, not even questioning the meat she's being given, just turning it all into packaged meals. This is great. A lady, a spinstress. Treblyard is really living the dream. He's like that guy that got to work for making the Powerpuff Girls and then just self-inserted himself as Blossom's boyfriend. But here it's Treblyard getting to live out his dream of being one with Nancy Drew. Maybe he just really hates Ned Nickerson. Well, I found a bunch of pre-Euro currency, including stuff from Romania and Portugal. I didn't know Romania used the euro. Guess it makes sense, but well, Hungary resists it. This thing over there. Treblyard really loves what he does. He's just sitting in there all the time. It's so ugly, though, right? Stuck indoors, boring party. I want to get out and have some fresh air. What's wrong with all the goat blood? Oh god, and there's gonna be I forget the name of the fluids, but the stuff that's involved with birth, because many yaks were born here. Ugh. The smell. It's all roofed in and rocked as well. The placenta? Yeah, okay. Maybe I don't want to think too hard about it. There's nasty stuff going on there. That's what I'm getting at. Hey, Spurdo, would you mind moving this thing? It's a really nice thing about keeping herbivores here is that they're not going to... yeah, okay, there we go. The herbivores aren't going to touch the meat, although I do wish I had my wargs. Do we have wargs on the map yet? Ooh, male warg. I want Lady Seru to try and tame that warg. Very high chance it's going to attack when you fail, and your animal skill is not that amazing to begin with. So this is quite dangerous. You could die to that. But I do want that warg. That's a oh, I don't know. Maybe I should make a conceited effort, like you and, I don't know, Ali or Smuggler. Hey, Smuggler! Why are you so happy? Probably because I gave you all that time to enjoy your enjoy being out there. I would like you to have your shotgun back, though. Actually, you know what? That shotgun can sit there and lose value. Nah, don't be so anal. Grab that shotgun. What's so great about wargs? I just want to run with wargs in this. They're not amazing, but they're pretty hardy. They resist all sorts of weather. They attack about as fiercely as a bear. And I just want to breed them. Also, although they don't have tons of meat, they have wolf skin. And wolf skin's pretty good. How many human corpses do we have here now? About 14 over there. He's doing it. He's doing a good job of it too. I'll take that charge rifle and heavy SMG indoors now. Oh yeah, there we go. But he's going to forget about his dead rivals soon. Actually, did these happen recently? Maybe it was corpses out here that expired. Bedrolls are good no matter what. Bedrolls are all as good as each other no matter the material made. The only difference is flammability and beauty. And those are pretty much non-factors for caravanning, so you might as well make bedrolls out of whatever's going. One thought is to make it out of the cheapest material possible to lower wealth, but who plays for wealth? That fine meal is... Oh, I don't want it lying around there, basically. That fine meal is meant to be there for anybody who's desperate for a mood boost. Which, thinking about it, I should have given to Smuggler when he was ready to pop. Oh right, you're saying about this. It depends on how much you hate the person, how much of a mood boost, and conversely a mood loss that you get. The problem is losing a friend always hurts more than losing an enemy. Insofar that that's a problem. Don't worry, once we're done with all these corpses, we will be able to get rid of this zone, and we're going to stop hearing about all this stuff that's going beep-boop, beep-boop, beep-boop. And then we're going to focus on our defenses and trees to make the defenses, and we're just going to be ready for what Randy throws at us. But we're just not currently ready. Please continue being nice for just a couple more days, Randy. Once we're finished with these bodies and we send these off and make our friends, oh, we're gonna be in a good place. Look at all that human leather. Holy crap. I could sell that to a bulk trader. Avert your eyes. Things are going to get very bright in just a moment. You know what? Why don't I do this a nice way? We can do this in a way that doesn't burn your eyes. Watch this. Oh, I set that way too slow. It's going to take 8 seconds. So that gives me time to grab a drink. Right, what am I trying to say? If in a similar situation to me, you've just gone and murdered a load of people and you're carving them up for their human value, what you can do is check who buys textiles. And if you look here, royals only buy cloth, exotic outlanders only buy hyperweave, but bulk traders from both tribal and outlanders buy all textiles. Human leather is a surprisingly valuable textile, and that means you could sell it to bulk traders in exchange for Nutrimane and for components. So that's a really good use. Now let's just get rid of that. Really good use for human leather. Let's get some comparison, shall we? Human leather, $4.20 a piece. Cloth, that's a fairly standard thing. Only $1.50. Okay, what about a half decent type of leather? Plain leather is so-so, $2.10. Thrumbo is a different matter entirely. Thrumbo is 14 quid. Do I even have any other kind of leather? No, that's all I've got. The thing is, human leather is one of the most expensive leathers. I disagree with that. I really don't think it should be so high value because it really lends into well, it's not exploits, but it makes you into more of a monster than you need to be, shall we say. Oh wow, Treblyard was not happy doing that all day. Oh yeah, I suppose the beauty was a problem, but it's very beautiful inside your throne room, so that'll cheer you up. And it's very comfortable on your throne. There we go, that's chilling him out a whole lot. But I also want you to finish the fight, so I think I'm just going to tell you to have a beer. Drink a beer, and then finish up your butchering, and then we will put away all this butchering nonsense. And then I'm probably going to stop holding on to humans for a while, because it's too much wealth. Human leather's a very diplomatic material. That it is. I don't think I care about allying the Neanderthals, even though fighting Neanderthals is a big pain. I mean, the alternative is fighting Impids, and that's just ugh. Impids, Yitkins, and Wasters. That's it? That's actually, I think, all the corpses? Yeah, you did it! Sweet! Alright, then you're being... No, not that. Reinstalled over here. The seat is being brought over here. And then we can get back to business as usual. Kind of. And we got shields as well. This is just fantastic. No more butchering humans for quite some time now. Chonk, chonk. And then there's a lot of other stuff that can just be moved around now. And the whole area will be cleaned up and still full of meat. And the nice thing about human meat is it's very low value, so it doesn't add much to your wealth. Well, comparatively speaking. And it's one-to-one for making package meals, so even after we make all these into package meals, we still have food left over. So huzzah! This is my favourite strategy to gaining power. Unfortunately, stuff isn't going so well. Hey, Ali. I don't mean to be too much of a buzzkill. I was going to make you take Wake Up, but I actually think I'll just make you... You're going to be unhappy doing this. So why don't you consume the last fine meal that I have, and then spend all your time cooking. Like, cook until there's no more cooking to be done. That fine meal will give you the mood boost that I need you to have. Actually, you're going to be at this for a while. Why don't you also drink some Psychite tea? And then get cooking. Oh my god, I'm still alive! I mean, I had no doubt. Did you see the raid that we had? There's a reason that we have 5,000 human meat after we already cooked up 180 mystery meat package meals. And every trap is dead. Right, we need to fix that actually. Building up our traps once again is a high priority. Jeez, look at all that tainted garbage space out here. Right, tell you what, if you have these things, just drop them. I'm getting rid of this area. Clunk. I am forbidding all of these. Seru, just drop it. It's all gonna go off out here anyway, so we really, really don't care. Treblyard's not carrying anything. And again, just forbid it all. It's not my problem. Just drop it. Just drop it. Same with you, Nance. Yeah, drop it. Drop it all. Oh, I think I missed Nancy there. At least apparel is quite light, so you can drag a lot of it around. But if we didn't have pick up and haul, oh god, the disaster. Because they'd be carrying these things one at a time. All that stuff's just going to be left to rot. And it'll go away really fast thanks to the rain. Could you throw it in an incinerator? Yes, but that would take time. It takes time to burn clothes and apparel. Better just to let it out here and let nature take its course. Flak, on the other hand, can be smelted down for a little bit of iron, but it's very little. Steel, I mean, but I don't think it's worth the time. Right, I'm pretty happy about getting the shield stuff on the go. I'll be even happier when I... Is this fuel only used when you use the smithy? Because I do want a piano. But I specifically want our new friend Sia to make it. So I'll suspend that for now. Once Sia eventually joins us. You are really something else. It's hard work getting you to join me, you know? Nancy, could you go and deal with them right now? I know you're busy with Tribliard. But please convince Sia to join us. Could build a room, put it in, and ignite it with Molotovs. You have free heating. Again, more time spent than just throwing this over here. Nature will do the work for me, as it should. So should I still gather up corpses? I think no. We do not need additional corpses for quite some time. On the other hand, it feels like a waste not to take them. And if they're out here, they just become nasty rot stink for me. I think the way I'll handle it is I will either... I will use the forbid tool for them. Like these guys, I left them out there just to rot their way around, rot their way out. I'm noticing no rot stink here, though. God knows. Right, one thing I do know, though, is that I want my extra Silink level for Tribliard. Hey, they got a new guy now! It's Theon. Theon? Theon? Well, I won't betray these people, but hey, if I wanted 2 more Silent Neuroformers... Ooh, Hyperweave Pat. Oh my god, think what could be gotten out betraying these people? And I could still just send them more bedrolls. Seeing the thousands of meat and corn and everything, how high is colony wealth? It maxes out at 400k. Yeah, we managed to dip it down a bit, but it needs to go down lower. And I need to make more of it into glorious money. I'm not gonna betray these guys, as tempting as it is. But I could... Whoa, is that a trap? Oh, no, don't put a trap there. That's right in front of the door. Glad I noticed that. Otherwise, there's a good chance we could have stood in that trap ourselves. So yeah, Tribliard is going to attain the next level. I'm still on the fence about giving him these silent neuroformers, though. It's going to completely negate the benefit of getting silent neuroformers later on from his even better role. Pandy's not involved because Pandy's doing important work. Everybody else come over here and witness this majesty. Sorry I betrayed you. Here's your grandma bedroll. It's all cool, man. God, all that human meat. Some of it's about to go off. I can be a little bit flippant with it since I have so much of it, but it's also a bit sad to lose it. Think that Ali, don't waste your time with those guys. Go and how are your needs? Your needs are fine. Go and get that cooking done. I don't want that human meat going to waste. That's just too flippant. Oh, that wealth is just making me salivate. Problem is, it's not weaponized wealth. This is just, please do nasty things to my bum, Randy wealth. Oh, don't be fooled, right? Of that food stuff, 5,000 of it is human meat. No one wants to eat that stuff. And those will all, hopefully, be made into meaty meals. Oh, I should be making IEDs. Right, that's another thing I can be using human meat for. Oh, yeah, that's a good thinking. I think I'll increase the radius a little bit. And I will say this will be made from human meat, since we have loads of that. And then I'm going to ask myself, who is the person that refines? It's Ali. I don't want Ali to be the refiner. Ali's actually my pretty much full-time cook. Who's useless? You are. Given that it's not harvest season, Smuggler is useless, so he can do the refining of the human meat. Was this good? It was unimpressive again. Well, at least it wasn't terrible, but he doesn't get a lot of honor out of it. Hey, you made it to Praetor, though. You want your Praetor-specific apparel. You want specifically a top hat, a beret, Or some other nice stuff. Kind of wish I had the L-Tex thing. But you'll be fine with this. Although I could make you like a spiffing top hat out of Thrumbo fur, couldn't I? Only costs 50. Thrumbo fur might be a little wasted on you, though. Well, when we get Sia, that'll be one of the things they're going to start training themselves on. Anyway, good job. Get to work. And choose your new permit. It's the Jannies. Oh, but transport shuttle. I love transport shuttle. But we're probably going to need the Jannies more than we need transport shuttle right now. I love transport shuttle, but we don't really need a bajillion rocks at this point. So I think it'll be the Jannies. Also, let's just do it. Let's Psylink you up to level 6. I think rather than get you to level 6 of the Empire, I'm going to use the rest of the honor and plow it into Nancy. Or I'll have you stockpile honor so that you can use multiple of these in a pinch. Currently you have 10 honor, so if things got really bad, you can call in an extra trooper and an extra janissary, or an extra aerodrome strike. I think that's how I'll use the honor. Now, your extra... Ooh, you know, smoke pop's pretty good. It's pretty damn good. Alright, that's pretty swell. I'm gonna have you max out your Psi focus whenever possible. Now, what are our free bonus things for you? Word of Inspiration. Oh, you have no idea how powerful that is. You probably do, but my god, this is a strategy in and itself. And there's a way to synergize it as well. Anyway, Word of Inspiration is an extremely expensive, look at that 80% Psi focus cost, way of forcing inspiration. Give it to somebody who gets inspired creativity and they can just crank out legendary things en masse. And he gets... oh, man. We got some... After getting some pretty bummy ones at 2 and 3, we got 3 really good Psi casts on Treblyard. He really needs to maintain high Psi focus, and the L-Tech staff is going to give him loads of heat. I would like to also give him an L-Tech shirt if I can. For the love of God, Sia, could you please just join me? I know you want to join me. It's not Berserk or Berserk Pulse, this is true, but with a bit of luck we're going to find that on traders. Because I'm going to keep asking exotic traders to come join me. What are you doing, Pandy? I see. I want to shove all the bed rolls in here, please. Some of that meat's going to spoil, but too bad. There we go, very quick to load. And I want to get Polywopple on my side. That would give 92, which would stop them hating me. But I'm going to make more bedrolls and send it to them. Because I want to blast them all the way up to 175 if I can. I'll save on E10, I can trade with them for the extra relations. Word of Inspiration is so good, especially if you get creativity on your artist or production specialist. Yeah, production specialist. That's your way to make legendary guns and legendary shield belts. I don't care so much about legendary clothes, because clothes will die over time. Did you get rot stink out of that? I don't think you did. At least you enjoy cooking. Wow, look at that. You'll soon be even better. I don't think cooking is worth having over level 10, but still nice to have you good at something. So Spurdo, Ali, Seru, and Smuggler, they all came aboard and I didn't want any of them, but we've had to make them work, and aside from Smuggler, we have made them all work. Although Seru is still just... What the hell's your problem? Like, yeah, I think you need another beer. Just go and drink a beer. I knew someone called a beer once. Their name was Abeer, A-B-E-E-R. What a world we live in. Yeah, this is something the Gentleman's Respite was missing. Look at this. Boom! Plus 10 from alcoholic warmth, with almost no downside. Manipulation goes down by 2%. Big whoop. Couple that with the idea that we can have Psychite tea on demand, and we're just onto a winner, absolutely. I really do, however, wish that we had our traps operational. I feel really naked without all my traps. Also, could we get rid of these? I don't want them here. For the next growing season, I may be considering a hydroponics setup, but it's also a bit much to ask at this point. No, traps first. Traps absolutely first. I can't focus on anything other than traps right now when it comes to building work. And that means I absolutely should be chopping as many mature trees as I can around here. We need the wood. We need the wood badly. I'll try and focus on one area so my people don't dance around too large an area. And I'm only focusing on mature trees. I really don't know how the vanilla chop wood thing works. But it chops non... Look, it's targeting a 64% tree. What a waste of wood that would be. Harvest yield 22. The harvest yield should be... What, 22? I'm sure it wouldn't be 22. That's what I'll believe. Trap addiction? Well, it's going to be IED addiction once I make my piano. After I make my piano, I'm going to get rid of this smithy. I don't use smithies for any of this garbage. Why are you telling me that? Oh, right, this. I've forced you to do this, and you're probably not happy about that. Oh, that's not good. That's really not good. I do not want you losing your appreciation for your religion. Chat them up, please, Nancy. If they have that happen again, that's terrible for me. After you do that, deliver them some food. And after that, maybe we could give them something to make them nice and happy? Because, yeah, I would hate to have to reconvert you again. A big reason that I brought you in was because I wouldn't have to convert you. Well, hopefully it doesn't happen too often. Right, now we can actually recruit you. But I think I will also just give you a beer to calm you down. No medical beds available. Who cares? Just give him a beer anyway. Funnily enough, this counts as an operation. But there you go, have your beer. Don't know why you're sleeping though. You really that tired? There we go. That's gonna stop you snapping too much. Wait, that was weird. Why did you get catharsis? You didn't do anything. Did you get catharsis when you broke down your religion, or... What was that? Because that seems very useful. I can imagine a talk with Nancy Drew driving someone away from joining your colony. Now, the one thing Nancy Drew was really good at in all of this was her social. We had to build up this intellect, but her social was always very good. She was a natural-born leader for this place. Oh yeah, this Muffalo needs to die. I wonder what the yaks feel. This blue bugger comes in and just gets their throats slit. Right, once the traps are done, I finish off the nice flooring here. And then I make more bedrolls and I get the pollywopple people on my side. The traders will come, and I will be buying everything I can with drugs and mystery meat meals. Yeah, it's gaming time. That's what they say, right? Ali, I almost regret to inform you that... Why are there meals in here? I hope you don't become an addict on this, but I really want you to keep doing your job. So you are going to take Wake Up and continue working on the survival meals. Which probably means you're also going to have to haul human meat, but then you need to work on it. There's a small chance of an overdose and a small chance of an addiction. It looks like neither happened, but the reason I wanted that was so your sleep just wouldn't go down, and that high on Wake Up, global work speed increases, sleep fall rate goes down. I really just wanted you to get on with the human meat. Wake Up's pretty powerful, and this is one of the powerful things about Wasters. Now, please cook. Look at her go! She knows what she's doing. Notice that sometimes she uses 24 and sometimes she uses 25 meat. The same doesn't seem to go for the corn. Smuggler, for the love of God, man. I give you nothing but free time, and you just still complain. What's your problem? Okay, he doesn't like the butchering of human-like. And he doesn't like his own chemical dependency. He just doesn't like. There's not much I can do for this guy. I'm still 11 days away from trying to do a conversion ritual on you, and even that could fail, could very easily fail. I just hate smuggling. Well, actually, the thing is, I took a nap in today, Seru. So that kind of interfered with things, dare I say. Nice thing about taking the drugs is drugs count as recreation, so that's keeping Ali even happier. And it was Wake Up, which is... Wait, does Wake Up count as Psychite? That doesn't seem right. Wake Up is made entirely out of Nutrimane. Don't know what to make of that. Is that a... Okay, I thought there was a mortar barrel in there, but no, it's just a concrete showing through. Nancy, for the love of God, we need Sia to join us. I don't want them to break and lose their religion. On the other hand, they're happy now. They won't break. Okay, although I don't know why they're happy. That kind of went over my head. Ali, no sleep for you. Just work, work, work. I think I do need this storage built up a bit more than that. Maybe 50%. Oh yeah, you also want to make wart. That's cool. And then you can shove that into the barrel and all is well. And hey, don't clean when you could... What are you doing? Oh, you're going to grab the rest of the wart. That's fine. Ali will get the work done. Ali? You are here to cook, and little else. Really running out of space for stuff. But we're getting the traps back. We still have 93 to replace, and we have a lot of cutting to be done. But it'll get done. Who said you could sleep? You're not even tired. Keep cooking. One committed pump actually achieving dry ground whilst in an unending rainstorm. I'm impressed by how well it's doing, and I do want more of them. I want to expand out here and along here. This would also be nice. I mean, basically I want to expand everywhere, but I don't have that many components, do I? 46 components? Holy moly, well we're getting to work then. I actually feel like I should make this kind of limited because I want to clear out this area first and foremost. I don't have forever. It'll take a year for these things to grow otherwise. We did it! We got Sia! Right, I'm going to place these and then think what I'm doing. Maybe I will just put them out as far as I can and just get to work. We'll clear out down to that point. I want you to do much the same. I'll shove you there and there. That should give me a lot to work with. I'll get that done and that done. I think you're able to attach there regardless, and you're going to need a bit out there. Alright, there we go. We'll get those in. Once they expand a little bit, they get walled in just like this. Alright, see ya. Welcome aboard. It was a bit of work, but we got you. You are our artisan crafter. Why are these in green? You have a strong intellectual gene? Weak immunity? Wait, what the hell? You're a baseliner. Why do you have all these genes? Oh, did Sia play around with the zine stuff? Cheeky. Very cheeky. Oh, your accuracy sucks. You need a close-up weapon, so I guess I'm going to give you a chain shotgun. Mild ultraviolet sensitivity. Not very tired. Slow wound healing. Ooh, you are really frail. Interesting, I never noticed that. Right. Well, glasses aren't a thing that I can give you. But you're going to be fighting from the back row, I guess? Yeah, at least they're not sickly. But yeah, fast learner and the genes for it, your learning speed is going to be outrageous for crafting. Which is great, because I want you to do a lot of crafting. But you need some gear, because you are naked as the day you were born. Oh, global certainty loss is part of that as well. You've still got your catharsis, which is great. I suppose one of the downsides is I don't really have much clothes for you. I'll give you this nice tail cap. I'll give you a smoke pot belt, so that you can be used to cover us if and when mech clusters arrive. Or mechs in general, I think. I'll give you these Thrumbofur trousers, and I don't really want to give you the recon armor, but I don't have many other options. Don't really have clothes for you. That's fine, you can have them hang out for now. Go and wear these things. And, actually, maybe I'd rather you have the fire foam pot rather than the smoke pot. I can just see that just being a far more immediately useful thing in a grim situation. And your job, I suppose, will be making yourself some clothes, and then making a bunch of other clothes. So Sia, you're a patient, you don't do firefighting, which is a shame. You actually care about medical, so you will be a go-to medic. Nobody does childcare around here. I don't know why Nancy's big on the refueling, I don't care about that so much. Ali can take care of that. You know, Smuggler's kind of useless. Smuggler can take over that. Smuggler can take over basic things in general, actually. He's not useless at plants, for sure, but it's no longer growing season. You actually quite like constructing. Is that a passion? No, but it's still there. So I actually do want you to construct. But if there's crafting to be done, I probably prefer you to craft. You're good at drugs, but drugs is Nancy's job. You're for fabricating, machining, smithing, tailoring, and crafting. Not really researching, that's Nancy's job. Nancy does the drugs and the research. Then again, if you did the drugs, if Nancy was... yeah, you can do drugs, and if you're doing drugs, then Nancy can get on with research, that makes sense. And now I need jobs for you to do. Should I start with you making the piano? I think I will, actually. Make the piano. Although you could make yourself some clothes. But I don't really have cloth. Oh, we've got blue fur. Alright, your first job is making yourself a button-down blue fur shirt. Specifically you. Honestly, the random xenogenes are interesting. Strengths and weaknesses, whilst not completely changing the pawn overall, not so sure. I'm not the world's biggest fan of the xenogene stuff. I suppose what I really don't like is faffing around with them. Like actually inserting, removing genes and doing all that. Kind of feels like in the end you're just making your own super soldier. And then, oh, but it makes them more hungry. Okay, great. I'm putting in a nuclear stomach and, oops, I suddenly only have quarter of the hunger. Problem solverinoed. Why are you in bed anyway? What do you possibly have to rest up from? You're not that tired. I suppose you're a bit tired. I'll let you sleep a bit and then tell you to get to work. Slightly still concerned about my lack of wood. I'm also kind of concerned that there's not a lot of plant cutting going on. You'd think Trebs would be cutting plants, and he is. Okay. But yeah, wood is needed. And there's that shaman merchant I ordered. Great, because they'll buy the drugs. These drugs are giving me way too much wealth. What's that? 324 units of flake at $14 each. That's way too much money. So the shaman merchant will buy them off of me, and I'll take whatever he has. I'd even take gold, anything to just liquidate my wealth a bit. If you ever sell something to buy something else, even if it's just getting silver for it, you are reducing your wealth. I suppose there's some niche situations where that's not the case, but that's largely true. Oh man, I'm working day and night literally, and Smuggler's playing chess and games all day long. What's up with that? Smuggler is going to pop if he doesn't do any, well, if he doesn't constantly recreate. And I know that's not fair, but life isn't fair. Looking forward to getting rid of these survival meals. I got way too many of them now. I'm actually thinking I need to now just throw excess survival meals in here. Get them out of my face for a bit. They're taking up space. How you feeling though? Oh, you're pretty hungry, which is funny because you're working with food so much. I guess I could deign to let you stop and have a meal, but after that meal you get straight back to work. Wake up is so powerful. Actually, since you're a bit unhappy doing all of that, I will also deign to let you have a drink. I really love drugs in this game, not just because they're drugs, just because of the way they tie into the gameplay so well. Ties into the growing, ties into the wealth, it ties into the management of your pawns, both keeping them happy and making them more combat and labor efficient. Where's all that? Where is it? Drink, drink, drink. There we go, drink Psychite tea. And then you get back to work. The reason I'm giving it a Psychite is to make her happier, more recreation, and to lower the rate at which your sleep thing falls, because and Psychite tea reduces sleep fall rate, and the exotics are here as well. Fantastic. Nancy will trade. None of them include any custom characters, sadly. But hey, we might have a solution for that coming up. Side Trainer, Water Skip, yes, I'm having that. Telescope, having that. Shock Glance, having that. Gold, having that. Animal Pulsar, yes. Neurocalculator, yes. Psychic Reader, yes. Components, yes. Mega Screen Television, no. But much of the other stuff, yes. And how about the other traders? They're almost here. Nutrimane, yes. Lance, yes. Pulsar, yes. Lance, yes. Gold, yes. Silver, yes. Actually, Nancy, I'd prefer if you just hauled wood rather than specifically for the traps. Kind of miss having dedicated haulers. Also, what's with the lack of quests? Anyone knows that we haven't had a quest in forever now? I don't care about the Arca Nexus stuff. I'm not really keen on bringing in another whole load of niches. Although that would be a great way to bring in tons of targets. Right, trade with them while they're close by, and while they drag their people through. See ya, for God's sake, wake up and get to work. Actually, you want to make the piano first. I'm not gonna have you do that, actually. I know I said you would, but you're not going to. Because I don't have the wood, and the piano is not a priority compared to getting my wooden traps up. So, what did I say? Hey, dromedaries are amazing. They can be ridden, and they're pack animals, and I believe they give you... Is it wool or milk? Milk. 18 milk every 2 days. That's a little less than a yak. But, dromedaries are the do-everything animal, but I don't think they're so good in the cold, are they? No, but I keep them in a... Well, I'll keep them in a frozen pit, don't I? Right, you are the shaman merchant. That means you buy my drugs. So bye-bye, Flake. That's probably not all we're saying goodbye to. I want Nutrimane. I want Soothing Pulsar, although I already have one. I'm not really sure I want a second one, actually. But I know I want your gold and both your lances. So if I also just say goodbye to some packaged meals... Well, would you look at that. Game, set, and match. There's something to be said for keeping a little bit of flake. Just in case I find someone that needs Psychite to live, for example. Don't know where I came up with such an example. Seems inspired. But yeah, that is sweet. I hate buying gold. Gold is so expensive and I don't want to buy it, especially when I'll be going out and getting it for free later on. So I actually don't think I'll buy the gold. I'll save my packaged meals for now. Take all of their silver, though. Silver I do like buying. Yoink. And whilst you're there, please gather it up before that becomes a problem. And once you're done gathering all that, go and trade with Tim Buckley. Where's the joke, Buckley? All I'm seeing is words. Black guy in a movie theater, you say? Again, they just drag their animals through your base. Right, I wanted a lot of your stuff, so let's just upfront say I'm selling these survival meals. Give me your components. Give me your advanced components. We're starting to get to that point in the game. They're expensive, but they will be needed. I have no Glitterworld medicine. I hate buying the stuff, so I won't. I love animal pulsars. I want water skip. I don't want animal training. I want a neurocalculator. Nancy can have that, and she would be even better at research. And that's what she does. Psychic Reader is also for Nancy. It's going to make her better at social, right? Negotiation. Prisoners. Faction relations on gifts. Peace talks. Yeah, that sounds pretty great. Actually, is that all it does? Does this not help with trading? I thought it did. Anyway, it's going in Nancy's head regardless. Even though she's not a body modder. I want that lance as well, and suddenly this has gotten expensive. I want that telescope too. Gene Pack bald! Do we have that here? We got beardless and grey hair and ageless. I don't think we have bald, but it is a gene. You can make your baldos if you really want. Right, I'll forgo the animal pulsar because I'm spending a lot of money here already. Otherwise, I might have to cut back on something else. I could sell you my Thrumbo horns, but they're such good melee weapons. Might get rid of them anyway. There'll be other Thrumbos down the line. And then I just need to pay silver for the rest. Yeah, that works for me. Also, E10, I could give you some gifts, but I've already just given away all my stuff, so I guess that's not happening. I should look into wake-up production. Having a little bit of wake-up to shove into my people, just have them work faster, seems pretty useful to me. And it only costs Nutrimane. A lot of Nutrimane, but Only Nutrimane. And huzzah, see ya, you've made your own shirt. Don't wear the thing. That should make you quite a bit warmer, although you're going to need something for the colder weather that's on its way. And that's where dusters come in, I suppose. Still looking at the leathers that I do have. I've got a little bit of wool, but that's not important. Treblyard would be happy if he wore something made out of human skin, but I'm not going to give him that, it's really weak. Although a human skin hat might be kind of fitting for him. A top hat! Right, a top hat made of human skin. I feel like nobody's cleaning this place up these days. Ali has more important work to do. Why don't we have our resident useless guy do the cleaning? If he's not refining... Actually, maybe that's the problem. Maybe he is refining. Oh, it's suspended. It's kind of fine, but I will want some more... I will want some more. He's also probably cutting down trees, which I also need. Even though the harvest season is over, there's still needed stuff. And soon I'm going to want IEDs as well. The negotiation stat from that implant increases recruitment speed and relations gained from gifts, Jake. So it doesn't affect the trade price. Interesting. I doubt it affects the gift, the money you make from sending off these pods either. But that's okay. The pods bypass a lot of limits on what people are willing to take, so that makes it good to do regardless. Okay, good. We've got like 2,000 wood hanging around out there. But we need a lot of wood hauled at this point. And I suppose that's another thing, I don't really have dedicated haulers right now. Hauling just isn't getting done. Might have Sia haul. If Sia isn't doing this other stuff, manufacturing, then at least you could be hauling for me. And I might actually have you do that before you make other stuff right now. Of course, Smuggler wants to pop again. That's all he knows how to do. Really sucks that the psychic dependency stuff burns you as much as it does. Maybe he'd be happier if I give him some flake. Come on, Ali, did I say it's sleep time? Looks a lot like it's time for... What do you mean it's missing protein? Look at all this human meat that's here. Actually, no, really, what's the problem there? Increase the radius a bit? It's already definitely there. Okay, well, you can do it now for some reason. Looks like it just forgot what was there. Alright, Treblyard, once you're back, that top hat is for you, if I can remember it. And Sia, I need you to do some hauling, clearly. The implant has an effective 10% increase on trade price, but separate from that negotiation one. Oh, did I just miss that? Ah, there it is. Now that is good. Is that multiplicative or additive? Because 10% boost on just wealth with regards to trading is a big get. No, in come the pemmican eating fools. Eating at my delicious kitchen spot. Actually, you're forcing Nancy to eat without table, you monsters. There we go, Nancy. Go and take your seat. Ate without table, the greatest war crime in this game. If you make a table outside, they should use it. I can live with the filth. I can also... yeah. No. Raiders love to break my telescope, and I don't like that. But this is a relatively safe place to use a telescope. All I need to do is say that this is not a roof area. Get someone to do that. Hey, Smuggler, can you get rid of that temporarily? Now, it's a hideous place to do this, But that's alright. Because people don't tend to telescope for very long. By the way, he's got psychic need, right? So I could just give him flake. Just snort some flake. Do these guys develop psychic addictions easily? Ah, there we go. Immune to psychic addiction. He would be so useful if he wasn't teetotal. How the game even thinks to make a teetotal psychic dependent wake up immune waster is beyond me. But there we go. At least being high on flake is pretty big. So good, so good. Well, some people are strange, okay. I mean, in real life, aside from alcohol, I'm teetotal, so I don't see the appeal there. If I were a pawn here, I wouldn't be snorting flake and smoking rollies and doing whatever wake up is, although I would probably go for go juice. Seems pretty good. What are the downsides? Well, the addictive nature and the possibility of overdose are probably pretty big downsides, but seems pretty cool to me. At least the wood is being brought in here. We've got use for it. Before we go to sleep, I think it's going to be double dose on Nancy for operations. We can just do it in the bed. The bedroom is clean, the bed is excellent, and Treblyard will surely not botch surgery on his wife's brain. One downside is that Nancy will suddenly be... she will be vulnerable to electric shock, and EMP would knock her clean out, because it would do nasty things to her brain. Last time Treblyard did surgery, he ripped everything out of Nancy. Just all the eggs. He fancied an omelette for breakfast. Thank goodness, right. With our traps largely, well, maybe not largely, but certainly more restored than before. I feel like $1,000,000. To give these as a gift over to E10, but they don't deserve it. Polywaffle's going to get them, but I don't want to distract Pandy from the important job of building these traps while the going is good. Once the traps are up, I'm going to finish off the bedrolls. Oh, Seru, I want you to have the Insanity Lance. Those are sometimes more useful than shock lances, especially during sieges. If I get sieged by someone and they have multi-rocket launchers, for example, one clever use of the Insanity Lance can make them rocket each other. But there's another, even more dastardly use for enemies that have multi-rocket launchers. And I'm gonna hope that we can do it at some point. It's risky. It's very risky. I still want to do it. Oh, don't just spoil it like that, Andarius. Oh, my days. But yes, it's that. Skip shielding in front of someone with a rocket launcher will cause the explosion to happen right in front of them, blowing them up and all their friends. Oh, that's right, it's time for Nancy's operation. I literally posted a whole rant about that in Discord a week back. Apologies, I didn't think it'd be a spoiler. Well, not everyone here is reading every message on Discord. Right, one thing for sure, I'm setting you to Industrial Medicine, and then it's install Psychic Reader and Neurocalculator, and Treblyard, operate and operate. Eclipse is no big deal for us, because the planting season is already over. Lady Sarah must be somewhat happy that she can enjoy night times now and not eat those UV blasts. By the way, could you set up that telescope, please? Last time we had a telescope, it got destroyed by raiders, but now it's going to be somewhat safe inside our somewhat walls. Alright, Treblyard, don't mess this up. You're fine. I could have given you drugs to make you even better at this, but you should be okay. I mean, look at you. You're a level 14 doctor in a clean room with industrial medicine. There we go. And now Nancy has the ability to read minds. Does this improve her doing things like the conversion ritual? I know that social stuff plays a part in that, but is this enough? Oh, while you're there, Trebliard. No, I really shouldn't get in the way of this, but Trebliard deserves his top hat. His human skin top hat. It's going to play double dip on his mood. We're going to get rid of his -4. I want Praetor, and we're going to give him, I think, +2 for wearing human skin clothes. Oh, well, no, now I've said it, Darius. Psychoid plant. Hey, this stuff is ready to grow, well, somewhat ready to be harvested. I guess I could get a little bit more out of this, although -11 is going to kill a lot of it. Alright, there we go. Nancy's got a couple of brain implants. She herself just became worth a wee bit more, but look at that. We've really massacred quite a bit of the wealth that came in. Still a lot of it hanging around, but liquidated as it should be. I might actually finish up, rather than the traps, work more on the bedrolls right now. Because if I can get Polywopple as an ally, that could help out more than a few traps. Sorry, Trebliard, I know you don't like me doing this to your throne room, but needs truly must. Andy looks weird with that bionic eye going on. Kinda wish I had bionic eyes. My eye surgery was quite a while ago, and I am grateful for it. Oh, that's right, he's focusing on the traps entirely. How about we just disallow the traps for now? That way all the wood isn't going to be brought back and forthing like that. How much wood is there out there? That's a decent amount, but I still need more chopping of mature trees if we have any, please. Seems rough, I know. Gift of nature's bounty of trees, and we just keep hacking them down. It's a good thing we're not that weird hippie religion. Could you imagine? When did you... Oh, what did you get eye surgery for? I'm thinking of getting laser soon. Yeah, I got LASIK. I had worn glasses ever since I was a tween. What do you call it? I think it was about 11 or 12 when I got glasses. Maybe 13. I just remember this moment where I woke up, I looked over at my my digital radio alarm clock, the cool thing that it was, and I was like, I can't read the time on that. That's probably not good. And yeah, I got glasses, and I wore glasses for ages, but I always hated wearing glasses. I think glasses look good on people. Some people look better with them than without them. But for me, the experience of wearing glasses is something I really don't like. It feels like a barrier between you and the world, and on top of that, it feels so grotty. You know what, we really don't need more than 600 chem fuel. Pause when satisfied and limit more when we have about 200. Yoink. So despite it being ludicrously expensive to do in Sweden, probably a lot cheaper in other countries, but I was in Sweden, I got LASIK, and they tell you, oh, make sure you have someone who can pick you up and take you home if things go bad. You know, you might not be able to see for a while, you might be out. I took a nap when I got home, and after that I was fine. No side effects, no pain. Yeah, no pain, that was one of the things. No blurry vision or dizziness, just 0 to hero just like that. It was amazing. I was wondering why Pandy was sleeping at night time, but it's not night, it's the eclipse. Ah, smuggler. The effect of Flake has gone off of him. Well, it's possible that I could just keep giving him Flake, and then keep him happy through that. Why don't we try that? Let's see if snorting or no, Flake is smoked. I thought it was snorted. Is this going to double down on the used drug here? Nope, it does not, and he still gets his high on flake. The trouble is he's going to build up tolerance towards it, and the high is going to last for less and less time. Well, whatever stops him from going and destroying my slightly damaged geothermal generator. I guess we haven't had enough time to do repairs. Ali's still working so hard on that. Ali, I want you to drink some psychite tea so you're going to be less tired while you work on that. Just keeping you drugged up so you can keep making me my very wealthy mystery meat packages. Because we've got to work through all that human meat. And we have worked halfway through it. It's pretty good. Maybe he'll die from an overdose eventually. I'm trying to think positive. No, he's immune to overdosing off of Wake Up and Psychite. Speaking of Wake Up, now we can make more. We could force Smuggler to take Wake Up and work for us. He's just terrible at working. Yeah, aren't Wasters like low on work in a way? No, I'm sure I'm thinking of something else. I think it's a raider religion thing. And that's not you. Child labor encouraged. Children build character through work. It's important for everyone to contribute. Good. Global work speed plus 20 on children? Could that be exploited? We change much here. It's still harvesting, plant cutting. Are you tired? I might just drug you up tonight. Just keep this guy going on drugs and force him to keep going. Wasn't Smuggler Wake Up impervious? He cannot overdose on it. Yeah, he's immune to the addiction. I don't think he's immune to the effect of it. But that's the whole thing about wasters. They're meant to be just drugged up, awful, violent people. If you could take the violence out of them, I think you'd have some pretty amazing individuals. But as we had, I believe in the Gentleman's Respite, the Wasters started a siege, then decided to fight each other, got downed from the infighting, and then that caused them to give up on the siege and go and assault us instead. Looking forward to dropping the butchered human-like thing. There's the big tip. If you're going to be doing a lot of butchering, do it all at once. Otherwise, the effects stack nastily. You get them out of the way, you burn through the 6 days of unhappiness, and then you have all the goods. I don't care about producing my own go juice. Oh, I want my own good flak armor at some point. We need to figure out plate first. I think prosthetics are needed before a bunch of this other cool stuff. I'm not sure I care so much about making these, though. Well, special limbs are nice, but I like to steal my special limbs rather than make them. I think we need a Mechanator before we can do basic mech tech, but I would actually like to start thinking about that. Well, Sia, let's commit to you. You're going to be my Mechanator. Ooh, also I wanted water skip on Treebeard. I'll get that on him later on, but I'll have it out here so I remember it. Don't. And where is it? Oh god, where is it? Where's our Mechanator piece? There it is, Mechlink. See ya, well done. Install that, become a Mechanator. Then I can research Mechanator stuff and start having my little mechs. They are going to consume energy, cost loads of steel and other stuff, but I can get some very basic mechs in quite easily. They can do... well, let's have a look, shall we? I'll definitely want one clean sweeper, and then I'll never care about cleaning again. I don't think I want a constructoid, or I don't think I care much about lifter either. Although they do constantly lift. I'm more interested in getting... don't tell me they're advanced. I care about Fabricator. They do meaningless jobs for you forever. Mechanator quest might give you a PTSD reaction. Yeah, it might. I know about the summoning of mechs. I'm a little worried about your short-sightedness. I wanted to give you a gun, since you are you're frail. But if you're a bad shot, maybe that's not a good idea. But I could give you something like a minigun. Oh, right, this charge lance needs to be brought in. Or a chain shotgun, which is pretty good at close range. In fact, it's most accurate at close range. Besides, I love using the chain guns. The chain shotguns. So I think that's what I'll do. Or I could just have you with no weapon. That way you're able to haul more. That seems like a foolish idea. We'll get you that chain shotgun. So get that, and then I can... Donk! Start researching basic mech tech. Now you've got this, this mech stuff to look at, but one of the problems with mech stuff is that you need to build a lot of very dedicated stuff. Huh? A constructoid is dropped from orbit and is placing itself under the control of Sia. Seems to be attached to her mech link and is eager to serve. I didn't know that happened. I also do not appreciate the fact that it just dropped on top of one of my food bins. Oh, what are you again? You're a constructoid. Oh, I don't really want that. Yeah, the first thing you do is clean up your mess. Well, I certainly don't want you running around outside, so constructoid... I tell you what, the constructoid could actually work on these spike trap blueprints. Would save me the monumental amount of work in doing so. But I don't know how I can just have the mech do that. Yeah, they got skill level 10, so they're very unlikely to botch any of this. How do I zone them again? Sia, Group 1... here we are. I should keep you within the home area. Don't want you wandering off. But I could actually keep you on the stay inside area. No, I'll keep you within home, but I'm going to rein in home a bit. It includes way too much stuff that's definitely outside of the area I would term home right now. There we go. Part of the problem is you really gobble up that energy as well. Let it run out of energy and then dismantle. It gives you a free mech. Really? Oh man, that would be so much better than managing their filth. I know you have to wait on... Uh-oh. Do we care about that? Our meat should be able to hold out despite the cold. Actually, that's fine, because it's cold outside. It'll stay cold in here as well. The only problem is going cold inside. Oh, crap. Our fermenting barrels are going to fail if it gets cold in here. I don't want to lose all that beer. I could just set up some very quick fires, and I think I will, actually. It's worth a bit of wood to save our beer. Save our BR. Temperature, campfire. 1. Can they overlap? No, they can't. 1, 2, 3. Now, unfortunately, I can't command this thing to work on these, can I? No, I cannot. But, Pandy, please get these things operational. It's going to cool down in here pretty damn quick. Not so much in here because of the fires. But there we go, let's just keep this place warm. And if it gets too hot, well then that's another story, but it's winter time, so it shouldn't get that hot. Also, these things only heat up a place to a maximum of 30 degrees, and these things only spoil at 32. Basically, we'll be fine, except for the food problem. And I'm not having my people eat this mystery meat meal. Not having them eat raw food either. They'll just have to wait. You know, see, you just leapfrogged everyone in usefulness. I'm moving you up to 4th in line. I mean, look at how happy you are. Look at your skills. Look at these nobles. Looks like they've forgotten about me killing their ceremonial individual. Well, that's good for me, I suppose. Trebly, are you free yet? Once you're done playing chess, I want you to force equip the human leather top hat of good condition. And although this thing is off, see it does need to wear something on top of everything else. Well, since you're so good at it, why don't you make a leather, You're not amazing at crafting yet, someday you will be. I was contemplating giving you a Thrumbofur duster. Maybe not a great idea, but I don't have any spare warm outer clothes aside from the recon armor, and I don't want to give you that. Only have 50 blue fur, plain leather. Yeah, screw it. Make yourself a nice duster out of Thrumbofur. The reason I was hesitating was because she's not an amazing crafter yet, but let's believe that she can be okay. So yeah, you can make do without the toxic waste pack by just destroying these things, taking their core and building a new one? Is that what I'm hearing here? Because I don't want to deal with toxic packs. That's biotech. Oh, I don't have the research done to figure that out. No, you cannot. Oh, okay. I'm dead off that, clearly. Huh. 7 honor. I could actually start getting my second noble person here. Oh, Masterwork Shield Belt is good, but no, honor is better. It makes toxic waste to create. Really? I didn't realize it took toxic waste to make a mech. This thing's going to need to recharge not very long from now. I could just throw the toxic waste around here and let it make a mess, but toxic waste makes quite a lot of mess. How is it 1 degree in here? It could be frozen. It's cold as hell outside. Oh, what a surprise. Smuggler wants to snap again. And he's building up a tolerance, isn't he? It feels like this tolerance goes away quickly. Maybe his waster ways make tolerance go away much faster. Getting around some dubious things by saying they have to be 13 years old or older to take drugs. We all know otherwise. Anyway, if he's going to complain about taking drugs all the time, I might as well have him take drugs all the time. Oh, no, but I can't... Yeah, it's freaking ideoligion. And I can't force him to do it either. Well, it's going to be prison for him again, I'm sure. Yeah, there is the tree, but it very slowly eats pollution. Extremely slowly. I think it can manage the pollution of 1 crappy little mech. Very crappy. But yeah, it is an idea. If I get one, that's probably what I'll do, because I don't plan on using big, bulky fighting mechs. I only really plan on... Did we get the beer? Oh, we did get the beer. Splendid. I only plan on using utility mechs. Treblyard, I want you to learn water skip, please. 4 mechs can work with 1 tree, level 0. It's like sweepers, etc. What level is the fabricator? Because that's the one that really gets my my Russells jimmied. Where is he? Sadly, he's a high mech tech, but see this fabricator? He's only 1 bandwidth, but he can do everything. And this guy just takes away all of the unskilled labor. So he can make the drugs, he can butcher the corpses without needing to worry about being a psychopath. Just all the stuff that does not require any, or doesn't matter on quality. And you can even set that. So yeah, fabricators are amazing. Other than that, I'm interested in getting I'm maybe a little tempted by lifters. But I'm more interested in getting one cleaning bot. There's something to be said about Agrahans as well, since they don't... well, they'll certainly lighten my load when it comes to planting, but I quite like planting, because it builds up my planting skills in my colonists. They get really fast, they just go around and bum. I like it. I haven't used bots, they sound neat. Yeah, it's kind of an answer to a lot of mods that are around. Hey, there we go. That's a great thing, you can take care of the laborious task of repairing for us. Kind of means I could take repair work off of here, can't I? Well, I already have it as a lowest priority, which is fine. The main problem is charging these things. There we go, solar flare. Tian Shinhan has left the area. He's now going to work on his Kikoho. Oh yeah, we've got a thing here for mechs. Wow, it needs to repair walls I didn't even know needed repairs. That's cool. Nice little pet mech. We can name them, right? Who wants to be our little constructoid mech? I will keep this guy. I wasn't planning to, but now that I think about it, I will keep him. The goat. Oh yeah, the goats are trying to get out of here. There we go. Alright, you know what? There we go. Our little Constructobot's going to be Blubber. I'll put in your full name. I'm sure it means a lot to you. It can mean a lot to the rest of us now. Blubber Abyss, our little Constructobot. But I'm still going to call you Blubber. Means it could do things like smoothing as well, couldn't it? Just realised I've been starving my animals. What were you thinking when you made a name like Blubber Abyss? Really curious if our little guy is going to uninstall these, or if that counts as hauling. I'm not actually sure. Alright, I spy... Oh, he's not big enough yet. How long does it take for these yaks to become super huge? Age of maturity... 19 days. Your current age? 19 days. Okay, so I guess you're just about to become big and fat and juicy and something that I'm going to carve apart. Your time will come. It always will. It's my old Xbox Live username. Mine was the Big L. Because I didn't have an Xbox, I had a PlayStation 2. So when it came time for gaming, I just used temporary Xbox account name. And it rolled the Big L, so I just went with that. What did the L stand for? Well, that's the mystery, isn't it? Oh, finally, Smuggler might die. I doubt it, but it would be useful. Hey, Spurdo, I know how much you love this guy. Could you help him out by just gunning down that man-hunting lynx, please? Maybe, Smuggler, you shouldn't be so detached from the situation. It is you that's after all. Yeah, basically that thing's dead. Big L's a reference to El Salvador campaign. I find this unlikely at best. You know, I was just thinking this Constructobot's pretty terribly slow at what it does, isn't it? Well done on making your Thrombopher Duster. It's even in good nick, so you get to wear it. You are the Mechanator, you need to be protected as such. I even want to give you a good helmet so your brain doesn't get destroyed, because if it does, we lose the mech link. And I'm not in the mood for losing that. Hey now, Heldon was killed by a cougar, not a lynx. Maybe there's a difference. Is it still trying to hunt us? I mean, look, it's got this delicious, fresh frozen dough that it could eat. Why would it hunt us? How's it going there? Still making my mystery meat meals. I'm gonna have you finish off all that meat before it goes off. So yeah, you are forced to keep cooking there. Let's get these uninstalled while we can. No, they don't want to. Why not? What does uninstall come under anyway? Is it repair, deconstruct? Oh yeah, didn't I lower deconstruct because we have our little friend here? I guess deconstructing should be a higher task for Pandy especially. But he'd rather watch TV. Look, I would rather you get the stuff out here. So rather than use waste packs for recharging your mechs, you can have them just set to idly recharge. They recharge 1% per day, so in 100 days they'll have a full recharge. Obviously not very good for something like a cleaning bot or a lifting bot, but I think that's the way to go for the other kind of bot. Name. Any kind of military bot. Because you only really want them when you're fighting. So if they spend a day fighting, then it's not unreasonable that they could take a 10-day rest, or more likely they'll spend half a day fighting and then rest for 5 days. That way you can have really cool, big, nasty robots fight for you and not have to pay for the wastage. Alright, well now I can actually build up mech recharger. Cheaper than I thought. However, the mech gestator is sizable. This is one thing I don't like about it. You kind of need a dedicated room for doing all of this stuff. Now, I could set up a room just over here for it. I can't have the space for it. I don't know if you can move these. You probably can't, but if I just had a room for making some mechs... Well, would I even want to make mechs right now? We have the very basic of basic. Where is it? There it is, basic mech tech. I could see the use of a lifter. Yeah, the workshop is crowded. I need better storage space. You can move some of them. You probably can't move the gestator, right? I want that clean sweeper though. That clean sweeper is going to save me on cleaning tasks entirely. And I think I want one lifter just to do lifting jobs within here and save me the trouble. So yeah, one lifter, one sweeper, one constructor. And that should be fine. But I will need a little room for it, so... What'll I do? Will I attach it to you? Or will I have a little walkway between them? I lose a bit of the sight lines if I get rid of this, so I'm not the world's biggest fan of it. But the whole base is likely to expand in this direction anyway. Like the workshop needs to become this, I need space for bedrooms, I want a proper cold storage. So yeah, I'm gonna have this become part of it. So what's going in there? I want one mech gestator, and probably just shove the mech recharger in there as well. And I'm going to need to make crappy... Yeah, look at all the crap and how bulky it is. I don't want a band node, that's for sure. This will do for now, but I'm almost certainly going to need to expand this. Floor, basic concrete, and probably also a slate door. Stony ones take time to open, but they are a lot more hardy and, most importantly, fireproof. The way I went with my Robo Combat unit. Only thing is that repairing a bot takes energy from it, so damaged bots need recharge still. Just let them die. Then you can just shove them into the gestator. It only takes one gestation cycle. Better than spending the resources and the energy to fix them, in my opinion. But my opinion isn't very finalized. I haven't played much with mechs. I haven't done this in forever, but let's mine this out a touch. Surprising nobody, Smuggler is still livid. Why? Okay, I mean, I suppose the butchering of people wasn't great. Take some more drugs, man. Just snort some more yayo. What's better, yayo or flake? Snort the flake. Snort the flake and calm. No! No! Oh, that's bad. Nancy and Triveliard are no longer in a relationship. Nancy's going to change back to her birth name. Hopefully still Drew, right? Ew. Ew. It was Pandy, right? God mode saved me, but this is pretty bad. Oh, the gestation cycle does pollution. Oh, that I didn't know. I don't remember gestation making pollution, but maybe I'd have everything set up so I didn't notice it. Right. I'm not repairing their relationship, I'm just fixing the name that I unfixed. Nancy is back to being Nancy Drew. And you are back to being Mark Triveliard. I believe it was... That wasn't Pandy, what the hell was his name again? What was Triveliard's last name? Surely it wasn't Pandy. Pandy is Pandy. It was... Hallmark, thank you. Was thinking Caesar 3. God mode off. Dev mode off. Well, that's really bad. Who's going to keep the bedroom? Not you, Nancy. You're the one that broke up. You're the one that has to get out. We've got a nice-ish bed for Nancy. Excellent condition, perhaps. Well, both of them are going to be very unhappy now. Wait, weren't you married? Oh. Oh. I'm gonna need Triveliard to kill a lot of people to overcome that. That's a sizable ouch, for sure. Remember at the beginning when you said it's so strong to be coupled up, but there's always the risk? Yeah, there's the risk. At least we're in a relatively good position to handle it. We have the drugs. Can't believe Nancy's the one coming out there bouncing about. It's better this. If Triveliard had broken up with Nancy, Nancy would be very unhappy, and that would be harder to deal with than Triveliard. Because Triveliard has a lot of good stuff going for him, and he can always kill people to be happier. Oh, wasn't there a quest? Yeah, Noble and Enemies, Mech Cluster. Maybe wait a bit on that. Your moral guide Nancy can counsel him to remove the largest thing. Yes? Yeah, we can give that a go, actually. The problem is this used to last for the... How long did it say lasts? Opinions lowering. Well, I'll give it a go anyway. That used to last for the duration of the bad thing. Now it only lasts for a short while. And you failed, Nance. Failed consult. Yeah, okay, well. You really are a piece of work. Disabled 2 bad thoughts because of bloodlust, but no, you feel pretty spiffing in your top hat. I enjoy the suffering of others. And you know he's from around here. I even used word on love to have you marry. How in the world did you guys split up? I think I know. It's because of all the... there we go, see that butchering human-like? Even though... Surely all their relationship stuff would have made it so big that that wouldn't be a problem. I am shocked. Shocked and appalled. Oh well, Nancy, hopefully... We've had very little coupling up with these people, which is sad, but... Maybe Nancy didn't forget about the botched IUD from earlier. Oh, no, 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 don't kill the females. We like the female ones, not the male ones. The male ones got to die. But it still says juvenile 20 days. When are you going to be fully grown? Well, it's alright, they still live in the horror show that is that place. You're still forced to do that, aren't you? Well, that's fine. You've almost done all the meat. In fact, we really have almost done all the meat. It's kind of good, but it's still slightly bulking up my wealth. Items go down, buildings go up. Ah, but we have all of these. Now I can really fill you up with bedrolls. Thea, how's your little pet blubber doing? He's actually fixing the traps? I am surprised and impressed. But also, these traps need to be worked on. I suppose these did take damage during our fight, didn't they? Missed shots and all that, but I genuinely do not put much stock in repair jobs. It's a huge time sink, and honestly, it's still a wall. 155, that's close. I need 175, so I still need to give them some more. Well, as it happens, I've still got more bedrolls to give, don't I? 7, 8, 9, 10, and I don't have enough for 10, so... be enough-ish. That's the last of my human leather. But I'm just going to be happy to get it out of my colony and lower my wealth again. Getting a Lucy pawn? No, I sold my Lucy, and I have no intention of going down the Lucy route anytime soon. Let Treblyard help you with that. Nancy would take forever on that because she's incapable of plants. But you can get around that. If you are in desperate need of wood and you have someone only incapable of plants, just have them build over plants. They will cut it down, but agonizingly slowly. I'm not sure if it's slower than a skill 0 pawn, but it's certainly slow. I don't think I need light in here. None of these require light very much. Although they're pretty cheap to install, aren't they? 20 watts? I don't want to use 20 watts. It all adds up. I'm not using that power. Yeah, last of my human leather for now. The human leather's time will return. Oh, that's right. Don't bother refueling these. Getting cold though. Pigs based in a nearby camp have been raiding caravans of the Ergo people by Polywop. Tiger is asking us to destroy the camp. 15 pigs are there. Wait, why are you offering me goodwill? I didn't want goodwill with Ergo. Did I re-enable that? Yeah, well, absolutely not. But I don't care about that, because you'd need to caravan away to get it. I'm going to need 2 basic subcores. And I want to zone this area for all sub-core, in fact just core related things. Basic, high, standard. And it should be a critical place for it, because this is where the stuff gets done. Eventually I'll need fancier gestators. By the way, can you gestate the general working drone in a small gestator, or do you need one of the fancy ones? I suppose I could check here, could I not? The fabricator's the one I'm interested in. You'd think weight class light means it could be done in one of the small ones. It can also be charged in the small one. But again, I'm not interested in any of the big ones. I mean, maybe, but that's a long ways away for my wimpy little colony. Ancient complexes sometimes have red crates that contain Persona Monoswords and Persona Zeus Hammers, best weapons in the game. Are you sure that's unmodded? Because generally, the stuff that you can find inside an ancient complex is pretty garbage. I mean, sometimes you'll find some Lucy or tech plants, but largely it's, here's 50 silver, here's 20 uranium, here's 5 package meals. It's kind of insultingly bad, a lot of the stuff that you get in there. How much work is it to make a basic subcore as well? I'm very sure I've found many to... Really? Really? Because I have searched a lot of those things and I've never found a Persona weapon in them. There is a mod that adds better goods. I am fairly convinced that's what you're talking about, but... Does this thing eat power even when it's not in use? I wish this was a bit more RimWorldy in that regard. Anyway, I want a clean sweeper and I want a lifter. I don't know what I'm going to do about all the pollution. Suck it up, I guess. Hey, Smuggler, could you call in the Ergos as well? Maybe the Trade Caravan Shaman Merchant. We like shamans. Sell them the rest of our flake and maybe get one of those fancy little seeds and get ourselves a tree. Wait, Sia's doing? Oh yeah, of course Sia's doing it. In the other run I have with a Mechanator, it's a man. In fact, it's Sea Space. Are you making traps? Good, I want you making traps. Component mining area. You want to gestate that thing? Actually, more to the point, where's all our steel? I guess I burned through steel building this, huh? There we go. With this one cleaner, hopefully all my cleaning problems are dealt with, and I don't think they wake people up either. No big raids since the Impid Purge? No, and thankfully due to failing the mission we didn't get the double mech cluster either. But it was a big load of Impids, and I'm glad they're behind me for now. But only for now. The station cycle's actually longer than I thought. Why is it so long? Perhaps the world isn't meant to know. Maybe the bad temperature slows it down. Maybe the lack of light. Well, it's alright, I can wait a couple of days. I'm a patient lad. So undignified, this throne room. Alright, looks like we still have one more of these. And that's the lot. Just forcing these so that Trebleard no longer has an undignified throne room, because I now need to care about their mood. Thought those days were behind me, but no. Oh, Lady Seru, let's not have this again. I thought we were meant to marry, but I was shot down. I need word of love to get these people hitched up. Any plans to feed the colonists other than paste? Nope. Why would I do that? I have talked at length about my love for paste in this game, and especially playing on 500% mode, I really want paste. No labor involved, no risk of food poisoning, 300% efficiency on nutrition. Yep, paste has always been there for me, and I will be there for it. And actually, with the milk that I get out of my yaks, I might even be able to survive just off of yak milk. One yak feeds one colonist for a whole day. Maybe even a little more. A human uses 1.6 nutrition per day, right? So that's kind of 0.55 nutrition, which is, yeah. Okay. Well, that works out. Did you just... Okay, I thought you just ate some meat, but no, you were being milked. Yeah, I know the feeling. I like the idea of eventually having awesome flak armor that I make myself. Pretty hard to motivate doing any research at the moment. None of it's needed, and Nancy can do other jobs when she's not researching. But I should probably prepare myself for being able to get some of these stuff on tap, so I should do prosthetics. Plus, that means if I end up with one of my colonists absolutely buggered, like, I don't know, permanent scarring on the heart, or they've lost an arm or leg, at least I can give them a half-decent replacement that isn't just a wooden peg leg. Because those are not good. They're really not good. Don't try and convince yourself otherwise. Make some miniguns? I would love miniguns. Especially if Sia really bigs up on her crafting. Speaking of, what are you doing, Sia? Making subcores. Okay, that makes sense. We do need subcores. 2 only, really, but still, we want them. Still a little unsure what I'm going to do with all my... all of my waste. Do I make a separate frozen place for them? Do I keep them in here? I mean, if they're in here, they're not going to do anything too nasty. It just seems a little haphazardous to store it where I keep all my animals. Just make a waste room, keep it cold and good to go. Yeah, but it'll eventually fill up. And as I was saying earlier, lack of room is one of my problems. God, we're not keeping that wealth taken care of. I need to get rid of these bedroll stat. Oh wow, that's as much as we can do. Yeah, and we fit that all in. Alright, give them the best ones then. And then we'll send that over to Polywaffle. Bang, and... That's so close to getting an alliance with Poly. Well, off you go. I can send them a follow-up gift and bring them all the way up. But now I won't be attacked by Poil anymore. Hey. I just need a little bit more. Wait, what? Oh, that's actually fine. I don't have good food for him to eat. Oh god, what if he eats the... Okay, pemmican, that's fine. Eat the pemmican, I won't care. He prefers that over the human meat. Shooting waste at or near people can trigger retaliation raids. Yeah, I'm more concerned about them sending retaliation waste my way. And it just seems unfair, right? I actually wanted a system where the world could be polluted and we could actually take steps to depollute it. But unfortunately, the gameplay on this level is really lacking, so there isn't really a way to just go and clean this up. I think what you could do is maybe you could settle this tile, clean it entirely manually, and then go and do it in another tile. But again, you can't settle tiles adjacent to an existing tile. So, yeah, I don't think we can scrub the world. I do hope at some point RimWorld has more worldwide mechanics, but on the same point, that might take away from the strong focus the game has on your one colony. I don't know. I want for things, but I also think it might be a bad idea. What isn't a bad idea are all these traps. There's no way we would have dealt with all those impid raids without these traps. We did a great job. I would like to get one of those seeds, though. Yeah, maybe set up a couple of trees, like over here or so, and probably put down a foam pack thing so fire can't accidentally scunner it. What did someone say that the rate of their consumption is? I think twice a day they get rid of 1 square of pollution. But is that really going to keep up with the pollution of these things? I don't know. Not convinced. You know, Spurdo, we're going to have to get you some artwork job soon. I'm not actually making art, and I would really like to expand and get separate bedrooms now. Getting to the point where, well, for one, it's really crowded in here. I'd free up a lot of space if it weren't a barracks. Although I'd probably still keep it. Well, actually, what I could do is I could make a separate barracks. It's a shame that this ground is such a problem, but a separate barracks right here would work wonders for me, actually. Then I can push my traps out to keep this for all the people. Use more of this for storage and production things. Also, Thea. I do want that piano now. That'll work up your construction skill quite a bit, too. Hey, maybe I can get my billiards table back. Although I don't think I need it. This thing alone is just really good, because it's still a source of recreation. Better recreation means people spend less time doing recreation, but I'm more interested in just keeping them happy. Also interested in getting rid of these meals. Probably as soon as I get allied with Polywopple, I will bring them in as a trader. Makes sense. Ancient Complex. You may run into hermetic crates containing any items, including tech prints. What's that answer to? Ancient complexes are a pain because you got to caravan over to them, and as I've said many times, I'm not a fan of caravanning. I don't bother with the weird pod things. Seems a bit too hippie to me. Now waste no love on hippies. Hang on, this is meant to take furniture, but you're not taking the stonecutter table. What is the stonecutter table? It's a production thing. Well, if I end up with spare production, shove it in there. No, actually don't. It's kind of useful to me to see it on the ground, a constant reminder that it exists. What? Power consumption has skyrocketed? Okay, the mech gestator, yes. I mean, this thing can be turned off. We're not using it anymore. Well, that's not a good sign. Turn off a few things. Gestator's eating quite a bit of it, but I will need to source more energy later on. Don't know what to do. I hate using batteries. We'll have this one mech thing. I might go for chem fuel generators, because chem fuel is more efficient than wood, and we have easy access to chem fuel courtesy of this. The mech stuff using 600. I can't really turn off the mech recharger, sadly, but I can certainly turn off the subcore encoder, and the gestator will go off once it's done gestating. Still more of this I can happily mine out. I'm quite keen on mining out as much of this as I can, and just not mining out the overhead mount and stuff. Alright, prosthetics. Why are these... Oh, we don't have the knowledge on how to do those. Get sterile materials. I don't know when I'll ever have a proper dedicated hospital room, but it might happen eventually. It's all about keeping any odds of infestation away. I'm pretty sure there was an ancient danger possibility around here. Yeah, see this? Probably some ancient danger available there. But it'll have overhead mountain, so if I expose it, there's going to be a chance for infestation to trigger. And infestation is just one of those things that you don't really want in your base. You can argue otherwise, but you'll be lying through your teeth. Yeah, eventually you need to caravan back though, Ali, and that's one of the reasons I was kind of hoping to get far skip on level 6 for Treblebeard. But I will keep bringing in exotic traders, and I will keep feeding Treblebeard psychic powers. Of course, the painful thing there is that he might end up dying and taking all of these powers with him. But that's what happens when you invest in someone. You invest in success. Consciousness of females for 4.1 days, but I already have burden. Tempting. I would take that if it weren't for the uninspiring present. Oh, far skip's level 5. Oh well, there we go. But either way, not having that. Alright, once we get those traps going. Why are we not making this thing? I do want to ally Polywaffle if you don't mind, preferably before they hate me. There we go. And I wonder if I can get that with the final bedrolls. Please load that pod, please load that pod. +4. Well, I need a little more than +4, so... I guess they can have some flake. How much flake do you think they're going to need? 10, 20, 30, 40? Let's try for 40. It's missing. It's 5. We need just one more and we get our alliance. Ah, Sarah's on the case. Done like dinner. I highly recommend sinking wealth into allies. You get extra power, and the game thinks you're weaker for it. Can't believe back here was when we had our Big Dipper. This is when we got destroyed, and this is when we abandoned the base. And thanks to the Impid raid and the generous donation they made with their bodies, we bounced back. Saru, what is your problem, lady? I'll tell you what your problem is, you're not drinking enough beer. Level 5 is the best skills, Berserk, Far Skip, and Invisibility. Oh yeah, Invisibility. Invisibility opens the doors to so many things. Invisibility allows you to melee someone, and they can't melee you back. Invisibility allows you to go and steal the shells that an enemy is using to siege you. Of course, it could also allow you to... You could just use skip for that, I suppose. But yes, skip is so exploitable. Every good use of skip just feels like a horrific exploit, and it's great. Gonna do a quick temperature check, minus 50. Ooh, Trebleard's not gonna enjoy the cold that much. That's odd though, because he's wearing a Manysloth wool shirt and Thrombo for trousers. I guess it's the top hat, it doesn't do much for him. Andy's good, Sia's fine. So all those parkas help out a lot. But yeah, Treble might end up being a little cold, depends how cold it gets. Teach him water skip, I thought I did. Oh, he just picked it up. Oops. There you go. It's a level 2 one. Well, it's still really good for dealing with fires. Although constant rain is also good for that. I want Polywopple, please. I want a trade caravan, your best exotic goods, please. There's an argument to be made for bulk, but it's not a very good one. Exotic has the good stuff. One issue I'm going to have at some point is lack of access to steel, and in fact it's starting to become a growing issue. Dig that out and pretty much smooth the rest of this. Well, smoothing's a bit blah, but... I've got a robot that can smooth. It's a Constructobot after all. Where's my smooth walls operation? That does floor as well. There it is. Just smooth surface bit by bit. No, that's stupid. Smooth surface. Da 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 da. I want to be able to use this. Maybe not this, actually. Just smooth the overhead mountain. Where does the overhead mountain start? Yeah, there. Just the overhead mountain will suffice. This stuff I might want to get rid of down the line. And this, for example, I can just mine out. I love Psycast, but knowing remembering minimum Psyfolks need... Yeah, that. I do wish it would tell you more often what the minimum requirement is. Because I know there's a minimum requirement on the high level stuff. Like, Smoke Pot. What's the minimum amount needed? Well, I don't know. And it's sure not going to tell you. And it only tells you when you don't have the minimum amount. Though I could have sworn somebody told me there is a way to see it. Not seeing it. Anyway, I'm going to keep him maxed out on Psyfocus regardless. Meditation Throne is pretty good, so it should be good for keeping him focused up. It tells you the minimum when you hover over the pawn's Psyfocus bar. Aha! 50% for level 4. Ah. Oh, that's much easier to remember. Okay, this is also rather nice. The speed at which you learn. It's reduced massively because of the maximum learning you can do per day. But I'm not going to let that slow you down on making me my piano. So yes, you are our crafter and drug maker. And I suppose you look after the mechs as well. The main problem is you're crummy at fighting. I suppose a good colony always finds use for crafting. I'm looking forward to having a clean sweeper going. Smooth walls are wealth. Yeah, they are, but it's also going to allow me to pull the hordes through here, and it's going to be a very powerful wall. I'd need like a... I'd need granite wall or plasteel wall to overcome this. And the reason I want this is because I know I do not want to anger the insects. So this is always going to be walled. Even if my base encapsulated this area, I would keep all this walled just to prevent the insects. But I'm not wealthy enough to have the choice of what I want to do with that. Yet. I will someday. It's going to take a while, but we will claim this area. Kind of tempted to do the same around here. How am I doing on components? I ABC'd, so I kind of have the components. But these things are drinking my power. Power which I no longer have. It's so cold in here. Would have thought 2 radiators aren't doing the job anymore. Bad temperature is going to slow down the speed of this, right? It doesn't care yet, but it will. I suppose it's been a while since it's been a winter for me, but I need to think about more power. I may claim this, wall it off and drag the power over. It's probably the best thing I could do, honestly. And we're not going to make the same mistake again. We know that these things are 6x6. When I was planning things out earlier, I thought they were 4x4, and I was dead wrong. Was that in this base or the previous base? Let's hope it was the previous base. I've largely taken that base out of my mind now. Do that. Get ourselves a slaty door. Also order the cutting of all plants underneath it. I think you can bring regular... Oh no, I need bridge to bring conduit over that in that case. In that case, there you go. Bit of a long job, but it's going to double my power output, and that's going to enable a whole lot more. Oh man, I feel good about this. We had to fight for this situation. That was a lot of inputs, but we came out all the stronger for it. And I'm sure there are people cursing this, ruining this day. But let me have my moment. After all, you need the time to build things up if you want to enjoy kicking it down. Yeah, I would like redundancy cables. I am thinking about that. I think I'll bring another... Okay, blasting my way through research. I'm gonna try my hand at some chocolate. Takes an aeon to grow though, doesn't it? But having some chocolate can be good for recreation in a pinch. Where's the time it takes to grow? Growing time, 16 days. You know what? Go tree and then cocoa. Keeps Nancy busy. Keeps her out of trouble. I want this wall smooth, but I don't even think I want it smooth. I want it taken out and then turned into other kinds of wall. Spurdo? What are you unhappy about? I think it's more just you'd have nothing to be happy about. Well, that's alright, it's evening time. You can chill out, enjoy a beautiful place. I think my people are spending a lot of time doing faraway missions, which are keeping them unhappy. Whereas if we get you in here and fed, and still doing work, we'll go and have a drink or something, man. Oh, charmed Ali by talking about xenohumans, but you got shot down. Look, if ever there was a time that called for a drink, it would be now. Go and drink a beer, man. See how much better that is. Surprising how not beautiful it is over there. Oh, the drama of relationships. And that's really why I want Word of Love. Tell you what, I've not been using Word of Inspiration, and my god, Treble is now not happy. I could use my Pulsar to make people happier, but I wouldn't say we're in a desperate situation for it. Compact weaponry. Yeah, no to those, especially not the... Oh, it doesn't have it, but the Venom Fangs are awful. 6 Honor's pretty good. 2 Jannies. Rochelko. I like the sound of that. But you know what I also like the sound of? Going to sleep, because it is 2 AM. I feel accomplished today. I did a lot. That number is incrementing a bit much. Our base doesn't really look any different, but... well, to the eyes of the beholder, they understand. Our traps held. Our traps have been rebuilt. We have a good amount of tradable wealth, which we can weaponize, and we have weaponized our wealth quite a bit. We now have a hefty amount of utilities. Shield belt, low shield pack, shock lance pack, more shock lance, insanity lance, decent weapons on a almost decent crew. Dream about the day that I can finally convert smuggler. We've got utility drugs, we've got a ton of food and supplies, animals that feed us and care for us as we care for them. Yep, we're in a good space. The unfortunate thing is that Randy knows that as well. So I suspect the density of these things can't just be nice and uniformly spaced out. We just got to have the density. It's been a while though. It's been like 10 days. More than that. Wow. Well, thank you. Thank you, Randy, for being generous for once. In any case, God knows what he has in store for us later. We have had a few people churn up, and we're going to see if we have a way to increase the frequency of chatters showing up as raiders, traders, and so on, so we can get those bingo cards fleshed out. Remember, the overarching goal of this run is to destroy one of every settlement of each place. We're going to need to be powerful for that. Those are big, scary bases, but we'll get it done, and then build a shuttle to get off of here. Although, well, we'll see. In any case, until I'm back with a weekly one-shot, which is scheduled in 8 hours, but honestly I'm going to push that back by at least 2 hours so I can have some proper sleep. So cheers and cheerio.